video dealt with. What are you doing here? This is my show. Why are you wearing that mask? Let's take a look at who's under here, huh? Let's see who you really are. It's my favorite season of all, Halloween season. The season where all your favorite shows put funny costumes on their characters and try to pull some extra spooky storytelling fastballs. Sometimes the scary stories even work. Plus, it's the perfect time to revisit your favorite Halloween movies, TV shows, and even video games. We here at Frederator have a handful of favorites too, so of course we're going to marathon all of our creepiest, crawliest videos. Welcome back to ChannelFrederator. I'm Keegan, and today we've got a marathon that might just keep you up all night, and that's not just because it's super long. Just make sure before you get started you've got a clear path to that light switch, just in case things get a little too real. Alright, let's get going. We'll kick things off with a stop-motion masterpiece that changed the shelves of Hot Topic forever. Get ready to hum This Is Halloween all week because that's just a real catchy tune. We've got 107 Nightmare Before Christmas facts, part 1 and 2. That's right, it's a 2-for-1, just like the movie's sort of like a 2-for-1 in terms of the holidays it covers. If you've ever owned a piece of Jack Skellington merchandise, you are legally obliged to tell me down in the comments. Alright, see you in a bit.
It's a well-regarded example of Tim Burton's style, home to my fourth favorite skeleton, and the inspiration for half of the clothesline at Hot Topic. My name is Tim, and today we're counting down 107 facts about The Nightmare Before Christmas. Let's get started. Number 1. Danny Elfman was the composer for The Nightmare Before Christmas. He is a longtime friend and frequent collaborator of Tim Burton's. He also created the main title theme for a little show called The Simpsons. Maybe you've heard of it because it's the freaking Simpsons! Number 2. Chris Sarandon was cast to play Jack Skellington. The actor is best known for his role as Prince Humperdinck in The Princess Bride. Number 3. It turned out that Sarandon couldn't sing, so Danny Elfman provided the singing voice for Jack Skellington. Number 4. Elfman also voiced Beryl and the clown with the tearaway face. Number 5. Zero's glowing nose is actually a tiny jack-o'-lantern. Number 6. Danny Elfman has said that writing songs for The Nightmare Before Christmas was one of the easiest jobs I've ever had. I had a lot in common with Jack Skellington. Number 7. In 2001, Walt Disney Pictures considered making a computer-animated sequel to The Nightmare Before Christmas. Tim Burton managed to talk them out of it. He said, "I was always very protective of The Nightmare Before Christmas, not to do sequels or things of that kind. You know, Jack Visits Thanksgiving World, or other kinds of things, just because I felt the movie had a purity to it and the people that like it, which is a very noble thing to keep in mind when Sora comes visiting in Kingdom Hearts 2. Number 8. The Nightmare Before Christmas is based on a 3-page poem of the same name, which was written by Burton while he was a Disney animator in the 1980s. He originally intended to adapt the poem into a television special narrated by Vincent Price, or a children's book. Instead, it has been adapted into the entire apparel line at Hot Topic. Number 9. Burton's poem draws inspiration from the holiday television specials such as Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and How the Grinch Stole Christmas, as well as the poem A Visit from St. Nicholas. Number 10. Tim Burton was spurred to write the poem after seeing a store's Halloween merchandise display being taken down and replaced by a Christmas display. Seeing ghouls and goblins alongside Santa and his reindeer got his creative juices flowing. Number 11. According to Henry Selick, Vincent Price, Tim Burton's childhood idol, was originally cast to play the role of Santa Claus. Unfortunately, after Price's wife passed away, his own health began to suffer and his vocal performances were too weak to be used. They also had a sadness to them that made them unsuitable for Santa Claus. To Selick's great regret, they had to recast the role. Number 12. It took a team of 100 people around 3 years to complete the film. Number 13. 12 stop-motion frames were shot for each second of film. The final film was a total of 109,440 frames. Number 14. If you pay attention to the street band in the film, particularly when they're inside the town hall, you'll be able to notice a small man inside the base. The character is based on composer Danny Elfman. Number 15. The original introduction for the film was narrated by Patrick Stewart, but it was cut at the last minute for unknown reasons. He can still be heard on the film's soundtrack. Number 16, the 2008 special edition Blu-ray DVD release of the film includes a reading of the original poem that it's based on by Christopher Lee. The poem is accompanied with new animated visuals. Number 17, there's some back and forth debate on who has the right to call the film their own. Henry Selick was the director and spent more time on the set and production than Tim Burton, but Burton claims that he owns the story because it was all his idea. He wrote the original poem and most of the script. He designed the characters, and he served as the producer on the film. Number 18, Tim Burton wanted to direct The Nightmare Before Christmas, but was working on both Batman and Ed Wood and couldn't find the time. Number 19, Henry Selick has estimated that Burton was only present at a total of 8 to 10 days during the film's production. Number 20, there is a verse in the song "This Is Halloween" with the words "tender lumplings" everywhere. The line is referring to a song written by Danny Elfman for Oingo Boingo titled "Tender Lumplings." Number 21, the most difficult shot to film in the entire movie was the one that has Jack reaching for the doorknob to Christmasland. Getting the reflection in the doorknob to look just right took a staggering degree of time and effort. Number 22, during the film's production, the crew came up with 2 inventions to assist them with animating. The first was a light alarm that warned animators if any stage lights failed to come on. The second was a system that enabled a stop-motion puppeteer to seamlessly replace a puppet mid-shot. Number 23, Dr. Finkelstein isn't listed by his name in the film's cast credits. Instead, he's included as Evil Scientist. Number 24, Tim Burton and Danny Elfman may be buddies, but that doesn't mean they're immune to creative differences. In fact, the ones they encountered while working on The Nightmare Before Christmas led to Burton selecting Howard Shore to compose for the film Ed Wood instead of Elfman. Number 25, the opening overhead shot of the trees in the forest and the shot of the bugs falling into Oogie Boogie's molten pit are the only 2 in the film that have been shot at 24 frames per second. Number 26, since 2001, Disneyland California and Disneyland Tokyo have had a seasonal overlay for the Haunted Mansion ride called Haunted Mansion Holiday in California and Haunted Mansion Holiday Nightmare in Tokyo. It combines the original ride with characters and elements from The Nightmare Before Christmas. Number 27, an instrumental version of Kidnap the Sandy Claus can be heard on the Haunted Mansion Holiday ride. Number 28, The Nightmare Before Christmas was originally going to be released under the Walt Disney Pictures banner, which can be seen in its teaser trailer, but was moved to the Touchstone Pictures label by the time its theatrical trailer was released. Michael Eisner, the CEO and chairman of the Walt Disney Company at the time, felt the film was too dark for kids. Number 29, when the film was re-released in October 2006, it was once again under the Walt Disney Pictures banner. Number 30, The Nightmare Before Christmas poem by Tim Burton only contained the characters Jack, Zero, and Santa. All other characters were original to the movie, with the exception of some children who had their names mentioned in the poem. Number 31, Sally's insides are composed of leaves. Number 32, the character Behemoth is based on the Swedish movie actor and wrestler Tor Johnson. I'm not sure how Tor Johnson feels about that. Number 33, a crossed out calculation on Jack's blackboard declares that 3 times pi squared multiplied by 12 equals a Santa hat. Number 34, some presents Jack delivers are references to earlier Tim Burton films. The snake toy resembles a sandworm from Beetlejuice. Number 35, the shrunken head toy is taken from the Afterlife waiting room in Beetlejuice. Number 36, the cat toy resembles the mascot for Shrek's department store in Batman Returns. Hey everyone, you're watching Tuned Ups 107 on ChannelFrederator. If you like what we do and you want to suggest an episode, you can call this phone number right here and let us know what you'd like to see. If we like your voicemail, we might feature it in an episode. Coming up this next Tuesday on Cartoon Hangover, we have 107 facts about Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and next Thursday on ChannelFrederator, we have 107 facts about the very classic Peanuts. And now, let's get back to the facts. Number 37, the duck toy is similar to a vehicle driven by the Penguin in Batman Returns. Number 38, the first home visited by Jack has what appears to be 2 commemorative Elvis Presley plates hanging on the wall in the living room. This is likely a pointer to the iconic singer's song, Blue Christmas, in which he croons, "I'll have a blue Christmas without you." Number 39, Jonathan Davis of Korn has created a metal cover of Kidnap the Sandy Claus. Number 40, each minute of The Nightmare Before Christmas took an entire week of filming. Number 41, there are around 60 different characters in the film, and each one has 3 or 4 duplicate puppets. Number 42, despite the crazy number of puppets, the film's sculpture department only consisted of 4 people. Number 43, Jack Skellington had over 400 different heads that were used during filming. Number 44, because her long hair prevented animators from swapping out her entire head, Sally had different masks for her various facial expressions instead. Number 45, there were 10 different faces for Sally, and each one had 11 different and unique expressions. Number 46, many of the film's sets required 20 to 30 lights to achieve its dramatic look. Number 47, the film sets may have been miniatures, but when they were being lit, they were given the same treatment as full-sized movie sets. Number 48, Jack is available in the game Little Big Planet 2 as a DLC costume. Number 49, when Jack Skellington rides his sled on Christmas Eve, there's a full moon out. This fact can be used to narrow down which year the film takes place in. Possibilities include 1950, 1958, 1969, 1977, and 1988. Not all of these years had full moons, but they were close enough to count. Number 50, there were 13 animators working on the film. Number 51, the film utilized 8 different camera crews. Number 52, the set of Halloween Town was designed to break into smaller pieces because the whole thing was too large to fit in one space all at once. So even though the individual pieces were tiny, the actual set of Halloween Town was massive. Number 53, each puppet for the film contains an armature, which allows for flexible movement. Number 54, in order to animate Jack blinking, different wedges would be shoved into his eyes. His blinks were 3 frames long. Number 55, Greg Olson, the film's set designer, built a quarter-scale mock-up of Halloween Town that served as a model for the actual set. Number 56, the film's set had trapdoors that allowed animators to pop up and animate from below the structures. Number 57, if even a single frame had an issue, the film's crew would have to start over and rephotograph the entire scene. That would be like today if working on a CGI film, a shot had a messed up thing and your computer just caught fire. Number 58, the film required a total of 230 sets. Number 59, the 230 sets were set up in 19 different sound stages. Number 60, when working on the songs for the film, Danny Elfman wasn't given a script. Instead, Tim Burton would describe scenes to him and Elfman would take over from there. Number 61, the film's crew included over 100 specially trained camera operators, puppet makers, set builders, and prop makers. Number 62, The Nightmare Before Christmas almost got made back in 1982. Disney was considering developing the concept into a short film or 30-minute TV special, but decided it was too weird. Number 63, they ended up reviving the project once they saw the success of Tim Burton's Beetlejuice and Batman films. Number 64, Jack Skellington actually makes his first appearance in Beetlejuice. You can spot his head on Beetlejuice's carnival hat. Number 65, Tim Burton was friends with Henry Selick and was the one who hired him to direct the film. Number 66, The Nightmare Before Christmas was Selick's directorial debut. Number 67, after The Nightmare Before Christmas, Selick went on to direct 2 more well-known stop-motion films, James and the Giant Peach and Coraline. Number 68, the visual style of the film's sets was inspired by the ink illustrations of Ronald Searle and Edward Gorey. Number 69, in the film's original ending, Oogie Boogie was going to be Dr. Finkelstein in disguise. This was changed before the film began shooting. Number 70, The Nightmare Before Christmas was only moderately successful at the box office. It only earned $50 million for its first theatrical run. Number 71, re-releases have pushed its box office total up to around $75 million. Number 72, Disney planned on building a Nightmare Before Christmas ride at Disneyland, next to the It's a Small World ride. Tim Burton, who owns a portion of the rights to the film's characters, supposedly shot down the idea. Number 73, if you want some more Jack Skellington in your life, watch James and the Giant Peach. He makes a cameo as a pirate skeleton. Number 74, you can also spot his shadow in The Princess and the Frog. Number 75, and if you watch Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland, he's been turned into the print on the Mad Hatter's bow tie. Number 76, the Pumpkin King can also be found on the yolk of an egg in Coraline. Number 77, in Burton's original designs for Jack Skellington, he wore an all-black suit. Selick is the one who added the white stripes to Jack's outfit. Number 78, on top of adding a fashionable twist to the character's clothes, the stripes also helped Jack stand out more against the film's other darker elements. In early camera tests, his black suit blended into Halloween Town a little too well. Number 79, animation and puppetry have a general rule that eyes are important to connect to viewers. Because of this, and also probably because missing eyeballs are a little terrifying, Disney insisted that Jack Skellington be given eyes, but Burton and Selick stood firm on their stance that he didn't need them, and they were right. I mean, not about the general principle, but they were right in this one decision. Eyes are actually really important. They're the windows to the soul. Number 80. Edward Ivory replaced Vincent Price as the voice of Santa Claus. He also replaced Patrick Stewart as the film's narrator. Number 81. Cut footage from the film revealed that creator Tim Burton was supposed to make a cameo. His decapitated head would have been used as a hockey puck by the ice-skating vampires instead of the jack-o'-lantern that appeared in the final version of the film. Number 82. They may have pulled their name off the film, but Disney still let Selleck and Burton work a hidden Mickey into the movie. When Jack's presents are attacking, there's a flying stuffed animal that's meant to be a Burtonized Mickey Mouse. The girl it attacks is wearing a Mickey-patterned nightgown, and her brother has Donald Duck-patterned PJs. Number 83. Behemoth's previously mentioned resemblance to Tor Johnson was included as a reference to Ed Wood's Plan 9 from Outer Space. Tim Burton was working on a biopic about the filmmaker that was in pre-production at the time. Number 84. Tim Burton is known for repeated collaborations, and the cast of The Nightmare Before Christmas is no exception. He brought on Catherine O'Hara and Glenn Shaddix, who he had worked with on Beetlejuice, and Paul Rubens, who he knew from Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Number 85. One deleted scene from the film would have featured Behemoth singing about pretty presents during making Christmas. Number 86. Another deleted scene had Oogie Boogie partying it up with the bugs that compose his innards. Number 87. Jack and Sally are both mentioned in the Blink-182 song I Miss You. The specific verse is, "The unsuspecting victim of darkness in the valley, we can live like Jack and Sally if we want." Number 88. The film's official soundtrack had an epilogue that wasn't included in the film. The epilogue reveals that many years later, Santa visited Jack in Halloween Town to find that the Pumpkin King had 4 or 5 skeleton children at hand. Sound like Jack and Sally sure got busy after the movie. Number 89. An early animation test made by Henry Selick had Jack voiced by the legendary voice actor Frank Welker. Number 90. Jack Skellington is the host of Disneyland's Halloween Screams fireworks show. Number 91. Amy Lee, the singer of Evanescence, has covered Sally's song. Number 92. The film's model artists would draw its designs with their non-dominant hands to help give it that unnerving kick. Number 93. The film's sets and costume designs were influenced by German Expressionism. Number 94. Caroline Thomas, the writer of the film's screenplay, has said that while Jack's dilemma gives The Nightmare Before Christmas its plot, Sally's gives it its heart. Number 95. Zero is definitely a ghost, but the movie seems to imply that he still needs to breathe. When he's shown sleeping in his basket, his chest moves up and down. Number 96. Oogie Boogie is meant to be one of the worst things you could get on Halloween, a sack full of bugs. Number 97. Despite the fact that he's the antagonist of the film, Tim Burton does not consider Oogie Boogie to be evil. Number 98. Santa's naughty or nice list was fabricated by using 2 very thin sheets of paper to sandwich a piece of aluminum foil. This enabled animators to keep it still but flexible. Number 99. The world of The Nightmare Before Christmas was included in the Disney Square Enix game Kingdom Hearts. Number 100. The PlayStation game Medieval is based on the visual style of The Nightmare Before Christmas. Number 101. Tim Burton did have plans to make a second movie tied to The Nightmare Before Christmas, but decided it would spoil the magic of the first movie. Its title would have been The Unlucky Clover, presumably about St. Patrick's Day. Number 102, obvious fact runner-up, Jack's last name is, of course, a play on the word skeleton. Number 103, the Jack Skellington puppets created for the film were made out of clay. Number 104, it was originally planned for Sally to have trouble walking, but animators scrapped the idea because she came off looking like she was drunk. Number 105, Lock, Shock, and Barrel's names are derived from the saying lock, stock, and barrel. Number 106, the trio were meant to emulate how actual children their age act. And finally, number 107, Tim Burton has said that although the title makes the film sound a little scary, I see The Nightmare Before Christmas as a positive story, without any truly bad characters. The characters are trying to do something good and just get a little mixed up.
Disney's initial thoughts to bring The Nightmare Before Christmas to life were brought on by the success of Tim Burton's original short entitled Vincent. Although Vincent was released 11 years prior to The Nightmare Before Christmas, Burton had already solidified the artistic trends that he would eventually carry on into The Nightmare, including German Expressionism. Our skeletal hero Jack can be seen in his earliest conceptual form in the animated short. He appears in the upper left-hand corner of the screen while Vincent reflects on the horrors he invented. Jack can also be seen as part of the gaggle of Vincent's horrors that swept his mad laugh laughter into terrified screams. Look for him again on the left side of the screen, minus his snazzy pinstripe jacket. Although Burton almost had Disney convinced to bring The Nightmare Before Christmas to life just after he created Vincent, he later stated that he hated working as a Disney animator because he couldn't even fake a Disney style. For someone who supposedly didn't fit the Disney mold, Burton has still been involved in a number of Disney films, from The Black Cauldron in 1985 to Alice in Wonderland to the anticipated 2019 remake of Dumbo. Burton explained that part of his leanings towards the works that examine the dead and spookier elements of our world has to do with where he grew up as a child. Burton lived in Southern California, and though death was not an easy topic to discuss with his own family, he cited the Hispanic culture of treating death as a celebration of one's life as inspiration for most of his work, including The Nightmare Before Christmas. As he got closer to getting the production greenlit from Disney, Burton brought on fellow Beetlejuice co-writer Michael McDowell to adapt his poem into a screenplay. Burton and McDowell experienced the creative differences throughout the creation of the screenplay, which ultimately resulted in the film being made into a musical and led Burton to seek out Danny Elfman for help writing the film's iconic songs. Pre-production for the film had its humble beginnings in Elfman's house, where he and Burton went over Burton's story ideas and drawings. Elfman then took those ideas and translated them into song over the course of about 3 days, and then the process began again. The pair continued in this way until they had 10 songs to work with. While working on the soundtrack, Elfman ensured the movie wasn't bound to a particular period by avoiding the usual musical trends that animated films tended to follow. He wanted the movie to remain timeless and an instant classic. Filming began on The Nightmare Before Christmas before the final screenplay had actually been developed. The crew could only wait so long because stop-motion animation is such a time-consuming process, and they started to work once Danny Elfman finished a majority of the film's songs. The first sequence the animators worked on was Jack's musical exploration of the customs of Christmastown called What's This? In order to create the feel of a living illustration on a physical set, the film's production design team covered the set in clay and then etched cross-hatched marks into clay all over the set. An oil-based clay is also provided in the mold that the film's 4 sculptors used to cast the entire, cast. The clay models allowed the sculptors to create plaster molds from their forms without tearing the mold. But clay wasn't the only type of model used in this film, of course. The stop-motion animators would often act out sequences with director Henry Selick to ensure that the characters' movements would seem as realistic as possible. Each movement of the puppets and cameras were run through at least 3 to 4 test shots before the final shot was allowed to be taken. Animators included the final layer to the nightmare with some select cartoon additions, such as the ghosts you see carrying Christmas packages over the town. Artists use a very familiar technique we've talked about often, rotoscoping, to trace the movements of the puppets frame by frame. The animators would then draw in the characters or effects around the puppets, and the 2 shots would be composited to create the final product you see on screen. Out of all of Burton's films, The Nightmare Before Christmas comes the closest to replicating Burton's own sketches of his own characters on screen. In fact, Burton first sketched Jack out while he was on the phone doodling. So yes, all those articles you read about how doodling is good for concentration were true. Jack was created as a result of Burton pondering the idea of making a main character with no eyeballs. Our bony hero's attempt to spread happiness through the world, but ultimately ending up frustrated by his failures, is something of a metaphor for how Burton felt about life when he was growing up. That you can say something, but the meaning would come out entirely wrong. The main inspiration for Halloween Town comes from the German silent horror film The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, which is often heralded as cinema's first true horror film. Halloween Town's holiday counterpart, Christmas Town, was meant to give off Dr. Seussian vibes, much like Whoville in the book How the Grinch Stole Christmas, one of the inspirations from The Nightmare Before Christmas. On the other hand, the real world, which we see Jack delivering Halloweenified Christmas presents, is very straight-laced and plain, which is representative of the world we, the audience, live in. Burton explained that the movie is something like watching The Grinch backwards, where Jack sees what Christmas is all about, loves it, and decides to replicate it for himself. Before working on stop motion for The Nightmare Before Christmas, Selick had experience doing stop motion animation for MTV, then for Pillsbury with 9 Pillsbury Doughboy commercials. So if you think you see a little bit of the giggling doughboy and Oogie's evil nature, well, you wouldn't be wrong. Because of his perfectionist streak, Selick actually refused to watch The Nightmare Before Christmas for several years after finishing work on the movie. The original opening for the movie, which never made it past storyboarding, started off with a calendar flipping all the way to Halloween, accompanied by a jack-o'-lantern. Viewers follow the camera as it goes through the pumpkin's eye and proceed with the title sequence. The scene in which Jack deliberates the meaning of Christmas on his chalkboard was cut slightly short by eliminating Jack's drawing of Sandy Claus turning monstrous when Jack spins the board around. Photos of the next deleted scene were used in promotional materials, but never made the final cut. The trio of devious kiddos, Lock, Shock, and Barrel all crowd into their elevator with snacks so they can watch Oogie get to work on Santa and Sally. However, Jack drops onto the elevator while the kids are inside, scaring them senseless before moving onto Oogie's territory to save the day. When Jack is alone in the graveyard lamenting his failures with Christmas, he was initially confronted by Santa at this point in the movie. The deleted scene contains a lot of differences from the actual movie, including Jack losing his Sandy Claus suit and Santa having a bit of an angry streak, among other variations. This same scene contains quite a few continuity errors, which is likely why it was cut out of the film. One of Selleck's favorite background characters in the movie is the Corpse Kid, the boy with his eyes sewn shut. According to Selleck, the Corpse Kid embodies the spirit of legendary Disney and Pixar screenwriter, storyboard director, animator, and voice actor Joe Ranft. Although a little on the strange side, the Corpse Kid, or Ethan as he's known in the trading card game, loves Christmas as much as any living kid would. Although Ranft did not voice the Skull Kid, he did voice Igor and served as storyboard supervisor as well. Of all the extremely complex characters in the film, Oogie Boogie actually proved to be the most challenging to bring to life on the silver screen. The scene in which Oogie is pulled apart and scatters his bug guts was only composed of 4 shots. However, it took an entire month to film due to the complexity of the puppet's movements. The clown with the tearaway face was supposed to be a lot creepier, complete with a bloody mess under its face. Jeffrey Katzenberg, former chairman at Walt Disney, shut the idea down while the film was in production. Selleck agreed to the change to the character, and the tearaway face reveals nothing more than a hollow space. The reason Danny Elfman related so well to Jack was due to his stint as a lead singer of his band Oingo Boingo. He likened the position of a lead singer to King of Halloween Town. It's widely known that Elfman also provided the singing voice for the Pumpkin King, along with creating all the film's musical numbers. However, Elfman was originally supposed to be the speaking voice for Jack too. Selleck actually didn't like Elfman's version of Jack's lines and voiced this opinion to Burton, resulting in the pair choosing Chris Sarandon for Jack's speaking parts. Elfman resented the decision so much that he refused to compose the score for Burton's next film, Ed Wood. The dynamic duo eventually made up over coffee in Kansas City, where Burton was filming Mars Attacks, and have been nothing but friendly ever since. Don Amiche, who you probably know best as the voice for Shadow in Homeward Bound, was almost cast as the voice for Santa, but his tone proved to be too grouchy for the Jolly Red Man. The role was also proposed to James Earl Jones, aka Mufasa. But he and Elfman reportedly wound up shouting at each other during their meeting. Ken Page, the voice of the villainous Oogie Boogie, ended up getting the role of Santa because he had the same attorney as Danny Elfman. The attorney told Elfman that he knew the perfect candidate for the type of singing voice he was looking for, a mix of Cab Calloway and Fats Waller, for the Oogie Boogie song, and the rest is history. Prior to his appearance in The Nightmare Before Christmas, Page held roles such as King Gator in All Dogs Go to Heaven and Darnell Watkins in Family Matters. Typically though, Page was on stage in theatrical productions, not in films. However, when Page auditioned and gave the character something of a blend between the Cowardly Lion of The Wizard of Oz and the demon from The Exorcist for a voice, Selleck and Elfman were sold on Page for the part. To this day, Page thoroughly enjoys singing Oogie's song and surprising kids with his line, "Well, well, well. What have we here?" Chris Sarandon, the speaking voice for Jack, stated that he loved working on the film, even though he did have a couple of parts he had to re-record after viewing the whole movie with Burton prior to its release. As an actor who had mostly worked in live-action films, Sarandon stated that for his role in an animated film, it was his responsibility to give Jack more amped-up emotional reactions to match the spectacular settings on screen. Sarandon also admits that, though he could have sung the parts for Jack and done alright, Elfman did a better job than he could have at the time. Selleck admitted that the title of the movie, Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, did upset him initially, as he felt that his efforts on the film weren't appropriately recognized. The title sequence had already been created, with the film's title spelled out in candy corn when Burton's name was added to the title about a month before the movie was released. Years later, Selleck had acknowledged that the decision to call the film Tim Burton's was likely a good marketing decision, as it pulled in an audience craving another Burton spectacular. Burton, on the other hand, was unsure about the decision to call the movie Tim Burton's, because he felt it identified his work as a brand name. The name change also distinguished the Disney film from the much scarier horror flick, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Of course, it's well known that this wasn't the only source of contention between Selleck and Burton during production. Plot-wise, Selleck wanted everything to be made right at the end of the movie, while Burton wasn't a fan of the shots of Santa saving the day. The final call came after Burton showed the movie to a group of his friends who insisted that he kept those feel-good moments in the movie. In 2006, when the film was up for re-release in 3D, Selleck was very apprehensive about the film's conversion, as Disney's initial foray into the realm of 3D was with the completely computer-generated movie Chicken Little. Burton was worried that because Nightmare was created with a series of photographs on flat film, the movie would end up looking like flat cutouts constantly zooming off the screen. Thank goodness it didn't. After seeing the final product, Selleck reported that he thoroughly enjoyed the 3D edition of his directorial debut. He reported that it warmed him to feel taken back to the sets that he and Burton created, and that it was a more immersive experience for the audiences. Burton also became a fan of 3D for the movie because he liked the texture that the effects gave the puppets and felt that it accentuated the fact that the film was a stop-motion production. Disney initially advertised the movie with the 3D lenticular poster, so that it's almost like the movie was meant to be in 3D anyway. The Nightmare Before Christmas was the first ever stop-motion film to be fully converted for your 3D viewing pleasures. 2006 also brought on a re-release of the film's soundtrack, accompanied by covers of several selections by Marilyn Manson, Fall Out Boy, Fiona Apple, She Wants Revenge, and Panic at the Disco. 4 demo versions of some of Elfman's original masterpieces were also included in the revamped soundtrack. In 2008, for the film's 15th anniversary, a new cover album was released entitled Nightmare Revisited. The album featured Flyleaf, All American Rejects, Rise Against, Korn, and Plain White Tees. Basically, it was your perfect 2000s cover album. The film has also since been released in 4D at the ultra-magical El Capitan Theater in Hollywood, with an October run of the film every year since 2010. During October, the El Capitan features some of the artwork and set pieces from the making of The Nightmare Before Christmas, as well as some ghost-free tours of the theater. The patrons who attend the film at El Capitan may also attend the Pumpkin King Dinner, which hosts such dishes such as blood punch and the Italian eyeball soup. A special event at the Hollywood Bowl called The Nightmare Before Christmas Live took the world by storm in recent years as well, with several familiar faces like Elfman, Catherine O'Hara, the voice of Sally and Shock, Paul Rubens, the voice of Locke, and Paige. Elfman, who was victim of stage fright just as much, if not more than, any regular guy, initially resisted the thought of performing live to any type of audience. It took a little encouragement from Helena Bonham Carter, who sang the parts for Sally that evening at the first ever live performance of Nightmare at the Royal Albert Hall, before Elfman overcame his fear for the sake of the audience. During the show, Elfman, O'Hara, and Rubens all worked together to provide the voices for Lock, Shock, and Barrel for Kidnap the Sandy Claus. For her performance of Sally's song, O'Hara's makeup includes a set of stitches on her neck to match her puppet counterpart. And if you hang around after the credits, you know, kind of like a Marvel movie, you might get a taste of Elfman's former band, Oingo Boingo. But don't get used to this type of performance occurring every year. In 2016, Elfman explained that he attempted yearly performances with Oingo Boingo for 15 years and hated being so predictable in his scheduling. Burton is a big fan of the Nightmare Before Christmas toys from Japan due to their texture and appearance, and has stated that he's impressed by their ability to almost be animated. Although the Nightmare Before Christmas has been included into the Haunted Mansion ride at Disneyland, Burton stated that he feels pretty conflicted about his character's presence on the ride, as the movie was never viewed as a special project by Disney during its creation. In the Haunted Mansion attraction, Jack takes on his Christmassy persona and causes holiday havoc throughout the duration of the ride. The alteration of the ride runs from September through December annually at Disneyland. Just 4 months out of the year. Plan your trip from now. Jack and company have made frequent appearances in Disney video games since their original appearance in Kingdom Hearts, beginning with Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. In the game, Jack, the ever-helpful hero, attempts to help Sora get his memory back. In Kingdom Hearts 358 Over 2 Days, Jack is once again looking for inspiration for Halloween Town and pays careful attention to Roxas's battles to look for that new stroke of genius. Kingdom Hearts 2 has Jack at it again, trying his hand at making Christmas one more time. His plans are thwarted by Lock, Shock, and Barrel, among many other mishaps caused by Maleficent. We also find out that Sora doesn't believe in Santa. The Nightmare Before Christmas was nominated for several awards when it was released, and did come away with a few wins. Of the major awards, the film was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Visual Effects and a Golden Globe for Best Original Score in a Motion Picture. The crew came away with 2 wins at the Academy of Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Horror, with Saturn Awards for Best Fantasy Film and Best Music. Selleck received an Annie Award for Best Individual Achievement for Creative Supervision in the field of animation. Deanne Taylor, art director for the film, also took away an Annie Award for Best Individual Achievement for Artistic Excellence in the field of animation. And finally, the film won the all-important Blimp Award for Favorite Movie at the Kids' Choice Awards in 1994. After 25 years, it looks like Nightmare will be getting a sequel after all, but it won't be a new movie. Tokyopop acquired licensing rights for The Nightmare Before Christmas and will be using those rights to produce the first new Nightmare Before Christmas comic series. Tokyopop announced the move in September 2017 at the Disney manga panel during New York Comic-Con, and said that they would publish the sequel in May 2018. The sequel is entitled The Nightmare Before Christmas: Zero's Journey. The comic will follow Jack's faithful ghost dog Zero as he becomes lost in Christmas Town. Once Jack discovers that Zero's missing, he puts Halloween on hold to search for his loyal companion. The sequel will be written by DJ Milky. Stu Levi, Tokyopop founder's pen name. Kei Ishiyama, author of Grimm's Manga Tales, is set to illustrate the comic. Kiyoshi Arai, whose profile includes works such as Final Fantasy VII and Night Cry, will design behind the comic's covers. The series will run initially as a traditional manga, with 20 issues total. It will read from right to left. Following the first run, the series will be available in full-color trade paperbacks, and in black and white manga volumes. It looks like some of the characters will be getting a little tune-up too, design-wise. For example, Zero's jack-o'-lantern nose is significantly more prominent. No need to look closely to spot that little secret. Tokyopop originally produced a manga adaptation of the film back in July 2005, with a hardcover version in 2016. The film had 24 frames per second, so each character had 24 poses for each second of the movie. The film as a whole had about 110,000 frames total.
Now that you're in the nightmarish mood, here's a theory to ponder until time immemorial. Sure, he's called the Pumpkin King, but who gave Jack Skellington that title? Was he born into it? Did he overthrow the Pumpkin Kingdom? Or maybe he just made it up? Let's find out, shall we? Is Jack Skellington not a king?
It's that time of the year again! Sure, Halloween might be long over, but when you're a fan of The Nightmare Before Christmas, your spooky fun can last all the way through to December. It's a multi-holiday movie, so go ahead and watch it on loop for 3 months straight. Enjoy yourself. But by your 200th viewing, let us know if you've ever asked yourself this one question. Why does Halloween Town have both a king and a mayor? People ask it. People ask it a lot. I'm Arielle with ChannelFrederator, and I'm here to clear things up because I might have an interesting explanation for you. What if I told you that Jack Skellington, the Pumpkin King, isn't a real king? What do you mean I can't wear this the whole video?
Let's start with this. Jack's title is the Pumpkin King, and he lives in a place called Halloween Town. He's the king of town, if you will. If there is a king, you're living in a monarchy. At the same time, Halloween Town has another authority figure, the mayor, an elected official. Now, we can end this conversation right away and talk about how Queen Elizabeth lives in London, a city with its own elected mayor, and how it's normal for them to coexist. Because, yeah, in real life, a kingdom is a country, and countries have lots of cities and towns within them with their own mayors. The original Nightmare Before Christmas poem actually refers to Jack's home as Halloween Land. So he could be the king of Halloween Land, but he happens to live in their capital, Halloween Town, like New York City, New York, New York, New York, Halloween, 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 Halloween. But alright, isn't that making things just a little complicated? This is a fairy tale. If your story's characters are a king, queen, prince, or princess, their home is usually a kingdom. And your visual of that kingdom they live in isn't a chunk of land on a map like a whole country, but it's presented as a recognizable city. I'm not saying that's the rule per se. You can have a complex setting, but this is just the simplest way of doing it. And simplicity is the key to our discussion today. The Nightmare Before Christmas is an incredibly simplistic film. If Jack were intended to be an actual king and these were his people, they would have put him in a kingdom, not a kingdom's capital city within a monarchy ruling alongside a mayor, whatever the hell I said earlier. No, Halloween Town isn't even a city. It couldn't be a capital. It is literally a town, a small town. It's one of those towns where everybody knows each other. Even you, as an audience member, will know everybody by the end of the film. Just take a look at the town meeting song. You recognize everybody in this room. That's how small the town is. Except for this guy in the back. He kind of creeps me out. What else steers him away from royalty? Well, how about the fact that nobody addresses him as king? Yes, he's called the Pumpkin King a few times, but it sounds more like a nickname more than anything. No one calls him Your Majesty, Your Highness, not even Sir, or Mr. Skellington. Everybody's on a super chill first name basis with him. They all call him Jack. What about his house? He lives in a house. It's a nice house and it's filled with nice things, but it's nothing that spectacular. It isn't a castle or a mansion. It looks around the same size as any of the other buildings. Not to mention it doesn't have any guards or security, no maids or servants. It's just him and his dog. A fancy bachelor pad. But I know what you guys have probably been asking the entire video so far. If he's not a king, why does he have that title in the first place? How did he get it? Why does everybody seem to absolutely worship him, depend on him, shower him with all this attention and praise? Why is he treated like a king when he is not a king? I have a theory. He is a king, but more like a homecoming king. Or better yet, a pageant king. I mean, just look at Jack. If it were a popularity contest, he has it in the bag. The townspeople are absolutely obsessed with him, and who could blame them? He's kind, positive, upbeat, caring, and charming. Friends with everyone, he's tall and handsome, he dresses well. And dude, he's fabulous. Seriously, play Yogi's Revenge on the PS2 or Xbox, watch his moveset, and tell me he doesn't have like 15 years of ballet training. They all look to him for advice to make their Halloweens perfect because he probably used to be some triple threat performer when he was alive, and he knows how to put on the best kind of show. Let's face it, he is the best thing that has ever happened to this town. He could win a beauty pageant, a personality contest, a talent contest, whatever. He is an all-around lovable guy. But this is Halloween, and what's really important is how scary he is. And the movie makes it clear that is what he's known for. That is what he does best. So what I think is that every year, Halloween Town holds some kind of pageant for participants to show how scary they are. And Jack has held the title as the Pumpkin King for a very long time because he wins every year with little to no competition, except for perhaps Oogie Boogie. As a matter of fact, that could be a decent explanation for why he and Jack hate each other so much. Yeah, Jack's a peppy and kind-hearted gentleman and Oogie's a loudmouth jerk.
A lovable loudmouth jerk.
So they obviously wouldn't click. But what if Oogie, the freaking boogeyman, used to be the scariest guy around? In real life, the boogeyman was a monster that, historically, many kids were terrified of for centuries. What if he was the Pumpkin King for a while? Then this skinny nobody just Sinead turns his way into the picture one Halloween and steals his fame and glory. Oogie would be pissed. Something kind of funny is that Oogie also has a big flamboyant personality, and they both seem to prioritize a good performance and presentation. Think about it, he and Jack are basically just rival theater kids fighting for the lead. Or in this case, the one who gets to ride in at the end of the parade as the big finale. Maybe the title's gone back and forth over the years, or maybe Oogie just can't beat Jack. The Pumpkin King is simply a title given to the winner of some kind of annual Halloween pageant, with the winner being the scariest of them all. So Jack might still be a king in a Princess and the Frog loophole sort of way, but not the kind of king you thought he was. Thinking back on the points I made earlier, with how Jack has settled into a small town, letting people address him by his first name, living in a small home with nobody working for him, he might just prefer a quieter, simple life. Maybe he doesn't feel like he has to live up to these expectations. Jack could just be a really cool and humble king. And like I said, it's not actually abnormal for a mayor to help run a town owned by a king, so Halloween Town, Halloween Land, or Halloween could definitely be a thing. That doesn't seem like enough though. Why would the movie make him a king if it was so drastically downplayed? I honestly think we might have this one. I think our theory makes a lot of sense. But hold on a second. Before I call this a victory, I did mention Oogie's Revenge earlier. It's been a while since I've played. Maybe I should give it a quick look and make sure I haven't missed any vital information. Yeah, I like being thorough with my research. Be right back. Well, damn it. So, Oogie's Revenge. It's a video game, but it's probably the closest thing you will ever get to a Nightmare Before Christmas sequel. If you're not a gamer, try looking up some playthrough videos or a cutscene movie on YouTube. It's a great game, but unfortunately, it looks like it has many elements that throw off everything that we talked about today. Yep. We have a debunker on our hands. The plot is that it's a year after the movie, Oogie's been sewn back up, and now he's out for, well, revenge. Pretty much when the game starts, he's already taken over Halloween Town, and we eventually learn that he's not stopping there. He's actually out to take over all of the holidays and become the 7 Holidays King. Here's the stinger. Right when you start playing, right in the first chapter, Oogie makes a town-wide announcement. He says,
"In place of Jack Skellington, yours truly is now the new ruler of Halloween Town."
Wow, Oogie, thanks for shutting us down right at the gate. The whole time, we've been trying to prove that Jack is actually not an official leader, and there it is. The theory just falls to pieces from there. The mayor gets put in a cage, but that's it, man. He's not the guy Oogie needed to take the town from. The town belongs to Jack. Jack is the king of the town. I suppose for all we know, the development team behind the game was part of the group of people who truly believed Jack was an actual monarch, despite all the information that works against the idea. And that's what they ended up rolling with. Is the game considered canon? I don't know. All I could find was this post online, without a source, mind you, that said it was. And while Tim Burton wasn't involved in making it, correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't see him in the credits, he was happy with it. So there's that. If it truly is canon, we've been busted. A debunked theory on Cartoon Conspiracy usually gets a rating of 0. But I don't know if a single non-creditable user post is enough of a reference for us to go by. So why don't we give it 1 lonely Oogie cockroach out of 5. I gotta admit, this was a conspiracy that I had on my mind for a long while, and I thought it would do better. I thought it would have more roaches, but they're all gone. My bugs. My bugs. My bugs. My bugs. My bugs. My bugs. What do you guys think? Were you convinced until I took Oogie's Revenge into consideration? Let us know in the comments if you believe this game is canon or not, because who knows, this theory could still have a fighting chance.
Keeping with our theme of creepy stop-motion movies that have stood the test of time, here's 107 Coraline facts you should know. I know this is controversial, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Which movie's better? Nightmare Before Christmas or Coraline? Let us know in the comments. If you've been watching our videos, you know that we cover a wide bunch of animated shows and movies, but they're usually on the lighter side concerning characters and story. Well, We wanted to change things up a little considering that Halloween was just around the corner and we didn't want to miss out on the fun. With that said, you better not be watching this alone in pitch black darkness, and in case you do get spooked, you can't say we didn't warn ya. And for those of you who love horror, you're gonna love this one. I'm Keegan with ChannelFrederator, and these are 107 facts about Coraline. Number 1. The movie is based on Neil Gaiman's novel of the same name, which tells the story of titular character Coraline discovering a parallel world to hers behind a secret door in her new home with a dark, sinister secret. Because this isn't Narnia, where everything looks like it came straight from a fantastical dream and every animal talks, though you might argue that there are some overlaps, but we'll let you be the judge of that. Number 2. The movie started to take on shape when its director Henry Selick met Neil Gaiman shortly after he had finished writing the book, and was invited to adapt it into a film. Number 3. Gaiman was a fan of Selick's work, who had history of directing stop-motion movies like The Nightmare Before Christmas, James and the Giant Peach, and Monkey Bone. Number 4. And that already tells you that this is a stop-motion feature, and the first project of this kind that had been produced by the stop-motion animation studio Laika, which would go on to produce a bunch of other stop-motion films like Paranorman, The Box Trolls, Kubo and the Two Strings, and more. Number 5. The movie's director, Henry Selick, joined Laika as a supervising director back when the studio was under its original name, Will Vinton Studios, when it was still struggling. Number 6. Because of this, the studio was forced to lay off several members of the crew and things weren't looking too good. Until Coraline. The movie ended up being a major success, receiving many award nominations and winning 3 Annie Awards for Best Music in an Animated Feature and Best Character Design and Production Design in a Feature Production. Number 7. Despite that, Selick left the studio in 2009, the year that the movie came out, due to an unsuccessful contract renegotiation, but Coraline's success story inspired the studio to shift gears to hone in more on stop-motion animation projects, resulting in more layoffs in its computer animation department. Number 8. The movie's score was composed by French composer Bruno Coulet, and marks his first score for an animated feature. He'd later go on to compose music for more animated projects, including Apple TV's Wolfwalkers. Number 9. While writing, Neil Gaiman was typing the name Caroline and along the way accidentally mistyped it as Coraline. The mistake eventually inspired the author into writing the novel Coraline. Number 10. Throughout the film, the neighbors call Coraline Caroline, much to her annoyance. By the end of the film, everyone gets her name right, possibly an allusion to the previous fact. Number 11. As is common for any film adaptation, the film expands on the contents of the novel and introduces the character Wyborn Wybe Lovat, who does not appear in the novel. He was created so Coraline would not have to talk to herself, and so she could have a friend her own age. Number 12. However, in the novel, Coraline is told about a family that used to live in the apartment complex she and her parents live in. That family's name was Lovat. Number 13. Initially, the film was going to be live action, and Dakota Fanning was actually going to physically portray Coraline. When it was decided instead to make a stop-motion animated film, Dakota was asked if she would still be interested in providing Coraline's voice. She said yes, as she thought it would be fun to do, and grew even more excited when she saw what Coraline was going to look like. Number 14. There are many key differences between Neil Gaiman's book and the movie. Most significantly, in the book, Coraline was much more suspicious and intelligent, and she could only go back and forth between the two worlds via the special door. In the movie, she is also shown just to wake up back at her real home without entering the door. Number 15. Coraline's parents had no names in the novel, whereas in the movie they were given the names Charlie and Mel. Number 16. Coraline was the first stop-motion animated feature to be shot entirely in 3D. To capture stereoscopy for the 3D release, the animators shot each frame from 2 slightly apart camera positions. Number 17. With Coraline, Laika became the first company to do a feature-length movie using replacement faces printed from a 3D printer. Instead of ink on paper, 3D printing uses a UV-sensitive resin and support material that is sprayed down in a layering process that builds objects in 3D space. Number 18. A total of 1,500 replacement faces were created for all of the characters in the film, each one of which had to be hand-sanded and hand-painted. Coraline alone had over 6,300 face replacements. Number 19. The film required more than 70 character fabricators, puppet wranglers, armaturists, mold makers, character painters, costume designers, and fabricators and hair and wig fabricators. If that sounds like a lot, that's because it is. Number 20. There were 28 identical puppets of Coraline used in the making of the movie. Each one took 10 individuals 3 to 4 months to construct. The main Coraline puppet stood 9.3 to 9.4 inches tall. Number 21. The number of animators involved would peak between 30 and 35, and an additional 250 technicians and digital designers, with an overall cooperation of up to 450 people working on the project. Number 22. During production, Leica Studios had students from the Art Institute of Portland help with the film in terms of sets and designs. Which makes sense, because if you're going to make a movie of this scale, you're gonna need all the help you can get. And since this is stop motion, you're gonna need an even bigger team than what would be needed for your usual animation feature. Number 23. On average, each animator completed anywhere from 2.22 to 6.52 seconds of footage per week. This translates to 90 to 100 seconds of overall finished animations each week. Number 24. Which is not a lot considering the movie had a runtime of 100 minutes. Selleck, who also wrote the script for the movie, initially told Gaiman that he estimated a 47-minute long movie. Number 25. The jumping mouse circus sequence had as many as 51 carefully choreographed mice on screen at once, each needing to be replaced with a slightly different mouse 12 times for each second of film. In the end, over 650 different mice, or 6,000 separate parts, were created, ranging in scales from 100 to 222%. Number 26. Completing the film involved over 500 people over 4 years, with 2 years of pre-production. Principal photography alone took 18 months. Number 27. Stop motion not only takes a long time, as we've established, and an absurd amount of patience, but also lots of space. The movie was staged in a 140,000 square foot warehouse in Oregon, with the stage divided into 50 units that were separated by black curtains. Each unit contained a different set that was in the process of being dressed, lit, rigged, or shot, amounting to nearly 150 slots for staging. Among the sets were 3 miniature Victorian mansions, a 42-foot apple orchard, and a model of Ashland, Oregon, including tiny details such as banners for the Oregon Shakespeare Festival. Number 28. Though not mentioned by name, the setting of the film is Ashland, Oregon, which is the state where Leica Entertainment is based. These stage performers and performances in the movie are references to the Oregon Shakespeare Festival held in Ashland. Number 29. The Pink Palace's address bears the same numbers as the nondescript warehouse where the film was produced. Number 30. Raking in over 124 million in theaters worldwide, Coraline is the 3rd highest grossing stop-motion film of all time, after Chicken Run and Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Number 31. A month before its release in February 2009, a video game based on the movie was released by D3 publisher and developer Papaya Studio. The game features characters' voice lines, but only 3 of the actors from the movie reprised their roles: Dakota Fanning as Coraline, Keith David as the cat, and Robert Bailey Jr. as Wyborn YB Lovat. Number 32. Neil Gaiman says that out of all of the film and television adaptations of his books, Coraline is his favorite. Number 33. Crew member Althea Chrome was hired specifically to knit miniature sweaters and other clothing for the puppet characters, sometimes using knitting needles as thin as human hair. Small garments like Coraline's gloves took anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months from conceptual design to finished product. Number 34. The art direction of the movie was inspired by the works of Japanese illustrator Tadahiro Uesugi, whom Selleck invited on board to become the movie's concept artist. Uesugi was initially hired for brief character work over a few weeks and eventually got a bigger role, working on the movie for over a year and being a big influence on the movie's contrasting color palette, which is muted in Coraline's real world and colorful in The Other World. Number 35. The Other Father has 2 different voice actors. John Hodgman provides his regular speaking voice, whereas John Linnell is the one that can be heard singing. Number 36. Linnell is part of the American alternative rock band They Might Be Giants, which is made up of him and bandmate John Flansburgh. The 2 provided the music for The Other Father's song, which was one of the 2 out of the 10 that they had written that was not cut. Number 37. The second song by the band can be heard in the movie's end credits. Number 38. The other mother is always humming one of the soundtrack songs while she cooks, among them the song Dreaming, which is the opening theme of the movie. Number 39. The choral pieces in the movie were sung by a children's choir in a nonsense language. The main soloist is coincidentally called Coraline. Number 40. As with any movie, you can't prevent scenes ending up on the cutting room floor. Among the deleted scenes was a scene in which Wybie tells Coraline that his grandmother's black, with the sweet ghost girl being his great aunt and Grandma Lovette's missing sister. There was also an altered version of the octopus facehugger scene in which Coraline's dad Charlie breaks wind after eating pizza, which was later changed into belching instead. Number 41. The latter of the two scenes actually remained in the movie, sort of. When Coraline's parents are tucking her into bed around the end of the movie, you can see a pizza stain on Charlie's shirt, likely a leftover from the deleted scene. This mistake was probably kept in because fixing it might have meant more effort than it was worth, especially in a stop-motion feature. Number 42. Even 12 years after its release, there's still new people discovering the movie for the first time with existing demand. American home video and music company Shout Factory released a new Blu-ray edition of the movie in 2021. Number 43. Coraline has also been made into a stage musical produced by MCC Theater in New York with music and lyrics by Stephen Merritt of the band The Magnetic Fields. Number 44. The movie has its own website, which comes with an interactive exploration game where the player can scroll through Coraline's world. In 2009, it won the Webby Award for Best Use of Animation or Motion Graphics. Number 45. The leaves in the scene where Coraline is returning to the well were created by spraying popcorn pink and cutting it up into little pieces. Number 46. Mr. Babinski is wearing the Russian Hero Medal for service at the Chernobyl nuclear disaster on April 26, 1986. The front reads participant in the cleanup campaign, and 4A3C indicates Chernobylskaya nuclear power plant. This medal is unique as it is the only medal in the world awarded for participation in a nuclear cleanup. Number 47. It's a popular theory that Mr. Babinski's skin color is a result of exposure to radioactivity, but according to the film's creators, his skin is blue from being outside in the cold all the time. Number 48. In the initial recording session, Dawn French played the role of Miss Spink and Jennifer Saunders played Miss Forcible. However, director Henry Selick wasn't satisfied with the results, so he had French and Saunders switch roles and re-record their parts. These second recordings were used in the film, which might explain why the characters resemble the actress who did not provide the voice. Number 49. The two members of the Ramft Bros moving company that moves Coraline's family into their home are named for brothers Jerome Ramft and Joe Ramft. Both brothers did work on Nightmare Before Christmas with director Henry Selick and also worked for Pixar Animation Studios. The mover at the front door who's given the $1 tip is modeled after Joe Ramft. Number 50. Near the end of the film, Coraline's father is seen reenacting the famous facehugger scene from Alien, using Coraline's stuffed squid. Number 51. The model of the father was based on Ted Raimi, brother of director and filmmaker Sam Raimi, who is best known for his Spider-Man trilogy starring Tobey Maguire. Number 52. When the other father is sadly playing one key on the piano, the sound is F sharp, but the key he's pressing is actually F. Number 53. The painting in the living room that Coraline calls boring, and that changes from the real world to the other world, resembles the work of artist Mark Ryden, who is known for bizarre imagery usually involving children. Number 54. The design of Coraline's ceiling as she dreams of the ghost children is reminiscent of Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. Number 55. The Detroit Zoo snow globe featured in the film contains a model of the Horace Rackham Memorial Fountain, or the Bear Fountain, sculpted by Corrado Parducci in 1939 as the centerpiece of the Detroit Zoo's reflecting pool. Number 56. Certain elements in the movie were made to look handcrafted. The flames were done with traditional animation and painted digitally, and the fog was dry ice. The snow was made from superglue and baking soda. Number 57. 1,300 square feet of fake fur was applied to stand in for live and dead grass. Number 58. Despite all the detail work, mistakes still happen. One such mistake occurs in the scene right before Coraline discovers the door. She drops her notebook, and in one frame you can see the wires holding it up. Number 59. When the other world begins to disintegrate, in the beginning the metal stairs leading up to the apartment of the other Babinski are missing, but they reappear shortly after. Number 60. The Fantastical Garden was the most complex set created for the film, featuring hundreds of handcrafted flowers, most of which had their own individual light sources. Number 61. All of the prominent plants seen in the other mother's beautiful garden are the same as the seed packets Coraline had aligned on the real-world windowsill near the beginning of the film, in the scene where she tells her real mother that she wants things growing when her friends come to visit. Number 62. The family photo of Coraline and her parents shows her hair with brown rather than her usual blue, implying that Coraline has dyed her hair before moving to the Pink Palace. Number 63. The Coraline puppet used for filming had 42 different wigs. Her hair was a special blend of 3 colors and was made of everyday hair products that included Got2b glued hair cement and Garnier Fructis texture paste. Number 64. On the back of the moving van there is graffiti on the bottom right corner that reads "Stop Mo Rules." Stop Mo is short for stop motion. Number 65. The source novel is set in Neil Gaiman's native home of England. Although the film was altered to take place in the United States, voice actors Don French, Jennifer Saunders, and Ian McShane are all English. Number 66. The original sweater the design team had designed for Coraline's father sported a big maize and blue University of Michigan logo. However, producer Bill Mechanic decided to change the design in favor of his alma mater, Michigan State. Number 67. The red lighthouse in one of the snow globes that Coraline places on the shelf was modeled after Big Red, the lighthouse at the Holland State Park in Holland, Michigan. Number 68. When Coraline sees her friends in her photo from Michigan, she exclaims, "My best trolls." The word troll is a common Michigan nickname for someone who lives in the Lower Peninsula. Number 69. Coraline is left-handed, as shown when she's writing down random things while exploring the house. Number 70. In a deleted portion of the table scene where Coraline's real father sings to her, he laments, "I think I have a virus." Coraline's father is voiced by John Hodgman, perhaps more famously known as PC in Apple's I'm a Mac advertisements, where he often complains of being susceptible to viruses. Number 71. At different points in the film, Coraline is seen wearing a black Baker Boy hat with a symbol of a lotus flower on the front. In Greek mythology, the Lotus Eaters were a group of people that lived on an island dominated by a lotus tree. When the inhabitants ate the lotuses, they would completely forget their home and loved ones, and would want only to stay with their fellow Lotus Eaters, a theme that runs throughout the course of the movie. Number 72. Coraline is seen using a Leica M3 camera, the name of which is based on the movie's animation studio, Leica. Number 73. Coraline's parents drive a Volkswagen Beetle. The Leica studio where they produced and filmed the movie is located directly across the street from the Beaverton, Oregon Volkswagen corporate office. Number 74. The car model is also a nod to insects, many examples of which are seen throughout the film. The wallpaper in the living room of the Pink Palace is covered in beetle shapes that blend into the otherwise subtle floral design. Number 75. During the meal with the other mother, the welcome home cake features a double loop on the O in home, but not in welcome. According to Graphology, a double loop on a lowercase o means that the person who wrote it is lying. There is only one double loop, meaning that she's welcome, but she is not home, implying the other mother is lying. Number 76. The other mother's name, Beldam, is an archaic word meaning malicious and ugly woman, which perfectly describes the other mother. In many stories, a beldam closely resembles a spider and lures children into her home with candy and treats, only to trap them inside of a cobweb and liquefy their innards with venom. In other variations, beldam just traps kids in her home and eats them, which can be found in the movie's plot. Just because you're adapting a children's book into film doesn't mean you can't borrow from other books, after all. Number 77. Towards the end of the movie, Coraline's real mother puts away a toy tank. The tank closely resembles the first ever tank, the British Mark I, nicknamed Mother. Number 78. During the first scene set in Coraline's bedroom, you can see that the photo frame containing the photo of her friends from back home is set on a stand in the shape of a praying mantis. This links to the praying mantis tractor that the other father drives later on. Number 79. Despite being Russian, the flag hanging outside of Mr. Babinski's apartment resembles the Montenegro flag. Number 80. Partway through the credits, behind-the-scenes footage of the mice swirling around the portal is shown, giving a look at the process of animating in front of the blue screen. Number 81. At the very end of the credits, the words, "For those in the know, jerkwad," appear on screen. This is a clue that could be used on the Coraline website in order to get an entry into a contest that ran during the movie's US theatrical run. Number 82. As Coraline explores the house, the shower scene from the movie Psycho is referenced as she pulls back the shower curtain and stabbing music plays. Number 83. The back of the chair where Coraline's doll sits features a small flower-shaped pattern. This small design is nearly identical to the one on the back of Jack Torrance's chair in The Shining, seen during one of his all-work and no-play writing sessions. Number 84. The movie has a bunch of references linked to director and writer Henry Selick. Number 85. The most obvious one is the face on the dollar bill given to the mover for a tip, showing the face of Henry Selick. Filmmakers will never run out of ideas to self-insert themselves into their projects. Number 86. Coraline's other father wears monkey slippers that resemble monkey bone, which was directed by Henry Selick. Number 87. When Coraline returns to the other world on the second night, she finds the other mother cooking dinner breakfast. The other mother cracks an egg, and the yolk is the head of Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas, which Selick also directed. Number 88. Henry Selick's son, George Selick, voiced one of the ghost children. Number 89. His other son, Harry, stepped in and provided the voice of Coraline's friend in Michigan, who spoke to her and can be seen in the picture frame. Number 90. The black hat that Coraline took from her suitcase and is seen wearing at one point in the movie is a Japanese schoolboy hat. The hat was based on a similar looking one that director Henry Selick had found for his son, who had no interest in it, and for some reason decided to give Coraline the same storyline, but he changed the ending because unlike his son, Coraline decides to wear the hat. I'm sure there are pseudo-psychoanalysts out there who will interpret this as parental projection, but that would go beyond the scope of this video. We found this one so strange that we kept it in. Number 91. When Miss Spink and Miss Forcible are introduced, we see framed placards of two shows they were in. These shows' titles being a play on real existing plays by Shakespeare. The play Julius Sees Her is based on Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, and the less clever spoof of King Lear is named after the play King Lear. Number 92. The Shakespeare references don't end there. During a trapeze act in the other world, Miss Spink and Miss Forcible quote from Shakespeare's Hamlet. The words they speak are part of a speech that Hamlet gives to a pair of courtiers. Number 93. The doormat of Miss Spink's and Miss Forcible's says no whistling in the house. Whistling in a theater is considered bad luck. Number 94. While other Miss Spink is recreating the painting Ulysses and the Sirens by Herbert James Draper, which depicts a scene from the Greek myth, other Miss Forcible is recreating The Birth of Venus by Sandro Botticelli, which shows the birth of the Roman goddess Venus. Number 95. There are 248 Scotty dogs, or Scottish Terriers, in the audience with Coraline and Wybie watching the stage performance. Number 96. The sweater that the other mother makes Coraline is a reference to the story Wybie tells Coraline about falling into the well and seeing a sky full of stars in the middle of the day. Coraline is in a situation that is seemingly plain as day, yet her sweater represents being trapped in a situation much like being trapped in a well. Number 97. The strange object that Miss Spink and Miss Forcible give Coraline on her second visit to their apartment is an adderstone. According to European mythology, adderstones have magical powers, such as the ability to reveal witch disguises and traps by looking through the middle of the stone. Coraline does just this in the other world to find the ghost children's real eyes. Number 98. In the lightning strike scene, a lightning bolt in the shape of Beldam's true hand is visible. A little while later, when Coraline first goes to the actress's apartment downstairs, they read her tea leaves and see the hand once again. Miss Spink states that the hand means danger. Both of these scenes foreshadow the other mother's true nature. Number 99. This is also the case when the other father is singing his song to Coraline. He is attached to gloves which control what he does and makes him play the piano like a puppet. This mirrors the fact that the beldam is in control of the other father and uses him like a puppet to lure Coraline into her false world. Number 100. If you pay attention to the song itself, the lyrics seem unobtrusive, when in reality he's warning Coraline about the other mother's motive. Number 101. At the end of the movie, as the camera zooms out from everyone in the garden, we can see the landscaping resembling Other Mother's true face as opposed to Coraline's like it was in the Other World. Number 102. The 3 wonders the Other Mother makes for Coraline are references to the real world, as are what the other people become when the other world starts to fall apart. The other father becomes a pumpkin in the garden, a reference to the real father's job. The other Babinski simply becomes rats in a costume, a reference to the real Babinski's jumping mice, and the other Spink and other Forcible are represented as candy, reference to the real Spink and Forcible's taffy collection. Number 103. There are various little hints in the movie's background implying the fate of the missing children that had once lived in the Pink Palace. Most notably, there was the introductory scene of the doll resembling the ghost girl who was Grandma Lovat's missing sister. Number 104. There was also the painfully boring portrait Coraline discovers portraying an Edwardian-looking little boy eating an ice cream cone, resembling one of the other ghosts, and the silhouettes of the 3 ghost children are seen on the wall of the dining room in the other world as well. Number 105. The well that Coraline finds during her exploration of the Pink Palace is located in what resembles a fairy ring, which is a folkloric symbol indicating the presence of fairies. Stepping on or trespassing in the ring is said to come with bad consequences. Sometimes they can be linked with good fortune, such as a person being allowed to interact with and enjoy the company of fairies for a night. In the film, Coraline experiences both the good and the bad consequences of stepping in the fairy ring. At first, she's allowed to enjoy the pleasures of the other world, but soon she's in danger of being trapped there forever unless she fixes both her mistakes and the mistakes of the children who came before her. Number 106. There's only one major scene that occurs outside of the Pink Palace, which is when Coraline and her mom drop off Charlie and then proceed to go shopping for school uniforms. Producers originally wanted to get rid of the scene because they didn't like how it took them outside of the world that was created at the Pink Palace. However, director Henry Selick insisted on keeping the scene as it was. It was important to Selick to keep it because it was one of the final moments that Coraline and her mom have with each other before Coraline's parents go missing. The scene added a tension that was needed at that point in the movie, which the producers then realized after seeing the completed product. Number 107. In 2015, Laika held an auction called The Art of Laika, where the studio auctioned off various puppets and other pieces of material, such as set pieces and props that were used in their movies. The studio sold more than 250 items, generating more than $1 million in sales. Against expectations, the puppet of the Other Mother was the top seller and went for $50,000, and the puppet of Coraline in her blue sweater sold for about $24,000. Next up is a movie that's just as jam-packed with monsters as it is with laughs. Hotel Transylvania. Heck, there's even some romance in there, along with some sweet, sweet tunes. Grab your fangs, it's time for 107 Hotel Transylvania facts you should know.
It's one of the creepiest hotels in all of existence, and the patrons are just dying to get in. My name is Tim, and today at ChannelFrederator, we're counting down 107 facts about Hotel Transylvania. Let's get started. Number 1. Hotel Transylvania was the 19th highest grossing film of 2012. In case you were wondering, number 1 was The Avengers, which basically printed money. Number 2. It was the feature film directing debut of Genndy Tartakovsky, known for creating shows like Dexter's Laboratory, Samurai Jack, and Star Wars: The Clone Wars. Number 3. Dracula is voiced by none other than Adam Sandler. Number 4. Dracula's wife, Martha, is voiced by Adam Sandler's wife, Jackie Sandler. Number 5. And the infant version of Mavis is voiced by Adam Sandler's daughter, Sadie Sandler, keeping family inside the family. Number 6. The werewolf pup, Winnie, is also voiced by Sadie Sandler. Number 7. The film's commentary track reveals that the town seen at the end of the film, where the fair takes place, is loosely based on a real-world town known as Sighisoara. Sighisoara is located in Romania and is known as the birthplace of Vlad the Impaler, the real-life Count Dracula. Number 8. The license plate on Dracula's hearse is in Romanian. Number 9. If you take a look around Mavis's room, you'll notice a poster on her wall that closely resembles her voice actress, Selena Gomez. It's a lot like the poster of Selena Gomez that I have. Is that creepy? Number 10. At Mavis's birthday party, the label on the record seen on the turntable says, "Oh, Who Said So?" sung by Mr. Charles Penrose. This is actually the name of a real record from the pre-World War I era. Number 11. Several of the film's characters were designed to resemble their voice actors. Number 12. Hotel Transylvania was released on September 28th, which is actually World Rabies Day. What is World Rabies Day? Are we celebrating The disease or awareness of it? Number 13, Hotel Transylvania was Adam Sandler's second role in an animated feature film. The first was 8 Crazy Nights in 2002. Number 14, an early version of the story included a musical number for Murray. He was going to sing and dance alongside his sidekicks, the Mamettes. Presumably they couldn't get the rights to the Monster Mash in time. Number 15, Hotel Transylvania began development in 2006 with Anthony Stocki and David Weiss attached to direct. Then in 2008, Jill Colton took over as director. In 2010, the directing position was handed off to Chris Jenkins and Tom Wilderman before finally being given to Genndy Tartakovsky in February 2011. Number 16, Miley Cyrus was cast to play Mavis but dropped out of the role to focus on other projects. Dracula's daughter ended up being voiced by another Disney child star, Selena Gomez. Number 17, due to his arrest, CeeLo Green will not be reprising his role as the voice of Murray the Mummy in Hotel Transylvania 2. Keegan-Michael Key will be taking over the role. Number 18, in the second film, Mel Brooks will be voicing Dracula's father, Vlad. Ironic because Brooks directed the 1995 comedy film Dracula, Dead and Loving It. Number 19, Hotel Transylvania 2 will be the first feature animated sequel directed by Genndy Tartakovsky. Number 20, this film will be the 10th time Adam Sandler and Kevin James have acted alongside one another if you count film and television. Number 21, for the year 2015 alone, the film will be their second performance together. Number 22, Hotel Transylvania 2 is Kevin James' fourth animated film. He's previously been in Monster House, Barnyard, and the original Hotel Transylvania. Number 23, the film is Adam Sandler and Keegan-Michael Key's second collaboration. Their first was the 2011 film Just Go With It. Number 24, Hotel Transylvania was made on a budget of $85 million, which might be more than buying an actual hotel in actual Transylvania. Number 25, upon its release, it set a record for highest grossing September opening weekend ever. Number 26, Hotel Transylvania was nominated for a Golden Globe for Best Animated Feature Film. Number 27, Mavis turns 118 in the first film. That makes her 97 years older than the 21-year-old Jonathan. She looks good for 118. Number 28, Mavis's birthday is September 28th. That makes her a Libra. Number 29, after taking over as director of the film, Genndy Tartakovsky rewrote the script in less than a year. Number 30, Hotel Transylvania premiered on September 8th, 2012 at the Toronto International Film Festival. Number 31, when Dracula is heading to Mavis's room in the first film, he walks past room 174. Pretty weird when you notice that the room belonging to Mavis is also room 174. Did he just accidentally pass it once? Maybe it's like the Flintstones, you just keep running past the same tiles. Number 32, when Johnny romantically shows Mavis the sunrise by having her stay in his shadow, it doesn't really make sense. If your whole body was in the shadow of an object, you wouldn't be able to see the light source. The sun is shown being reflected in the dead center of Mavis's eyes, which means that the sunlight would be touching her, which means she should be sizzling to a crisp. Number 33, when the characters are playing bingo, something is amiss. The bingo lady calls out numbers and they stamp in the wrong place. For example, when she calls out N27, Eunice stamps I27, which in fairness, actual bingo cards should only have certain letters be available in certain columns. This is another thing that I care deeply about. Number 34, the Sony leaks revealed that for Hotel Transylvania 2, Genndy Tartakovsky had to work around the Sandler camp's multiple notes. Former Sony animation chief Bob Osher referred to Tartakovsky as an amazing trooper and mentioned that the director had even received notes on his animation choices. Number 35, Sony had to follow strict rules when it came to character designs due to various trademark and copyright issues with Universal Studios. Dracula's cape couldn't be red, and he couldn't have Bela Lugosi's pronounced widow's peak. Number 36, in the film, garlic causes Dracula's throat to swell. Number 37, unlike some other portrayals of vampires, Hotel Transylvania's bloodsuckers burn gradually in the sun rather than instantaneously. Number 38, sun damage to Dracula's bat form is still there when he transforms back into his human form. It affects both his body and clothing, which is interesting because his bat self is definitely naked. Number 39, Dracula is able to quickly heal injuries and damage to his clothing. I still don't get the clothing part. Are his clothes part of the body? Are they alive? Number 40, Dracula has the power of hypnosis, but it's not hard to avoid. It's ineffective if you're wearing contact lenses. Number 41, speaking of contact lenses, Jonathan removing his is the most disgusting thing Dracula's ever seen. Number 42, don't think you can avoid Dracula's gaze with any old clear surface in front of your eyes though. He could still hypnotize that airplane pilot through the glass. glass. Contact lenses? No. Glass? Yes. Number 43. It seems that between the first and second films, Dracula's finally learned how to use a cell phone. Congrats. Number 44. No need to get nervous around Dracula. He doesn't drink real blood, just substitute blood. Number 45. Dracula mentions that Mavis's 118th birthday will be bigger than her sweet 116th and her bat mitzvah. Or is it bat mitzvah in this case? Number 46. Mavis's favorite foods are worm cakes and scream cheese. It's a gluten-free diet. Number 47. And she's great at sewing. Whoa, we are going to take a quick break from the facts so that I can tell you about a new show that we have coming out, which will be connecting cartoons with each other. So this coming week, we'll be connecting Adventure Time with Gravity Falls, and showing you some of the neat personnel and ideas that got intermixed and mingled. It should be really cool, and you should check it out. And now, back to the facts. Number 48. The name Mavis originates from the 1895 novel The Sorrow of Satan by Marie Corelli. The first Hotel Transylvania movie starts off in 1895. Coincidence? Personally, I thought the name Mavis originated with Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. Number 49. Mavis must love viral diseases because she says holy rabies 4 times in the first film.
Holy rabies! Holy rabies!
Maybe she just wants the movie to go viral. Number 50. If you find the music in the film catchy, you have Mark Mothersbaugh to thank because he wrote the soundtrack. Know what else he wrote? Everything is Awesome from the Lego Movie. Number 51. Genndy Tartakovsky has been open about the fact that he only took on the job of directing the film because he needed work after the cancellation of his series, Symbionic Titan. Don't get him wrong though, he's pleased with how Hotel Transylvania came out and excited for the sequel. Number 52. Yeah, the film started development in 2006, but it was actually first pitched all the way back in 2002. That's a whole 10 years before it was released. Number 53. Genndy Tartakovsky is a man of many talents. After he took over as director of the film, he not only had to rewrite it in less than a year, he also had to redesign the characters and resupervise the animation. All in a day's work for one of the greatest legends in animation. Number 54. At one point in the film's development, Jonathan was going to be the final descendant of Abraham Van Helsing, the arch-enemy of Dracula. Number 55. Early promotions of the film described Jonathan as Simon Van Helsing, a monster hunter who would fall in love with a vampire. The name is a combination of Simon Belmont from the Castlevania video game series and Van Helsing from the original Dracula. Number 56. For the design of Dennis in the second film, creators decided to mesh together one major trait from Jonathan and one from Mavis. They went for Jonathan's hair and Mavis's eyes. They kind of wound up with Conan O'Brien when they did that. Number 57. The jump tower that can be seen in the trailer for the second film is meant to be about 500 feet tall and 600 years old. This sounds like the beginning of a math problem that I had in algebra. Number 58. Dracula also jumped off the tower when he was a wee vampire, but it hasn't been upkept in hundreds of years and is now rickety and uneven. Not really something I'd recommend bringing your grandson on.
Go!
Number 59. As creators worked on the design of the jump tower, they also had to design how it would come apart once it fell, keeping each piece of the structure in mind. Number 60. The second film is set in a camp deep, deep, deep in the mountains of Transylvania. Production designer Mike Kurinsky decided on the location of a crevice in the mountains after thinking over where a camp for monsters could remain undiscovered for years and years. My question is, why do the monsters have to be hidden? The monsters on Sesame Street coexist peacefully with humans. Number 61. The camp also had to be placed somewhere with no sunlight, pushing it deeper into the mountains. Number 62. Originally, when designing the main house of the camp, Mike Kurinsky went for making it appear gothic and like an old-school haunted house. Number 63. Genndy Tartakovsky suggested that the main house be more of a one-story ranch house made of logs. Number 64. The final version of the main house ended up being a fusion of the two versions. Number 65. On the bulletin board scene when Frank is running around on fire in the trailer, one of the sheets of paper is a T-Mouse sign-up sheet. The names on it are a list of every artist on the film's visual development team. Number 66. There's also a flower identification chart, which has the name of production designer Mike Kurinsky's cat on it. Number 67. Mike Kurinsky pointed out that everything on the film had to be designed down to the smallest details. Rocks, bushes, trees, flags, marshmallow sticks, you name it, artist designed it. Number 68, Mavis was homeschooled. Or was she hotel schooled? Number 69, Jonathan's name is likely an homage to the protagonist of Bram Stoker's Dracula, Jonathan Harker. Although, can we really call him the protagonist? Everybody roots for Dracula. Number 70, Jonathan has a multitude of patches on his backpack that implied he's traveled to France, Spain, the UK, Hungary, Denmark, Germany, Greece, Romania, and Mexico. Number 71, he also has a miniature flag from Ireland. Number 72, Jonathan is big on music. From the first movie, it's revealed that he listens to Dave Matthews and Slipknot. I assume that to get along with Dracula, he'd have to learn to like pipe organ music a lot more. Number 73, Jonathan has 6 brothers and grew up sharing a room with them. Number 74, trailers don't necessarily match their films. In the first trailer for the original movie, Jonathan enters the hotel and says, "Hello?" Dracula is shocked and exclaims, "A human!" Then Jonathan says, "What is this place?" In the actual clip, the animation all remains the same, but the characters don't say anything until Jonathan is trapped in the hotel's revolving door. Number 75, judging by Mavis's 118th birthday present from her mother, Martha was a skilled artist and poet. Number 76, a deleted scene from the prologue of the original film shows the first meeting between Martha and Dracula, and follows their lives until the birth of Mavis. Number 77, though they're on posters and merchandise for the film, werewolf pups Wally and Wilbur never appear in Hotel Transylvania, but they're adorable, so we let them be on merch. That's okay. Number 78, some of the werewolf pups wear shirts with the circle A symbol, which is associated with anarchy and punk imagery. Number 79, director Genndy Tartakovsky has revealed that at one time, Griffin wore a more complete outfit, but we stripped him of his clothing to have more fun. It's hard to imagine you can articulate so much with so little until you try it. But what would Griffin have worn? According to designer Carter Goodrick, when Griffin was more fully attired, I envisioned him in a 1970s disco vibe, complete with gold chains and a toupee. Number 80, another idea that was scrapped during the film's development was Griffin being the hotel's bartender. He was going to serve cocktail concoctions and quips.
A little slow tonight, isn't it?
Number 81, though he's invisible, Griffin has said himself that he has red curly hair. Number 82, Griffin can play the drums. Like most drummers, he's unfairly cast out of the spotlight. Number 83, on the film's official website, there was an audio clip of Wanda saying, "Oh, Wayne, they're just marking their territory." This line wasn't said in the film, which is lucky for Dracula because it sounds like the hotel would have been a mess. Number 84, director Genndy Tartakovsky has revealed that scenes shown in the film's teaser trailer will play out differently in the actual film. For example, the jump tower crashing down was made as one dramatic shot in the teaser, which isn't how it plays out on the big screen. Number 85, trademark and copyright issues with Universal Studios also set rules for Sony to follow on Frankenstein's appearance. According to the list of criteria the studio needed to follow, Frankenstein couldn't be green or have electrodes on his neck. What if they were Pokemon electrodes? That would be a whole different set of issues. Number 86, producer Michelle Murdoka said that to get around the limitations, we tried bolts on his temples, we tried light bulbs on his neck. Nothing would get by, so we went without bolts and we made him blue. Number 87, Frankenstein's fear of fire is a reference to Universal Studios' 1931 film Frankenstein.
Fire bad, we know.
Number 88, the first film was accompanied by a traditionally animated short titled Goodnight Mr. Foot in some screenings. Written and directed by Genndy Tartakovsky, it featured the character Bigfoot from the film. But if you missed it in theaters, no worries because it was included on the film's DVD and Blu-ray releases. Number 89, Goodnight Mr. Foot was also animated by Genndy Tartakovsky with the help of Rough Draft Studios. What can't the man do? The short was created by Tartakovsky in just 4 weeks during Hotel Transylvania's final production stages. Number 90, the short was animated in the style of Bob Clampett, Tex Avery, and Chuck Jones. Also animation legends, in case you didn't know that. Number 91, a television series based on Hotel Transylvania focusing on the teenage years of Mavis and her friends will air in early 2017. It was developed and produced by Canadian entertainment company Nelvana in partnership with Sony Pictures Animation. Number 92, fans of the American girl group Fifth Harmony rejoice. The group recorded a song for Hotel Transylvania 2 titled I'm in Love with a Monster. It was featured in the film's trailer. Number 93, Esmeralda the Rat from the first film is, of course, named after the beautiful gypsy street dancer from Victor Hugo's novel The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Number 94, Quasimodo, the antagonist of the first film, is played by John Lovitz who is known for his roles as Artie Ziff in The Simpsons and Calico from the first Cats and Dogs film. It's rumored that Quasimodo will be a secondary antagonist of Hotel Transylvania 2, but only time will tell. Number 95. Pronunciation is not Quasimodo's strong point. Throughout the entire first film, he incorrectly calls his pet rat Esmeralda instead of Esmeralda. Number 96. Much like her husband, Eunice was subject to strict rules on her appearance as well due to trademark and copyright issues with Universal Studios. For example, she couldn't be called the Bride of Frankenstein and couldn't have the bride's trademark white lightning bolt hair streaks. Murdoka said it could not be a lightning bolt, so we made it a streak. There couldn't be two of them, so we made it one. Number 97. Hotel Transylvania 2 will include a new character, Dracula's father, Vlad, based on Vlad the Impaler, a prince of Wallachia who served as the inspiration for Count Dracula. Number 98. Steve was named after Steve Andrews, the protagonist of the 1958 film The Blob. Number 99. Due to trademark issues, Steve is green instead of red, like the creature from The Blob. Number 100. In Hotel Transylvania 2, Steve has been renamed Blobby. Number 101. Blobby knows how to drive a moped. Number 102. Here's a few facts about the hotel itself. 2 popular dishes on the menu: deviled lizard eggs and worm cakes. Number 103, Blood Beaters, a bagel, and screen cheese will only cost you $5. That's a steal. Number 104, don't go looking in your phone book for the hotel's number. I know you'd kill for a reservation, but it's unlisted because they only take calls from the dead. Number 105, get your ghoul face on because Hotel Transylvania 2 is hitting theaters on September 25th, 2015. Number 106, the hotel doesn't need doorbells because it has shrunken talking heads. And finally, number 107, Hotel Transylvania is on TripAdvisor and it has rave reviews. Seriously though, check out the page because there's some really funny stuff.
Rev up that huge Technicolor van, we've got ghosts, ghouls, goblins, and more to catch. They would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Halloween simply isn't Halloween without Mystery Inc., which is why we've included 107 Scooby-Doo facts you should know. Heck, we're even gonna follow it up with 7 facts about Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. Revel in the nostalgia, just don't get lost in it.
Number 1. Scooby-Doo was created by Joe Ruby and Ken Spears under Hanna-Barbera Animation Studios. They also wrote for the cartoon cult classic Space Ghost. Number 2. Hanna-Barbera is famous for numerous cartoon classics, including The Flintstones, Yogi Bear, The Smurfs, and Tom and Jerry. Number 3. Scooby's full name is Scoobert Scooby-Doo. Ruby and Spears don't even remember where the name came from, but ultimately they didn't want the name Scoobert affiliated with Scooby. And rightfully so, because Scoobert sounds way too proper for Scooby-Doo, right? Like the Scoobert, old boy, old chap. It seems that there's a mystery afoot. Make haste to the mystery machine, for we've got to solve this riddle. Number 4. Shaggy's full name is Norville Shaggy Rogers. Shaggy came first, and the formal name of Norville came later on during development of the show. Number 5. The 3 other main characters' full names are Fred Herman Jones, Daphne Blake, and Velma Dace Dinkley. Number 6. Scooby's original name was Too Much. It was taken from the saying, "That's just too much," which was a popular catchphrase at the time. Number 7. Scooby's name was inspired by Frank Sinatra. The name was taken from an ad-lib scat in Frank Sinatra's rendition of Strangers in the Night. The song was overheard by CBS executive Fred Silverman, and he suggested the producers change the name from Too Much to Scooby-Doo. Number 8. Like Scooby, Fred, Daphne, Velma, and Shaggy were also called different names while in development. Fred was Jeff and later Ronnie, Daphne was Kelly, Velma was Linda, and Shaggy was WW. Number 9. In the original series, Fred and Shaggy are 17 years old, Daphne is 16, and Velma is 15. Number 10. Scooby-Doo is forever 7 years old, or 49 in dog years. He would be 322 years old in dog years if he aged from 1969 to 2015. Number 11. Know how Fred got his name? You guessed it, Fred Silverman. The creator said in an interview that Silverman coincidentally suggested it. Number 12. While in development, Scooby-Doo Where Are You was initially titled Mystery 5, then Mysteries 5, and later Who's Scared? Number 13. In the show's early development, Scooby-Doo and Company were originally a rock band that would solve mysteries in between gigs. This angle was phased out in development because they didn't want to seem too similar to the Archie show. Number 14. Fun fact about that rock band angle though, Scooby played the bongos. I would have guessed it would have been the trombone, you know, because dogs like bones. Number 15. When the show was titled Who's Scared? It was originally rejected by CBS because they thought it was too frightening for children. After it was rejected, the staff went back to the drawing board and made a number of changes. They decided Scooby should be the focal point of the show and not the 4 kids. They also toned down the spooky aspects and heightened the comedic aspects. Number 16. Frank Welker voiced Fred. He's also known for voicing Abu in Aladdin and then Shockwave, Barricade, and Soundwave in the Transformers animated series and Dark of the Moon.
Are you username LadiesMan217?
He even voice doubled for Leonard Nimoy as Mr. Spock in Star Trek III: The Search for Spock. Number 17. Fred originally had brown hair. The showrunners decided to change him into a blonde because they wanted more diversity amongst the characters. Number 18. Fred, Daphne, Velma, and Shaggy are based on characters from the show The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis. Fred was based on Dobie Gillis, Daphne on Thalia Menninger, Velma on Zelda Gilroy, and Shaggy on Maynard G. Krebs. Number 19. Scooby-Doo is a Great Dane. Character designer Iwo Takamoto went to a dog breeding specialist to ask advice of what a prize-winning Great Dane would look like. He then decided to do the exact opposite for the design of Scooby-Doo, giving Scooby a double chin, bow-legged hind legs, and spots on his back, which real Great Danes don't even have. Number 20. Scooby was almost a sheepdog. Writers thought him being a Great Dane would be too close to the comic strip Marmaduke, so they switched to a sheepdog while in development. They eventually changed back to a Great Dane because the producers felt the sheepdog was too close to Hot Dog from the Archie comics. Number 21. Don Messick was the original voice of Scooby-Doo. Don't know the name? You know the voice. He did Bam Bam in the Flintstones, Astro in the Jetsons, Benton Quest and Johnny Quest, and Papa Smurf in the Smurfs. Number 22. Shaggy was voiced by Casey Kasem. Kasem is a legendary disc jockey and the original host of American Top 40. Number 23. Kasem originally wanted to audition for Fred because he didn't think he could play a comedic character. Number 24. Strangely enough, Welker wanted to audition for the role of Shaggy since he'd always played the straight-laced characters and wanted to do something more comedic. Number 25. Kasem was a strict vegetarian and demanded that Shaggy follow suit for the show. From 1970 to 1971, he was, but in subsequent spin-offs, not so much. Wait, does this mean that Scooby Snacks are vegetarian? Number 26. When it began in 1969, the show aired on CBS. It was moved to ABC in 1976, where it remained until it was canceled in 1986. Number 27. The show came out just a few weeks before Sesame Street. Number 28. The thunder sound effect at the beginning of the original show's opening credits is actually the sound of a tape echo unit feeding back on itself. Number 29. The Scooby-Doo Where Are You vocal was not the original theme composed for the series. Musical director Ted Nichols had first composed an instrumental theme for the show. Number 30. And that vocal we all know and love almost didn't even make it into the first episode. David Mook and Ben Raleigh recorded the vocal just 3 days before the airing of the first episode. Number 31. Nichols' theme alternates with the more familiar Mook and Raleigh theme. Nichols incorporated his tune as the main recurring theme for the incidental music score, and a truncated version of it underscores all the episode title cards for the original series and the new Scooby-Doo movies. Number 32. Scooby-Doo is part of a set of triplets. His triplet siblings are Skippy-Doo and Dooby-Doo, and his other siblings are Howdy-Doo, Yabba-Doo, and Ruby-Doo. Number 33. Ruby-Doo is the mother of Scrappy-Doo, who starred in the show Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo, but more on that later. Number 34. Despite appearances, Shaggy is not a stoner. Since the original show, fans believe that's why Shaggy always saw the ghosts first, you know, like he was having hallucinations or something. He even seemed to have the munchies pretty often. I mean, he did eat his fair share of Scooby snacks. But Ruby and Spears have shot down the theory, saying that the show would have been canceled if there was a stoner character because, hello, it's a children's program. Number 35. Another rumor born from the original series is that Velma is a lesbian and has a thing for Daphne. However, the creators have shot that one down.
The movie was released on VHS on September 22nd, 1998, and aired on Cartoon Network on Halloween of 1999. The movie follows the Mystery Inc. a year after they split up to pursue their own respective career paths. Fred and Daphne are running an investigative TV show, Velma's running a bookstore, and Scooby and Shaggy were working at an airport, but just got fired for eating too much food. Fred calls up everyone and arranges a plan to go down to New Orleans to celebrate Daphne's birthday, and of course, solve a mystery. The gang of sleuths gets more than they bargained for when they're invited to Moonscar Island in the Louisiana Bayou and find themselves against undead werecats and a swarm of zombies. Sorry, that's a pretty big spoiler, and I suppose I should have dropped a spoiler alert, alert warning there? Whatever, let's get back to the facts. The 1960s were a huge decade for Hanna-Barbera. The Flintstones, The Yogi Bear Show, Top Cat, The Jetsons, Johnny Quest, Space Ghost, Wacky Races, and Scooby-Doo Where Are You were all released in that short window of 10 years. The shows featured some of the most iconic cartoon characters of all time, but none have remained as relevant today as Scooby-Doo. Even though the franchise started as a TV series, a large chunk of Scooby-Doo's staying power can be attributed to the constant stream of direct-to-video movies, which all started with Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. The movie kickstarted a complete revival of the franchise, and we're still seeing the effects of it today. Prior to Zombie Island, there hadn't been much going on for Scooby-Doo and company, and there weren't any new Scooby cartoons until the TV movie Scooby-Doo in Arabian Nights premiered in 1994. Things were looking dark for Mystery Inc., but then Scooby-Doo and Zombie Island happened. Since its release, there have been a constant stream of Scooby content, with 4 animated TV series, 2 live-action theatrical films, 2 live-action TV movies, an animated film set to release in 2020, and at least 1 new direct-to-video movie per year since 1998. With a grand total of 26 movies, we're averaging a new Scooby-Doo direct-to-video movie every 9 months since 1998. The movies have taken Mystery Inc. to Transylvania, Australia, and everywhere in between. Along the way, the gangs also teamed up with the Blue Falcon, Kiss, and the WWE twice. Who knows where the next adventure will take Mystery Inc., but I'm excited to find out. The story goes that Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is based off an unfinished episode of SWAT Cats, the Radical Squadron. For those who weren't alive in the 90s, first off, wow, I'm feeling pretty old now. But SWAT Cats was an animated series about a pair of anthropomorphic vigilante cats who piloted a state-of-the-art fighter jet to fight crime and corruption in Mega Cat City. It was really cool, trust me. The show only ran for 2 seasons with a total of 23 episodes, and 13 of them were written by former Hanna-Barbera writer Glenn Leopold. Other episodes had been in the works, but SWAT Cats was ultimately cancelled before they were finished. Of the unfinished episodes, there was one called Succubus, although it's only been referred to as the Curse of Cataluna. In the episode, one of the SWAT Cats fell in love with a woman who was a succubus, and she attempted to drain his life force. Anthropomorphic cats draining the lives of heroes? Is this starting to sound a little familiar yet? Hopefully yes, because as it just so happens, Glenn Leopold also wrote the story and screenplay for Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. It's technically unconfirmed, but come on, the plot is too similar to be a coincidence. Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island marked a big change for the Scooby-Doo franchise, as the movie features practically an all-new voice cast for Mystery Inc. The movie's dedicated to Don Messick, the original voice of Scooby-Doo, who died nearly a year before the movie came out. As such, Scott Ines replaced Messick as the voice of Scooby. Ines went on to reprise the role of Scooby-Doo up until he was replaced by Frank Welker in 2002's reboot of the series, What's New Scooby-Doo? Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island was also the first time Shaggy was voiced by anyone other than Casey Kasem, although for a much different reason. Casey Kasem was a devout vegetarian and in 1995 quit the role of Shaggy after he was asked to voice the character in a Burger King commercial. To fill the role of Shaggy, Warner Brothers hired Billy West. Unfortunately for West, this was the first and last time he voiced Shaggy, as he was ultimately replaced by Scott Ines. And unfortunately for Scott Ines, in 2002, Kasem returned to voice Shaggy after the producers agreed Shaggy would also be vegetarian. 2002 was a rough year for Scott Ines. Mary Kay Bergman replaced Heather North Kenny as the voice of Daphne Blake and continued to provide the voice of Daphne for the next 2 direct-to-video Scooby-Doo movies until ultimately being replaced by Gray Delisle. And B.J. Ward replaced Pat Stevens as the voice of Velma Dinkley. And last but not least, Fred Jones was voiced by Frank Welker, who's voiced Fred Jones in every iteration of Scooby-Doo since the first episode of Scooby-Doo Where Are You? Here's another fun fact. Adrienne Barbeau played the role of Catwoman on Batman the Animated Series, and in Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, she voiced Simone Lenoir, the villainess who is literally a Catwoman. I know it's completely unrelated to Mystery Inc., but it's too fun a fact to pass up while we're on the topic of voice acting. This is the first Scooby-Doo adventure where the monsters, ghosts, and zombies that the Mystery Gang encounter are real. In the original series, Scooby-Doo Where Are You?, most of the creatures were often just people in costumes that they would use to scare locals and obtain something for their own personal gain. There's something philosophical here about how Scooby-Doo taught us the real monsters in this world are greedy and selfish humans. But we don't have time to get into that. One other monster had previously appeared in the 80s Scooby-Doo series, but this continuity was ignored when the movie trailers and characters themselves said they were encountering real monsters for the first time. A moment of silence for the Yeti of Tibet. I'll never forget you, even if those meddling kids have. With the direct-to-DVD movies, Leopold explained that Warner Brothers wasn't sure what Hanna-Barbera characters they wanted to cover first. When they heard that it was Scooby-Doo, Leopold began thinking of ideas for the film, going from vampires to a ghost ship and eventually landing on swamps and zombies, and pirates hiding loot in bayous. The twist came when Leopold thought, but what if the zombies were not only real, but ended up being the good guys, trying to warn our heroes, not harm them? And thus, the story was born. There's even one part in the movie where Daphne says she gave up detective work because it got boring since it was always just a bad guy in a mask. The movie was aware of the formulaic shortcomings of the show, and that's pretty cool. Which is why this time, the zombies of Zombie Island are 100% real. There's a scene where a zombie creeps up on Mystery Inc., attack, and Fred attempts to unmask the zombie, thinking it's just another hoax. In another tongue-in-cheek joke to the original series, he yells out, "It's the ferryman!" as he tries to pull off what he expects to be a zombie mask. He notices the mask seems to be really on there, so Fred does what any sane individual would do, and pulls harder, until he accidentally decapitates the zombie. This isn't your grandmother's Scooby-Doo. We got Fred out here popping the heads off zombies. Which is why when the movie came out, some kids under 3 were horrified to learn that the monsters were real this time, and not bad behaving humans in a mask. The older kids got it though. Monsters are still not real, even though they are in this cartoon. So this was the movie that opened the door to including real monsters into the series, and the franchise has done so many times ever since. Leopold explained that Warner Brothers never paid much attention to what he and producer Davis Doy were doing with the property, and gave them a good amount of creative freedom. So not only did they introduce real monsters, they also had the gang grow up, split up, and each were off doing their own thing. For example, Velma owned her own mystery bookshop, and Daphne was a TV host, while Fred was her cameraman. Speaking of which, Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is the first Scooby-Doo production that alludes to a romantic relationship between Fred and Daphne. Throughout the franchise, everyone was always thinking it, but the most we ever saw from the two were dancing in a couple episodes of Scooby-Doo Where Are You? In the Johnny Bravo episode Bravo Doobie-Doo, there was also a joke about how Fred and Daphne always seemed to split up together, but other than that, nothing too obvious. That is, of course, until Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. In the movie, Fred starts to show feelings for Lena Dupree, which makes Daphne jealous, and when Daphne does the same for the gardener Beau Neville, Fred becomes jealous. Fred and Daphne's feelings wouldn't be revealed explicitly for another 15 years until 2013's movie Scooby-Doo Stage Fright. In the movie, Daphne confesses to Velma that she's in love with Fred, the two sing a love song together, and then they kiss. So yeah, it might have taken a while, but Zombie Island started it all. Almost 20 years later, Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is still regarded as one of the best Scooby-Doo movies. Trust me, it's good. Fans loved how dark the movie was, and it still holds up after all these years. Fans loved how scary the movie was because it was a departure from the overall campiness of the original series run. Don't get me wrong, Scooby-Doo Where Are You is fantastic, but the 90s were full of angst and the cheesy villain reveals were too wholesome for the decade. The movie marked a departure from Scooby-Doo Where Are You's original message of monsters aren't real, and shifted to a message of, you kids want monsters? We'll give you monsters. The zombies and werecats genuinely seemed to scare fans, with some still terrified to this day. MTV dubbed the werecats the scariest villains from the whole franchise, and that's genuinely impressive when you consider some of the competition. Seriously, just look at the ghost clown. MTV saw a scoopified version of Pennywise that said, yeah, that's creepy and all, but have you seen these werecats from Zombie Island?
It's my personal opinion that Over the Garden Wall is an autumn must-watch. I don't know how many people would actually disagree with that either. Visiting Pottsfield, having a heaping helping of potatoes and molasses, saying hey to Adelaide, and catching up with our old pal the Beast. It just makes the season that much more cozy. Here's 107 Over the Garden Wall facts, followed by a bonus 7 facts.
If you like opera, folk music, the 1920s, and the creepiest villains of all time, well, congratulations, I've got good news for you. My name is Tim, and today at ChannelFrederator, we are counting down 107 facts about Patrick McHale's Over the Garden Wall. Let's get started. Number 1. Over the Garden Wall was created by Patrick McHale, who was a former writer and creative director on Adventure Time. Some Frederator cross-branding there. We're gonna get a little self-pluggy in here. Number 2. He also co-developed Adventure Time with Pendleton Ward. Number 3. His next project to keep an eye out for, an 11-minute animated adaptation of the popular Double Fine game, Costume Quest, produced by Frederator Studios. Hint, hint. The short will be directed by McHale and watched by you. Yes, you. Please, watch it. Number 4, another fun Frederator McHale double fact. McHale is married to Jawook Kim, the creator of the too cool cartoon Blackford Manor. I bet if they have kids, they are never going to be in trouble for watching too many cartoons. It's just all Frederator all the time in these facts. Number 5, Over the Garden Wall is based on McHale's animated short, Tome of the Unknown, which was created as part of Cartoon Network's Shorts Development Program. Number 6, Over the Garden Wall is the first mini-series on Cartoon Network. Number 7, the show began in March of 2014. Number 8, but it's been in the works for way longer than that. McHale first came up with the show in 2004 and pitched it in 2006. Over the Garden Wall has been 10 years coming. I was in grade school when he started working on this. I would have been terrified if I had watched this in grade school. I'm almost glad it took that long. I appreciate it now more as an adult. Number 9. Attack on Titan fans have given Wirt the name Wertolt due to his resemblance to Bertolt. Number 10. Mikhail envisioned it back then as a possible Halloween special. He had a hard time stretching the premise to a larger story arc. If he likes Halloween specials, that's probably why he's working on Costume Quest, which is about Halloween night. Side note, if you're playing Costume Quest, I strongly encourage you find the Rainbow Unicorn costume because it's way overpowered and about the only way to reliably heal yourself. That's more of a leaderboard fact, but you know. Number 11, Cartoon Network approached Mikhail after he was working on Adventure Time and asked if he'd be interested in developing a pilot. He pulled out his old idea, polished it up, and pitched it. That's why you keep an idea folders, kids. You never know when cartoon's gonna ask you to make a wonderful beloved miniseries. Number 12, the network and Mikhail decided to make Over the Garden Wall a miniseries because Mikhail felt it would result in something that felt higher quality than what we could do with a regular series. Number 13, Over the Garden Wall was broadcast in the span of a single week. It began airing on November 3rd, 2014 and completed its run on November 7th. Number 14, Patrick McHale is an alumni of Cal Arts, the California Institute of Arts. You know who else went there? Kramer, Rain Man, and Pee Wee Herman. Not at the same time, though that would make for an interesting show. Number 15, before working on Adventure Time, McHale was a storyboard artist on The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack, a show I generally feel is underrated. Number 16, the creator has noted that Greg was based on his son. Number 17, other elements of the show were also inspired by his own life and experiences. Patrick McHale's life was full of really creepy and odd experiences. Number 18, throughout the series, the Beast sings a song titled Come Wayward Souls. The tune of the song is actually that of Oh Holy Night. Number 19, Greg gives his lucky frog a multitude of names over the course of the show, and we have a list of them all. Kitty, Wirt, Wirt Jr., George Washington, Mr. President, Benjamin Franklin, Dr. Cucumber, Greg Jr., Skipper, Ronald, and Jason Funderburker. Number 20, in episode 8, during Greg's dream sequence, you may have spotted a pink bunny hitting a drum, a clear reference to the Energizer Bunny. Number 21, with the dramatics Ms. Langtry puts on, you'd think that Jimmy Brown was gone for months. The full-length version of Langtry's Lament, found on the show's soundtrack, reveals that he's only been away for 3 days, though Ms. Langtry says it feels like 8. Number 22, if you get the strange sense that Wirt belongs in Middle-earth, it's likely because he's voiced by Elijah Wood, otherwise known as Frodo Baggins from the Lord of the Rings film trilogy. Also, he played the meta in Rooster Teeth's Red vs. Blue, which was a rampant AI that looked like it was on fire. Number 23, Over the Garden Wall is a comedy fantasy series. Mikhail has said in an interview that while the show mostly adheres to the genre, there are frightening moments that try to be an experience for the audience. In my case, it was a pants-sweating experience. It was not pleasant. Number 24, to balance out the show's more terrifying moments, the staff made sure to work in other episodes that are just light and funny. Number 25, some inspirations for the show were 19th century children's literature, early 20th century American music, and folk art. Number 26, for the show's layouts, Mikhail drew inspiration from French artist Gustave Doré and Disney's Alice comedies. Number 27, during the show's epilogue at the end of Chapter 10, Lorna can be seen reading the Tome of the Unknown, which was the title of the show's pilot episode. Number 28, in Episode 9, Greg hides behind a gravestone belonging to one Quincy Endicott. Could it be the same Quincy Endicott from the 5th episode, Mad Love? And here's the evidence why. Number 29, there are a number of things that hint at Quincy being dead. For one, he never eats anything, even when they're at the dining table. There are no servants in his enormous mansion. He's disgusted with the health tea he owns, and he raises peacocks, which are a symbol of life after death. Plus, at one point, he nervously says, "Heave ho into the abyss, never to return." Sleep well tonight, kids. Number 30, at the end of the series, the city that Wirt and Greg live in is shown, and it looks kind of familiar. It bears a close resemblance to the city in Clarence, another one of Cartoon Network's shows. Number 31, throughout the entirety of the show, the true form of its main antagonist, the Beast, is only shown for a split second in the final episode. If you have managed to freeze frame this, let me know in the comments. Tell me what he looks like. Number 32, Over the Garden Wall won a Reuben Award, was nominated for 2 Annie Awards, and is currently nominated for a Primetime Emmy Award. Number 33, the series was released on DVD in the United States on September 8, 2015. It's already been released in Australia. September 8th was my 24th birthday. Number 34. Beatrice is likely named after Beatrice from Dante's Divine Comedy. Similar to Dante's Beatrice, who leads him from purgatory to heaven, Over the Garden Wall's Beatrice leads Wirt and Greg through the unknown. Also similar to the Divine Comedy, while there are comedy moments, I suppose, mostly you remember the creepy bits. Number 35. Many of Over the Garden Wall's cast members are well-known operatic or folk singers. They were able to showcase their talents in the show's many musical numbers. Number 36. Episode 9 opens with a rock tune that's actually performed by show creator Pat McHale. Number 37. Auntie Whispers is actually voiced by Tim Curry. Number 38. Her sister Adelaide is voiced by John Cleese. Number 39. Adelaide isn't the only character that John Cleese voices. He also plays Quincy Endicott, who may or may not be dead. We haven't decided yet. Woo! Number 40. In the show's pilot, Beatrice was voiced by Natasha Leggero. For the series, her actress was changed to Melanie Linsky. Number 41. The narrator in Tome of the Unknown was Warren Burton. For the series, the narrator was Jack Jones. Number 42. We almost got 18 episodes of Over the Garden Wall, but it was decided that 18 was an awkward number to produce. Things were cut down and we got the lovely 10 episodes we know and adore. I kind of wish for 18 though. That doesn't seem like that awkward of a number. It's not 107 or anything. Number 43. Episode 6 was planned to be 2 episodes, but they ended up being merged into 1. Number 44. Wirt was originally going to be named Walter. Number 45. Beatrice appears to be an eastern bluebird. I say that as though I know, but I'm not good with birds. Number 46. Her hairstyle and dress imply that she's from the Regency era, which took place from 1795 to 1837. Hey everyone, we're going to be taking a quick break to remind you once again about the ChannelFrederator app, which is available for download on iOS and Android. If you download the app before October 3rd, you can be entered to win one of these lovely items. Also, a DVD of Over the Garden Wall signed by Patrick McHale himself, which is really awesome and you should totally check out. And now, back to the facts. Number 47. In the show's prologue, Lorna can be seen sorting the bones of her past victims. Number 48. Lorna's name originates from the novel Lorna Dorn, A Romance of Exmoor. The story is about a young woman with a dead family who falls in love with a young man. It's kind of cute when you think of the hints that Lorna and Wirt are developing romantic feelings for one another. But what about Sarah, Wirt? Don't you have any feelings for her left? My whole shipping chart is ruined because of you, Wirt. God, Wirt! Ruined everything, Wirt. Number 49. Ms. Langtry may be a reference to Beatrix Potter, who wrote and illustrated books featuring anthropomorphic animals in the Victorian era. You're probably familiar with the story of Peter Rabbit. Number 50. Ms. Langtry's dress and hair are similar to the Gibson girl and imply that she's from the 1890s Victorian period. Number 51. There are 2 Jasons in the series. The human one spells his last name as Funderburker, Funderberker, and the frog Jason's last name is spelled Funderburker for Funderburker. This is to avoid confusion. It does not help avoid confusion. Number 52. Patrick McHale has claimed that Jason Funderburker's design was inspired by himself. Number 53. Wirt's secret passions and poetry are playing the clarinet. I wonder if he can play hot cross buns. Number 54. If you want to listen to both of his aforementioned passions for yourself, check out the official For Sarah cassette. The limited edition tape will be available on mondotees.com and is a tape that Wirt so desperately wanted to keep Sarah from hearing. Number 55. While Wirt may prefer the clarinet, he's also quite talented at the bassoon. I wonder if he can play hot cross buns. Number 56. The cape that Wirt wears is actually a World War II nurse cape. Number 57. Wirt and Greg seem to be from the late 20th century. Based on the fact that Sarah doesn't have a cassette player, it can be surmised that they're from a modern setting. Number 58. Despite this, Wirt makes Sarah a cassette tape, which was a popular pastime in the late 70s and 80s. Number 59. The inside of Wirt's room can be seen in the episode Into the Unknown. There you can spot a book on interior design, which explains how he recognizes the architectural differences of the 2 mansions on the episode Mad Love. Number 60. It may look like he's just wearing a kettle on his head, but Greg's dressed as an elephant. It's his Halloween costume. Number 61. And boy does Greg love his animals. In addition to his buddy Jason the Frog, Greg has interacted enthusiastically with the dog and black turtles. In the pilot, he's set on finding a goose. Number 62. The main antagonist of the series, the Beast, only appears in 4 episodes. Number 63. Though his background is unclear, the Beast likely has a connection with the black turtles seen throughout the series. Both are shown as silhouettes, even when there's light. Number 64. In the final episode of the series, his eye color changes for a split second to reflect the turtle-infected dog seen in the first episode. Number 65. Greg knows how to play the trumpet. Number 66. The Beast is one of Cartoon Network's most evil and serious villains to date. That might sound like an opinion and not a fact, but if you've seen the series, you agree with me. It's fact. Number 67. Wirt may have his poetry, but Greg has his own creative talents. He's able to burst out into improvised song, which, as I said already, Potatoes and Molasses is a chart topper, or it should be. Number 68. John Crops from the show's pilot was voiced by blues singer C.W. Stone King, which may be the most blues singeriest name ever devised. Number 69. John's car is based on John himself. Both have a watermelon base and cucumber attachments. In John's case, the cucumbers are arms and legs. On his car, they're wheels. Number 70. Jason Funderburker, the frog, is the narrator of both the beginning and the end of Over the Garden Wall. Number 71. It seems like every main character is a musician. Jason Funderburker can sing and play the piano. I wonder if he can play— no, okay, I'll stop. Number 72. The finale of Over the Garden Wall hints that everything that happened in the unknown was indeed real. When Gray is shaking Jason Funderburker, there's a faint glow to him that may be the bell he swallowed in the episode The Ringing of the Bell. Number 73. In the Over the Garden Wall comics, Greg's frog is called by the names Jonathan Livingston Applesauce, Private Applesauce, and Johnny. Number 74. Fred the Horse is voiced by Fred Stoller. Think the shared name is a coincidence? You may recognize the human Fred from Everybody Loves Raymond. Number 75. Marguerite Gray's house and clothing are in the same style of French Rococo. Number 76. Quincy Endicott's mansion is in the style of Georgian architecture. Number 77. According to Pat McHale, Auntie Whispers is based on a 19th century illustration of an old man with big eyes who looked like an owl. Number 78. The outfit worn by Whispers Belle closely resembles that of Lorna. Number 79. Sarah wears a blue NASA bomber jacket. Number 80. The Woodsman is voiced by Christopher Lloyd, who's best known as Doc Brown from the Back to the Future films. Number 81. Creator Pat McHale was presented with the common theory that the unknown is a place where people traverse between life and death. He acknowledged that it made sense, but also put forth other possibilities. What do you think is the truth? Number 82. One of the plot lines that was cut from the series was used in the Over the Garden Wall comic. Number 83. Other cut plots have since been mentioned, some of which were discarded for being excessively dark. One such example is a story featuring a man who made dice from the bones of children. Number 84. The animators actually considered having Wirt remain stuck in the unknown while Greg would make it back. Number 85. One of the songs that John Crops sings in the pilot is actually a popular song from the early 20th century. It's titled Shine On, Harvest Moon. Now I really want to play a Harvest Moon game. Number 86. It's known as Tome of the Unknown, but the pilot also has an episode title that's shown on a title card in the beginning of the short. The title is Harvest Melody. Number 87. In the Italian version of Over the Garden Wall, Greg and Wirt are both dubbed by Cio, who is a famous YouTuber and cartoonist. Number 88. Highwayman is a slang term for a criminal who steals from travelers. This is why Highwayman in the show expresses an interest in stealing and other criminal activities. Number 89. Fred may be the Highwayman's horse, as the kids found him at the tavern. This would explain why Fred is so interested in stealing. It would also be ironic because Wirt nabs a horse from a thief. Not a horse thief though, he's a highwayman. There's a difference. Number 90. The design, character, and voice of the tavern keeper seem to be inspired by Betty Boop. Number 91. An early concept was that Wirt and Greg would be riding a train. They'd grow suspicious that the train was leading them to death and jump off, ending up in a limbo world. Number 92. Instead of the main antagonist, the Beast would be a sort of non-villain who would just be doing his best to get the boys back on the train. Number 93. The early concept ended with the boys deciding to face their problems, only to find out the train was taking them back to life. Number 94. Nick Cross served as the art director on Over the Garden Wall. He also directed the pilot for Nickelodeon's new show, Pig Goat Banana Cricket. The pilot was titled Pig Goat Banana Mantis. Number 95. Nick Cross, supervising director Nate Cash, and creator Patrick McHale worked alongside storyboard artists in New York and Chicago. McHale has said that the distance between them was difficult and particularly daunting considering the idiosyncratic nature of the production. Number 96, Over the Garden Wall has some incredible music that even includes classic American opera singing. It was composed by the Blasting Company. Number 97, the finale of Over the Garden Wall reveals that Enoch was actually a black cat inside a pumpkin-esque suit, which, to be fair, I've seen cats do stranger things. Number 98, the episode Songs of the Dark Lantern reveals that Wirt and Greg are half-brothers. Number 99, the mill from the show's first episode is actually the home of Beatrice and her family. It's revealed in the final episode of the series, but can be deduced sooner if you pay attention. There are numerous bluebird statues in the house, and the dog causing trouble at the mill is the same one shown with Beatrice in the show's introductory sequence. Number 100, numerous scenes in Cloud City are directly inspired by Alice's Wonderland, one of Walt Disney's Alice comedies, not to be confused with Disney's Alice in Wonderland, which you'd be forgiven for understanding because that show's also kind of a funny but slightly creepy with dark undertones show. Number 101, Wirt and Greg arrive in the unknown on Halloween and return to their own world just moments later. Initially, it was planned they would enter on Halloween and get back by Christmas. Number 102, another scrapped plan was for the brothers' entrance into the unknown to be the first episode of the series. Instead, it became a flashback episode toward the end of the series. Number 103, the fairy in the episode Lullaby in Frogland is named McLaughlin Brothers Fairy. This is a reference to the McLaughlin brothers, who published numerous children's books between 1828 and 1920. Number 104, the town of Pottsfield may get its name from Pottersfield, which were plots of land where poor farmers and hard laborers would be buried in unmarked graves. This is probably why Wirt and Greg dig up skeletons, and why the denizens of Pottsfield are skeletons. Number 105, for our final 3 facts, we'll be laying down some rock fact straight from the show. Rock fact number 1, did you know that if you soak a raisin in grape juice, it turns into a grape? That's a rock fact. Number 106, rock fact number 2. Did you know that dinosaurs had big ears, but everyone forgot because dinosaurs' ears don't have bones, so you can't dig them up and see the ears. And finally, number 107, or rock fact number 3, Greg stole his rock facts rocks from Mrs. Daniels' garden.
It's that time of the year again when the seasons change, the days are shorter, the nights are longer, and we all hang lanterns outside of our house as an offering up to the beast. No, you don't do that? Well, perhaps you should, and take warning, beware the beast. I'm Justin with ChannelFrederator, so settle down for some rock facts, yes sir, young man or woman, as we present to you these 7 facts about Over the Garden Wall. A lost film made in 1919 called Over the Garden Wall was one of the reasons for the title choice. It was a silent film and a romantic comedy about a young man who falls in love with a woman after he sees her over the garden wall. Creator Patrick McHale explained that this influenced the title because it tied back to early 20th century America and the idea of lost things, 2 big themes within the series. McHale also admitted that Bessie Love, the lead in the film, is one of his favorite actresses. Episode 9, Into the Unknown, has a scene where Wirt views his crush, Sarah, from over the cemetery wall. At one point, the same wall which he falls over and in turn is transported and lost into the unknown. Perhaps that was McHale giving us a nod to the old silent film. When McHale was fresh out of college in 2006, he first pitched a series Bible for a show called Tomb of the Unknown, that would later then be renamed Over the Garden Wall. However, another show that McHale pitched, Space Planet, got picked up instead. When Cartoon Network started a feature film department, they asked McHale to develop Tomb of the Unknown into a feature film instead, but McHale couldn't quite rework it properly. So the Tomb was put away until 2011 when he created Harvest Melody as an animated short for Cartoon Network's Shorts Development Program. There are subtle differences between the animated short and the miniseries. While the tone remains largely the same, the plot of the short is different than that of Over the Garden Wall. Wirt, Greg, and Beatrice have already met when the short starts, and they're on a journey in search of an arcane book called the Tomb of the Unknown, which is located in the unknown. Of course, it's unclear if they're in search of this book because they need it to get home, or if they need it to stop the beast. The beast is also never mentioned, so the main antagonist is not even clear at this point. The short revolves around the gang finding a man made of vegetables, and in true Over the Garden Wall fashion, you're not sure whether to be confused, scared, or amused. And knowing this show, possibly Preferably all three. The gang must then take the veggie man, John Crops, to town in exchange for use of his car. And it also wouldn't be Over the Garden Wall without a little music, and John Crops actually sings Shine On, Harvest Moon, a song made popular in the early 1900s. This continues the show's early 19th century vibe and mood, so which do you prefer, the animated short or the miniseries? Share your comments in the comment section down below. Music plays a really important role in Over the Garden Wall. It sets the mood for an ominous and spooky adventure, but also adds another layer, providing subtext to many scenes, and enriching the experience overall. The show's theme, for example, Into the Unknown, is sung by Jack Jones. Jones is the voice of the narrator and also Greg's frog, who goes by many names if you've seen the show. This shows that Greg's frog was aware of what was happening the whole time, and in a roundabout way, he was one of the most active and important characters since he narrates throughout the series, tying everything together. The track, the Beast Song, which is sung by the Tavern Keeper, is a very nice reference to Betty Boop, as they share a striking resemblance in appearance and tone, but maybe not in clothing. The Highwayman song is a nod to the same era, with the Highwayman dancing very similarly to Cab Calloway. This also adds to the timeless feel of the show, as Greg and Wirt don't know where or when they've traveled to. Greg sings Potatoes and Molasses, a silly and catchy tune to a bunch of sad school animals. This song is most likely inspired by Animal Crackers in My Soup, famously sung by Shirley Temple and Curly Top. The song also gets a reprise as Potatoes et Molasses. That's probably horrible. But it's a more solemn version of the song sung in Latin when Wirt discovers Greg becoming part of the Edelwood trees. The song ends with the line, "Grow tiny seed," calling back to the song Come Wayward Souls, nothing like a little brotherly bonding with some creepy Latin music about potatoes. If you ever wondered whether Greg and Wirt had other adventures while over the wall, well, wonder no more. Patrick McHale released a short comic written by him and illustrated by the show's storyboarder, Jim Campbell, in November 2014. The comic follows the internal monologue of Wirt as he and his brother, along with Beatrice, try to get to Adelaide's and find themselves faced with singing sailors in an upside-down hat in the middle of a field because, you know, honestly, why not? After the success of the series, in August 2015, Kaboom Studios started producing a limited 4-issued miniseries that was written by creator Patrick McHale and illustrated by Jim Campbell. The first comic shows a smaller adventure of Greg and Wirt that takes place between episodes 3 and 4 as they try to not wake the giant. The second comic tells the story of Fred, the talking horse, and how he came to meet Wirt and Greg. And the third comic follows Greg and Wirt as they explore the woods along with a band of animals in the forest. And then the fifth comic is kind of like a prequel, shedding some light on the woodsman's daughter. Inside each of the comics also includes sheet music for some of the songs within the miniseries. The comics were such a success that Kaboom began a continuing comic series, the first of which released in April of 2016. These comics aren't written by McHale, but Jim Campbell does serve a large role still as an illustrator and now writer. The comics follow more stories and characters within the world of the unknown, and we get to find out more about our favorite brother team, like how Wirt is a fan of the Adventure Zone podcast hosted by the McElroy father and sons. He even has 2 different Adventure Place posters hung around his room, which is a slightly different title, but clearly referencing the podcast, or at least their alternate reality version of it. Actually, now kind of thinking about it, maybe they'll finally explain the allure of Jason Funderburker, who knows. Interestingly enough, Over the Garden Wall was originally pitched as a 3-season TV show. However, McHale was living on the East Coast in 2011 when the pilot was made and preferred not to move. So, Cartoon Network proposed it to be a miniseries so that McHale only had to move to LA for a short amount of time, which he agreed to. This also allowed them to use fancier backgrounds and music for the show, which they would have not have been able to do otherwise for an ongoing series. Cartoon Network had McHale come up with a structure and an amount of episodes that he wanted, and they could check in on what the budget was and timing allowed to see if he'd be able to do it. McHale originally wanted 18 episodes for the miniseries, but Cartoon Network said that 10 episodes would be ideal for them. So many of the episodes ended up being squished together in order to slim them down to the 10 that made it for the series. Originally, McHale wanted an entire episode exploring frogs, and then a different episode about going to meet Adelaide, but then they were condensed together to make episode 6, Lullaby in Frogland. McHale admitted that he wanted a slower build up to meeting Adelaide and wanted to have the boys spend more time looking for Beatrice and run into the woodsman again. At one point, McHale planned to do an episode about an old man who used children's bones to make dice. Ugh. And that the spirits of the children would try to warn Greg and Wirt to leave by singing a song. Creepy. McHale said that it got cut for obvious reasons, and another possible episode included a witch who took her skin off at night to dance and fly around while people slept. There was also a storyline that got cut about Wirt being a gentleman burglar, where he goes to steal from someone's house, but then the widow who lives there is just thrilled to have someone to talk to. McHale took this particular tale from a true story coming from the Gilded Age about a robbery that happened somewhere in Massachusetts. There was also meant to be an episode underwater and even a multiple episode mini-arc where Wirt and Greg were turned into animals, and it took a few episodes before they were turned back into humans again. A gentleman burglar, an underwater episode, an animal mini-arc. That actually sounds pretty good. It's clear that the main antagonist and villain in the miniseries is the Beast, but not much is known about him. We know that his goal is to make deals and take the souls of those lost in the woods, but his reasons for doing so are kind of glossed over. The Beast is rarely seen, just flashes of glowing eyes and antlers and just a voice in the dark, whispering. We fear what we don't know, which we might fear less what it actually is if we were to see it clearly or know what it is. Funny thing is, the Beast doesn't actually harm anyone in the show. It's all about the implication of what he could do. The fear of what he could do is what drives people into making deals with him. It's shown at the end of the series that the woodsman's daughter was never turned into a tree, but it was the woodsman's fear that drove him to make the deal and carry the lantern. Had he said no to the Beast and found his way out of the woods, he would have seen that his daughter was fine the entire time. The same thing happens when Greg makes a deal with the Beast and takes his brother's place. It's only when Wirt realizes that he'd rather know the unknown and see the Beast, facing his fears rather than give in to them, that he's able to overcome the Beast. Of all the things Patrick McHale wanted to accomplish with his miniseries, the main thing he was able to achieve was a certain mood. He wanted to create an overall experience for viewers when watching the series. Music was a big factor, but that was just one part of what helped McHale create the world of the show. McHale found inspiration in children's books from the late 1800s, folk art, and American music from the early 20th century. McHale also borrowed visuals from Gustave Duray, a French illustrator from the 19th century whose medium was wood-engraved illustrations. His work is reflected in such pieces as Paradise Lost and The Divine Comedy. McHale also cited Disney's early Alice shorts for influence, which were comedic live-action animation hybrids in the mid-1920s. McHale talked about Episode 8, Babes in the Woods, and how the homages weren't even supposed to be homages to the classic Disney-era type shorts, but they didn't have time to cover up and hide them as well as they did in other episodes. This all just helped to shape what has been described as a kind of whimsical neo-Americana. It brings forth a longing for a different kind of nostalgia, for what could have been or even the unknown.
Are you a Nickelodeon person or do you prefer Cartoon Network? Either way, they've put out some deliciously creepy comedies over the years. We're gonna highlight a couple favorites right here, one from each network. First up, it's 107 Real Monsters facts, followed by 107 facts about the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy.
107 facts about Real Monsters. Let's get started. Real Monsters was created by Gabor Chupo and Peter Gaffney. It was produced by Klasky Chupo, the animation studio behind Rugrats, The Wild Thornberrys, and Duckman. Klasky Chupo was created by Chupo and his graphic designer wife, Arlene Klasky, in 1982. They got their big break in 1988 when they were hired to animate one-minute shorts called The Simpsons for The Tracy Ullman Show. After Rugrats became the top-rated cable kids show, Nickelodeon asked Klasky Chupo to create another series for them. At the time, Gabor Chupo's small children loved monsters, and as you know, there's no better way to get cool dad points than by launching a show based on what your kids are into. Real Monsters became the second Klasky Chupo production, and the fifth Nicktoon. The series revolves around the adventures of little monsters. No, not Lady Gaga fans. The main characters are Ickis, Oblina, and Crumb, students at a monster academy located under the town dump. Their headmaster Grumble sends them on scare assignments, where they have to travel to the surface world to terrify humans. According to writer and story editor Lawrence Levy, in the original pitch of the show, the monsters originally attended Monster Academy as a part of normal monster life. He added later the need for monsters to scare in order for the humans to believe in them, because if humans stopped believing in monsters, they would disappear. The show's setting is in New York City, as evidenced by landmarks such as the Empire State Building and the subway system. Of course, it's a fantasy version of the city. The only real monster in New York is Rent. Horrifying. The monster's subterranean home is supposedly located under Fresh Kills landfill on on New York's Staten Island. Because why wouldn't monsters want to live somewhere with the creepiest name ever? Co-creators Gabor Chupo and Peter Gaffney got their inspiration for real monsters after watching the Beatles animated movie Yellow Submarine. Grumble's character design is actually modeled after the Chief Blue Meanie from Yellow Submarine, and if you listen, you'll notice that they also sound a bit alike too. Both have smooth voices and speak properly. Grumble's name was Womble in the pilot episode, but that needed to be changed due to the fact that there was a stop-motion animated British series back in the 1970s called The Wombles. The second episode is almost an exact duplicate of the original pilot, which never aired, except for the fact that it had slightly improved graphics, and Womble was now Grumble. Real Monsters pilot episode won first prize for TV animation at the Houston Film Festival and the Ottawa Film Festival. Crumb's name was actually Slumbo in an early draft of the pilot script. That might have made for some good Slumbo as Grumbo memes, if memes existed back then. During the show's 5-year development process, it had the working titles Monsters and Real Monsters. Don't know about you, but we like the part. Chupo wanted to give the show a film noir look similar to the 1980s sci-fi films Brazil and Blade Runner. The show has also been described as having a sort of Eastern European folk art feel. Kinda makes sense since co-creator Gabor Chupo is Hungarian. The monsters weren't the only things on the show that had an odd appearance. If you take a close look, the trees look like fungus with hair. Executive producer Arlene Klasky says that Klasky Chupo was always trying to make everything quirkier. They found beauty in what other people might think were ugly designs or ugly characters. Although it's technically a comedy show, many episodes contain genuinely scary moments. The monsters display their internal organs and find numerous other disturbingly nightmarish ways to freak out humans. Real Monsters was aimed at kids between the ages of 2 and 11, but the writing was actually quite sophisticated. Despite the scares and gross-out moments, the main theme of the show is friendship. Ickis, Oblina, and Crumb are constantly learning that they can't reach their goals unless they work together. Aww. How sweet. Another central theme is self-improvement. You'll notice that a lot of the show's hijinks are based around the characters' desires to do well in their class and become better monsters in the process. At the end of the day, the show is really about 3 kids working their butts off towards their definition of success. That's a pretty great message to show to kids. Real Monsters lasted 4 seasons on Nickelodeon from 1994 to 1997. There were a total of 52 episodes. Co-creators Chupo and Gaffney only wrote for the first season of the show before moving on to other projects. The premiere episode, The Switching Hour, aired on October 29th and was holiday themed. That holiday, of course, was Halloween. Some people compared the show to The Brothers Grunt, an animated series that had premiered around the same time on Nickelodeon's sister network, MTV. That show also had gross-looking monstrous characters, but Chupo pointed out that Real Monsters was story-driven, while The Brothers Grunt was idea-driven. The Brothers Grunt received low ratings and terrible reviews. It lasted about 7 months, and its creator, Danny Antonucci, called it MTV's dirty secret. So it's understandable why Chupo didn't want the 2 shows to be lumped together. Klasky Chupo was known for having an extremely collaborative environment. Their office was set up in a way that forced the voice actors to weave through the writers and artist cubicles to get to the recording booth. The voice actors would be shown concept storyboards and have comedic scenarios explained to them. Then they'd put those elements together to create their performances. Animator Chris Battle claims that he drew inspiration for a lot of his character designs from looking at people around the office. I'm guessing there was a lot of exaggeration involved, or maybe he had on beer goggles. The 3 principal actors, Charlie Adler, Christine Cavanaugh, and David Eccles, recorded their lines together in the same studio, rather than separately, like some other animated productions do. Being in the same room allowed for a more organic interaction between their characters. During recording sessions, they were given free rein to play around with the scripts to see what happened. The fact that Ickis is shaped like a rabbit is as an inside joke to savvy viewers, who recalled that voice actor Charles Adler played the rabbit Buster Bunny in Tiny Toons. In addition to sharing the same American voice actor, Ickis and Buster Bunny are both played by the same Japanese voice actor, Ryusei Nakao. Charlie Adler also voiced Ed Bighead in Rocko's Modern Life. Maybe it's an inside joke, but Ickis sometimes says Bighead's catchphrase, "I hate my life." Oblina is played by Christine Cavanaugh, who was also the voice of Chucky in Rugrats, Dexter in Dexter's Laboratory, and Babe the Talking Pig in the 1995 live-action feature, Babe. When she turned down a chance to play Babe in the sequel, Babe, Pig in the City, Kavanaugh was replaced by E.G. Daly, who co-starred with her on Rugrats as the voice of Tommy. Crumb was voiced by David Eccles, who was also the voice of the monster under Tommy's bed in an episode of Rugrats. The original script described Crumb as having a slow, lethargic voice, which happens to be the way Eccles usually speaks. Perfect match. Eccles also played the Snorch, a huge, terrifying monster who was the Gromble's minion. Zimbo, a bee-like creature with a single bird's leg, is the Snorch's partner and serves as the Gromble's resident snitch. Zimbo was voiced by Tim Curry. It was only the second oddest creature he's played after his star turn as Frankenfurter in the cult classic The Rocky Horror Picture Show. Simon the Monster Hunter was voiced by Jim Belushi. According to Jim, and yes, the pun is intended, he's improvised a lot of the character's dialogue. The Grumble yells something different when he comes up from the floor during the opening credits of each episode. These Grumble gags are a recurring bit similar to the couch gag on The Simpsons. Klasky Csupo animated the first 3 seasons of The Simpsons, so they were basically paying homage to themselves. Hey, I would too. Time to check out a little more about our favorite scarers. First of all, these monsters eat garbage. No, not junk food, literal garbage. They find clean food repulsive. I guess that makes them trashitarians? They also must breathe polluted air because too much fresh can kill them. They use the sewer system to travel between their world and ours. In other words, they squeeze through pipes and emerge through people's toilets. And you thought Santa Claus got dirty when he slid down a chimney. Super Bowl Sunday is a big deal for the monsters. Not because they love football, but because millions of humans flush their toilets at the same time during a break in the game, causing a huge surge in sewer water. The monsters surf that stinky tsunami in a prestigious event called the annual Riding of the Great Wave competition. The monsters use toenails as currency, and you thought bitcoins were ridiculous. In the monster world, monsters can reproduce by touching fingertips, so everybody just keep their hands to themselves. Once a year, during the festival of the festering moon, all monsters shed their skin. Your hair-shedding puppy doesn't sound so bad now, does it? The monsters all have their own unique ways of scaring people. Ickis grows in size, his eyes turn red, and his teeth become fangs. He has to go to extreme measures to make up for the fact that he's often mistaken for a cute little bunny rabbit. Ickis' father, Slickus, is the most famous graduate of Monster Academy and is a legend in the scaring business. This gives Ickis self-esteem issues, as he's burdened by the need to live up to his father's legacy. When the monsters are hatching their schemes, Ickis is the first one to get scared because he is a big worrywart. Oblina is a shapeshifter who enjoys reaching into her mouth to pull out her guts to show them to people. And you thought it was bad when your friends texted you pics of their lunch. Oblina can give humans nightmares by sticking her finger in their ears and jiggling it around. She comes from a wealthy family. Her snooty mother wishes her daughter would give up on her dream of becoming a common scarer. Crumb can juggle his detached eyeballs or throw them at people. Sounds pretty gross, right? Well, even more disgusting is his body odor. Crumb wields his stinky armpits as his primary tool of terror. Crumb is often running into things because, well, he's clumsy. Hey, I'd like to see you try to be coordinated while carrying your eyeballs in your hands. When Crumb needs to use both of his hands, he holds his eyes in his mouth, which it also seems like it's a convenient way to check to see if you have any food in your teeth. Crumb is afraid of heights. See, monsters are just like us. Even they have phobias. Crumb's father, Horvath, is a muck farmer who only has one eye. He lost his other one during the Battle of Lexington in the Revolutionary War, when a soldier mistook it for a musket ball and fired it from his rifle. Still, Horvath is just as cheerful as his son. Crumb and Horvath greet each other by kicking, because it's also hard to shake hands when you're holding your eyeballs. Crumb is actually smarter than he appears. He acts dumb on purpose because it puts less pressure on him. Although he was initially conceived as the main antagonist, Headmaster Grumble later became more of an anti-hero. The Grumble can be extremely tough on his students, often yelling at them and sometimes even eating them, though he spits them back out after literally chewing them out. The Grumble has a soft spot for Oblina, which makes sense since she is his best student. The show's main recurring villain was Simon the Monster Hunter, a human determined to prove the existence of monsters by capturing them. Lava lamps have the power to hypnotize monsters, and Simon, the Monster Hunter, has used them before to try and trap the monsters. Very ungroovy, man. The monsters have a human ally, a boy named Bradley. Bradley is scared of monsters the first couple of times we see him, but in the season 1 episode, Simon Strikes Back, he bonds with Ickis and helps him escape from Simon's clutches. When one of the monsters has a crush on somebody, it's called a squish. Can we please make that a trend? I'd rather be someone's squish than be someone's bae any day of the week. In the season 4 episode, She Likes Me, Oblina admits to Crumb that she has a squish on him. However, Crumb keeps her in the friend zone, sparing viewers from having to see two monsters making out. Ickis meets the girl of his dreams in the season 3 episode, Blind Love, Monster Love. Sadly, his squish turns out to be a Judy puppet from a Punch and Judy show. Snorch can only be understood by Zimbo, who acts as his translator. Although in the season 3 episode, I Heard the Snorch Call My Name, Snorch is temporarily given a voice box, and he's able to show off his intelligence and eloquence. Snorch is the school's disciplinarian. The students dread his punishments, which are known as snorching. His favorite form of torture is making them square dance, or listen to opera music. Two of the opera songs that Snorch and Zimbo sing as a punishment for Ickis, Crumb, and Oblina are Ah, the Sweet Mystery of Life and La Donna è Mobile.
Oh, the horror.
The Grombo wears red high-heel pumps on his 4 feet. He refers to these as his snuggle bears. It's hinted that the Grombo will eventually be succeeded by Ickis or Oblina. In the episode History of the Monster World, the Grombo educates his students about how monsters throughout history have positively affected the world through their scaring. For example, did you know that the wheel was invented so that people could ride it away from scary monsters? Well, if you ever graduated from Monster Academy, you would. In the season 4 episode, Battle of the Century, we learned that Simon the Monster Hunter's full name, which is written on his expired driver's license, is, wait for it, Simon D. Hunter. Get it? It's true what they say. Your name influences your destiny. That's why my birth certificate says Joe 107 Fact Smith. In the season 2 episode, Bigfoot Don't Fail Me Now, Simon actually captures one of the most legendary monsters of all, Bigfoot of course. However, Simon ruins his moment of triumph by falling into the same trap as every James Bond villain and giving a speech so long and rambling that Bigfoot is able to escape. As if the stars of the show weren't creepy enough, there were also monster babies called Monsties that terrified monsters because they tried to eat them. Though they only appeared in 2 episodes, they surely guest starred in hundreds of viewers' nightmares. The monsters in the show have really long lifespans. Although the Monster Academy students are supposed to be kids, some of them are at least 200 years old. The Gromble's age is confusing. In the season 1 episode, Old Monster, and the season 3 episode, Out of the Past, he's shown as a rookie monster during the 1920s. But in the season 2 episode, History of the Monster World, he's already headmaster during the Revolutionary War. And in the season 3 episode, The Substitute, Gromble has been teaching for 300 years. Hey, this is a show about monsters, not a math quiz. Let's move on. Gromble bans his students from consuming human culture, which of course makes them more attracted to it. Reverse psychology 101, people. Halloween is the only time of year when monsters can freely mingle with humans. Of course, that can lead to confusion when the humans dress up like monsters, as proven in the very first episode, The Switching Hour, when a kid puts on an Ickis costume. The Gromble reviews his students' scares by strapping them to a viewfinder. In the season 2 episode, Rosh O Monster, the viewfinder stops working and Ickis, Oblina, and Crumb have to give an oral report on how their assignment went. They all tell completely different versions of the same event. As the punny title implies, this is a parody of Japanese filmmaker Akira Kurosawa's cinematic classic Rashomon. Ah, Real Monsters has often been compared to Pixar's 2001 film Monsters, Inc. Both productions share the similar concept of young monsters attending a monster school and learning how to scare humans. However, the monsters have different motivations for scaring us in each property. In Monsters, Inc., the monsters derive energy from human screams, while in Ah, Real Monsters, they scare us to maintain a balance between the monster world and the human world. Still, it would be fun to see Ickis, Oblina, and Crumb make a cameo in the next Monsters, Inc. film. Get on that, Hollywood. Also, in Monsters, Inc., the monsters live in a parallel dimension and travel through wormholes, while in Real Monsters, they're in our world and coming through our toilets. Ickis, Oblina, and Crumb made their final appearance 5 years after the series ended, when they made cameos in the Rugrats Season 6 episode, Ghost Story. The show's quirky character designs have spawned numerous memes. Even if you've never watched an episode, you might recognize Crumb from those memes, like this one featuring his pit hair odor. I guess old shows can make it to the meme world. During the show's 2nd season, Mattel came out with a line of toys called Real Monsters Dare to Scare. In addition to these 4 main characters, the toys included water-squirting creatures like Poomps, Splug, and Snarfle. In 1995, Fleer released a line of Real Monsters trading cards. Did you collect them? In a case of art imitating life, the 1996 episode Slumber Scare shows Ickis and Crumb trading monster cards. And Real Monsters video game for the Sega Genesis and the Super NES was released in 1995. Ickis also appears in video game form as one of the racers in Nicktoons Racing, a Mario Kart copycat which came out in 2000. Characters from the show also appeared in the game Nicktoons MLB, but only on the loading screen. At the 2017 London Toy Fair, Funko announced a new line of pop animation figures featuring fan-favorite 90s Nicktoon characters, including the Rugrats, CatDog, and yep, you guessed it, your favorite freaks Crumb, Oblina, and Ickis. There have been online rumors about Klasky Csupo beginning production on an Real Monsters movie in 1998 after the show was cancelled. The online discussions mentioned that those plans were scrapped due to fears that the script was too dark for children. However, nothing has ever been confirmed. Since then, rumors have been circulating around the internet that people have seen parts of the unfinished film. But again, like Real Monsters themselves, there's been no confirmed evidence of this footage. Perhaps this is a job for Simon the Monster Hunter. In 2016, it was announced that Paramount Pictures was teaming up with Nickelodeon to make a Nicktoons movie featuring characters from Rugrats, Ren and Stimpy, Rocko's Modern Life, The Angry Beavers, and Real Monsters. Napoleon Dynamite writer and director Jared Hess was attached. If it sounds too good to be true, it might be. So far, there haven't been any updates indicating that production has made any progress. You can still watch Real Monsters on television by tuning in to Teen Nick's Nick Splat Block, which airs reruns of classic Nickelodeon shows. The complete series became available on DVD in 2013. Binge away!
Throughout childhood, we all had our best friends, and sometimes imaginary friends. Though I can guarantee you never had the actual Grim Reaper as your best friend. But how would that play out? Well, that's the premise behind the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. Hi, I'm Aurelio Voltaire with ChannelFrederator, and we're here to give you the scoop on this Jamaican Grim Reaper and his buddies. So, grab a scythe, put on your best black robe, and turn off the lights. Because this is 107 facts about the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. Let's get started. The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy was created by Maxwell Adams. Adams first got work in the animation industry as an intern at Film Roman, which is now Stars, before he eventually began overseeing Billy and Mandy. Adams loved cartoons since he was a kid. He and his sister would always wake up at 6 a.m. on the weekends and watch anything from The Smurfs to Space Ghost. Adams pretty much got the dream that any artist aspires to have one day. The idea for The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy came from his successful thesis film he made in college, which was titled Billy and Mandy in Trepanation of the Skull. While attending the University of Arts in Philadelphia, he was instructed to make a 2-minute short film. That was really the only criteria for the assignment. He knew that he loved dinosaurs and wanted to make something involving this Billy character that he had been obsessed with at the time. The film's premise was this: a boy named Billy walks up to his friend Mandy and asks why she has a bandage on her head. She explains that demons can enter your brain, so she drilled a hole in her skull to let them be free. She then does the same thing to Billy and informs kids at home to ask their parents for help when it comes to electrical appliances. Not creepy at all. Not one bit. Adams had always been fascinated with the idea of monsters, magic, and the occult, all of which were key inspirations in creating his short in college. He also felt that both Billy and Mandy were two sides of himself. Something that fascinated Adams as a kid was Greek and Roman mythology, and that fascination continued through adulthood. His ultimate goal when creating content is to pack in things that inspired him throughout his entire life. Another reason Adams made Billy and Mandy in Trepanation of the Skull was because, at the time of making it, he was really big into fringe culture. He also filmed the short with a World War II era Bolex to give it that grainy, black and white shaky feel that the final product showcases. Not only did he film this short with a Bolex, but he also completed the project entirely by hand as well. He drew the characters and scenes, colored them with markers, and then glued all of the drawings onto cells. His short film had actually never been seen publicly until 2016. He screened the short film at the Tromamation Film Festival, where Adams was a panelist. He also uploaded the short film onto YouTube as well. During his time with Film Roman, Adams interned for the second season of Twisted Tales of Felix the Cat. The crew was so bare bones that he was able to learn a lot, and even helped with character designs and drawing backgrounds for the show. It took a lot of rejections until Billy and Mandy finally came to be. Adams pitched 12 shows, and all of them were rejected by various outlets. Billy and Mandy actually worked their way into other Adams pitches as well. One show he pitched was called Milkman, about a superhero that is a milk carton. His goal? To find missing children by looking at a mirror on the back of his head. Billy and Mandy were included in that pitch and stood out, so he began writing another pitch for just them. The Billy and Mandy pitch actually wasn't rejected that much. It was only rejected once, and that was by Nickelodeon. Not too shabby for a show where two kids become best friends with the Grim Reaper. Adams was nervous to pitch Billy and Mandy to Cartoon Network. He never thought they would actually greenlight a show where the main character was, well, Death himself. But little did he know what would happen next. Before Cartoon Network became Cartoon Network, they were actually known as Hanna-Barbera. They were pretty much the godfather of American animation, and the pilot episode of Billy and Mandy has the Hanna-Barbera title card. It's the only episode to have it since Cartoon Network purchased Hanna-Barbera and all of its properties. For Billy and Mandy, the biggest issue that Cartoon Network had was the fact that Grimm had a scythe. But after some focus testing and Adams reassuring the network that Grimm would never use the scythe on kids, the network eventually agreed that Grimm could have the scythe in the show. Adams admitted that the show's first few years were difficult and felt like Cartoon Network didn't want the show to continue. He noted that the network took the show off the air periodically during its first few years. In August of 2000, Cartoon Network aired a combination of two of Adams' works, Billy and Mandy and Evil con Carne as Grim and Evil. Evil con Carne was about a group of characters who wanted to take over the world. The group was led by Hector con Carne with his two sidekicks, Major Dr. Ghastly and General Scar. The show was part of Cartoon Network's The Big Pick, in which 53 hours of original content were aired over a weekend. Fans then voted online over the phone for their favorite show. The shows that had the highest votes were ultimately produced by the network. Who won the vote? Why, Grim and Evil, of course. It beat out the shows Whatever Happened to Robot Jones and Long Hair and Double Dome by a margin of 2-1. Grim and Evil became Cartoon Network's 12th original series in 2001 after winning The Big Pick. However, in June 2003, Billy and Mandy became its own separate half-hour show, which we all know as The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. The show did find success when it split from Evil con Carne and became a half-hour segment with 11-minute stories instead of 7-minute ones. Adams felt that having the extra time to flesh out a story was the key change it needed, since an actual story could be told, rather than having the episodes consist of a series of gags. When Billy and Mandy made the split from Evil con Carne, Adams had a choice on which show he wanted to develop as a half-hour segment. He ultimately chose Billy and Mandy because he felt that it had a higher chance of success, since a lot of the fans consistently praised the show more than Evil con Carne. However, Cartoon Network did let Adams and his crew do a proper send-off for Evil con Carne. A lot of people associate Billy and Mandy with dark humor, but Adams didn't see it that way. He felt that his humor was honest rather than dark, and that people are just afraid to talk about certain things, but he would rather just laugh at them instead. Fans were surprised at some of the things the creative team was able to get past the censors. Adams confessed that the people who work in censorship have some of the dirtiest minds in the business, but they will challenge anything they think might be wrong for viewers. He noted that as long as they weren't breaking glass or threatening babies, the show was usually okay. He can really only recall one line that had to be changed entirely. There's an episode where a snake is about to eat Billy's dad, and he is worried about his quote-unquote Bismarck. Adams had no idea what that meant, and what it actually means is well, you can look it up for yourself. One of the things that Adams appreciated with his time on Billy and Mandy are the fans. At conventions, fans would always mention how they watch the show with their parents or kids, and he thinks it's great that both parents and kids can get something out of the show. But that's not all he enjoyed. Adams is an overall creative guy and loves to dabble in everything. So when it came to developing Billy and Mandy, he felt that his passions were writing and drawing, and thought himself very lucky to be able to do both. Speaking of which, Mandy's design changed from concept to creation. She was originally meant to have pigtails, but ultimately ended up having blonde hair in the shape of horns. Sadly, most of the original storyboards for Billy and Mandy are locked away somewhere, never to be seen again. Adams admitted that the majority of the storyboards were done by hand, but eventually made the jump to digital. The original paper storyboards were shipped away to what's called Iron Mountain, a warehouse kept to store all things related to film and media. Adams wanted Ennsville, the neighborhood that Billy and Mandy lived in, to be super dumpy and depressing. He didn't see it as negative necessarily, but rather what the world called for to fit the story right. Out of all the characters that appeared in Billy and Mandy, Adams loved Mandy the most. He felt that she was such a unique character and that no one could ever recreate what she brought to the show. Billy's character was pretty easy to create for the show. Adams considers Billy to be a replica of himself. In elementary school, he would throw his leftover wax from his cheese onto the ceilings and call them Billies. We can only wonder what Billy would be like as a giant cheese wax monster. When the show first started, many fans thought that Billy and Mandy were siblings. The show poked fun at this in a later episode when Harold confessed to Gladys that he mistakenly thought Mandy was their daughter. Even Netflix had made this goof a few times in the show's description, naming them siblings. So who exactly do you get to do the voice of Death himself in a kids show? Why, Greg Eagles, of course. Eagles had done a lot of smaller roles leading up to Billy and Mandy, but his most popular role is still his voice work for Grimm. But the real question of the show is, why did Grimm have a Jamaican accent? Well, the original idea was to have Jonathan Harris voice Grimm with a British accent, but Greg Eagles did a read in a Jamaican accent, and Adams was so impressed that he hired him. One of the reasons that Grimm was originally meant to be British was because Adams thought of himself as someone like Dr. Smith from Lost in Space. Cartoon Network auditioned Dr. Smith himself, Jonathan Harris, for the role of Grimm, but it just didn't feel right. Eagles actually had very little confidence that the show was going to last as long as it did. In fact, a lot of the cast and crew didn't expect the show to last. Of course, they're all extremely happy that it did, and it ultimately ended up being one of Cartoon Network's longest running shows, and we're happy that they were all very wrong. Billy was voiced by stage and voice actor Richard Stephen Horvitz. Aside from Billy, Horvitz's most notable voiceover role was Zim from Invader Zim. Mandy was voiced by Gray DeLay, who is a champion when it comes to voice acting. She has over 400 credits to her name that range from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends to the Lego Star Wars video game series. There's a reason why Mandy doesn't smile at all in the show, aside from just being her old grumpy self. Adam's parents used to call him the little Russian boy who never smiles, which only encouraged him to smile even less, and that resonated with him when creating Mandy. Mandy does something in almost every episode that is commonly referred to as a couch gag, a visual gag that happens at the beginning or end credits and was made famous by The Simpsons. In the Billy and Mandy couch gag, Mandy constantly breaks the fourth wall at the end of the opening credits and gives some sort of sardonic message to the audience. Billy and Mandy's animation style falls under thick line animation, where characters have thick black borders. This style is extremely common in American animation and is considered to be one of the most defining genres of the medium. Adams wasn't the biggest fan of thick line animation, but felt pressure to have the characters drawn flat. In the beginning, the thicker lines were used to give characters more definition against their backgrounds. As the show progressed, the characters started to slowly lose their black outlines and became more dynamic. Adams has actually appeared in the show himself in the episode The Halls of Time. He is shown as the animator that Billy accidentally kills by dropping his hourglass. He not only voiced himself in the show, but also voiced a unique character as well, Jeff the Spider, who believes Billy to be his father and only wants his acceptance in the world. Adam's voice can also be found in the end credits as well. He does that creepy voice that you hear, and if played backwards, you'll hear him saying, "Oh no, this is the end of the show, you're watching it backwards." So what's Adam's personal favorite episode? He will always have a special place in his heart for Ecto Cooler, because he felt like he was able to put the most of himself into that episode. He remembers the movie Big Boogie Adventure, along with other special episodes, as being a challenge because the team had to make them on top of the normal schedule of episodes they were working on. Now what about the music? When you have a show like Billy and Mandy, who do you possibly get to be a guest musician for episodes? Why, none other than that goth cabaret singer Aurelio Voltaire. Hey, wait, that's me! Adams actually met Aurelio Voltaire, me again, at a goth club, which of course you knew would happen. Well, it says here, and who am I to argue, that Aurelio Voltaire created one of the catchiest songs to ever grace a cartoon when he made the tune Brains. It's featured in the episode Little Rock of Horrors, where I play an alien who loves eating brains. Metal band SPF 1000 has their song Darkness featured in Billy and Mandy in the episode Battle of the Bands. It's performed by Grimm's band Purple Filth. Adams must really like metal music. Heavy metal band Rad have their song Round and Round featured in the end credits of the Christmas special episode Billy and Mandy Save Christmas. The video game controllers are pretty ridiculous in the Billy and Mandy universe. They make absolutely no sense. They have 3 joysticks, a small steering wheel, and over 10 buttons. friends. Grim may be the Reaper of Death, but he does love reading the newspaper as well, just like any sane person. His favorite part of the paper? What else but the obituary? Sure, he does a great job of being the Grim Reaper, but he's always had a dream of doing something bigger, something brighter. He always wanted to be a swimsuit model, and even auditioned for it. However, he was rejected for being too dead, and all he needed to do to get the job was to put some billiard balls in his eyes and, wear tights stuffed with meat in it. Gross. Billy and Mandy aren't necessarily the best kind of friends to have, especially when you're Grim. That's why he has two secret best friends who are, well, sticks. They are both named Derek, and sadly didn't last long because they turned to dust when Grim asked them if they thought he was ugly. Poor Grim. And the Derricks. Every kid dreams of being a wizard after reading Harry Potter, right? Well, that also goes for kids in the world of Billy and Mandy. There's a wizard camp that kids attend, and instead of hat sorting, they get sorted by talking squid who also happens to play guitar. That actually sounds cooler than the hat. It's probably not a good idea to get in trouble at this version of wizard school though. If a student is expelled, they don't just simply leave the school. Rather, they have to fight a giant one-eyed monster in a gladiator-type match. That does not sound cooler. Apparently, Billy and Mandy's school was built on the set of Empire Strikes Back. When Grim starts to befriend Mandy's arch enemy, Mindy, Mandy decides to have a talk with him in an undisclosed location of her school, and this room just so happens to look like the giant air shaft that Luke Skywalker lost his hand in. Pokemon, known otherwise as pocket monsters, exists in this world. Well, sort of. They're called Hokey monsters, and they don't exactly have the cutest names. Call me Shallow Butt, Fragadactylops, Blobaguts, and Bug-Eyed Boogie Eater don't have exactly the same charm as Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. Grim gets sick just like anyone else can. He can have a fever, a headache, and his boogers can fly and turn into giant booger monsters. It happens to the best of us. Haas Delgado himself is a reference to a couple of other characters. He appears to be a parody of Snake Plissken, the main character of the Escape from New York movies. While if Snake had a robotic arm that could transform into any type of weapon imaginable, the resemblance is uncanny. Haas Delgado is also a reference to Ash from The Evil Dead, as he can shoot chainsaws from his robotic arm. Delgado is a pretty busy dude. When he's not busy slaying any and all monsters, he's also appearing in video games. He's in a video game called President Evil, which is an obvious reference to and parody of the real-life Resident Evil game franchise. Billy and Mandy includes a lot of cameo appearances from other cartoon characters, like Fred Flintstone. Billy discovers a frozen caveman under his house, and it turns out to be none other than Fred Flintstone himself. However, life unfortunately doesn't go super well for Fred here. Yogi Bear and Boo Boo have also appeared in Billy and Mandy, although they have seen better days. They appear to be addicted to some kind of substance, which we hope is just picnic food, and that they can find help soon. Snagglepuss also makes a cameo in Billy and Mandy, although he doesn't have the best portrayal ever. I mean, Haas Delgado runs over him, and that's all we see of him. Hopefully he landed on his feet okay. Good old Chowder makes an appearance in the show as well. In the movie special Underfist, Chowder can be seen casually hanging out in a pumpkin float during Halloween. C.H. Greenblatt, Chowder's creator, actually worked on Billy and Mandy. He created a handful of characters, but there was one character that he created and voiced, which was the infamous Fred Fredberger. Underfist was actually supposed to be a new show for Cartoon Network that primarily followed all of the side characters from Billy and Mandy. It was going to pick up where the original left off, and even had a pilot created. Unfortunately, during the time the movie was being produced, Cartoon Network had changed management and didn't want to focus on cartoons anymore, but rather make live-action shows, which meant that the Underfist series was scrapped, and all we got was the movie. SpongeBob sort of makes an appearance in Billy and Mandy universe as well. In the episode Be a Fred, Be Very a Fred, one of Grimm's bosses can be seen sitting in a meeting, and they just so happen to look like a sponge who lives under the sea. Well, if they were blue and had demon horns, of course. The gang of Scooby-Doo even showed up in the Billy and Mandy universe. In the episode Reap Walking, when the classic "would have gotten away with it" line is thrown out, the camera first pans to the Mystery Machine group, but then pans to the actual heroes, Billy and Mandy. But Scooby-Doo had to steal some of the spotlight and have a cameo all to himself. In the episode Keeper of the Reaper, Scooby-Doo is called on as a witness during the trial of how mean Mandy is. How could you make fun of the way Scooby walks, Mandy? How could you? The Smurfs also show up in the series too. Well, the Smurfs with a Billy and Mandy filter on them. In the episode The Schlubs, a bunch of schlubs try to keep Billy hostage, and these schlubs happen to look like super creepy Smurfs. A cartoon just isn't a cartoon without our favorite explorer, Dora, right? Well, a certain Dora appears in the episode Pandora's Lunchbox, and she just so happens to look very similar to the other Dora who loves exploring. The biggest difference for this Dora is that she guards Pandora's box. No biggie. Grimm almost found true love once. It seemed that he found his goth princess in Malaria, who seemed to be completely entranced by Grimm's creepiness. Unfortunately, once she found out that Grimm was the actual, Grim Reaper, she ran away in sheer terror. Have you ever wondered how Americans acted during the Revolutionary War? Well, in the Billy and Mandy universe, they were apparently like giant frat bros proclaiming, "All right, fellow American dudes, let's kick some limey butt." It all makes sense that they would be the ones to free us from tea and biscuits. Grimm enjoys cartoons just like anyone else would. One of his favorite ones? Codename Kids Next Door, of course. In the episode Sickly Sweet, Grimm is watching TV while eating ice cream, and the audio heard coming from the TV are lines from Codename Kids Next Door, which makes sense since Billy and Mandy has crossed over with Codename Kids Next Door, so it's basically canon that these two shows share the same universe. The crossover came to life because Adams and Tom Warburton, the creator of Codename Kids Next Door, are actual friends. They met at a copy machine in the office and were friends throughout the entire show runs. Cartoon Network was big into crossovers at the time, so when Codename Kids Next Door and Billy and Mandy were both nearing their end, and Adams and Warburton felt this was the right time for their shows to cross over, Cartoon Network was happy to oblige. The Billy and Mandy trio have also casually snuck into the Powerpuff Girls universe, and actually were the Powerpuff Girls themselves. Grimm was Blossom, Mandy was Bubbles, and Billy was Buttercup. If anything, Mandy should have been Buttercup, but who are we to judge? When Grimm isn't watching Codename Kids Next Door, he's watching My Little Pony, naturally. Well, Billy and Mandy's version of My Little Pony, which is called My Troubled Pony, is not exactly as happy as My Little Pony. Grimm also happens to be a fan of the band The Talking Heads. In the episode Duck, during Grimm's dream, he says, "This not me beautiful house, this not me beautiful wife," which is a lyric in the Talking Heads song, Once in a Lifetime. Billy even says, "Same as it ever was," which is a continuation of the lyrics. Billy and Mandy got pretty meta at times. In the episode Secret Snake Club, Grimm has to go to a website called schneshuga.com in order to bring back a snake from the past. At one point, this website actually existed and was fully fictional. If you go to the website now, it'll redirect you to the games on Cartoon Network's website. Adams never wanted to do sci-fi episodes of Billy and Mandy since he wanted to stick with a creepy tone. However, he ultimately ended up doing two. One was by choice when he pitched a DVD special called Bill and Mandy vs. the Martians. They did, however, okay it as a regular episode of the series, and so it was made. The other sci-fi story was due to the execs wanting to do a promotional episode with Kraft cheese. The plot included aliens who loved cheese, but Graff ultimately backed out, and Adams and the team got stuck with another sci-fi episode since it was already developed. It was called Billy and Mandy Moon the Moon. Apparently, the staff members of Billy and Mandy are Shel Silverstein fans. In the episode Tricycle of Terror, Billy's bully Spurg goes to throw Billy's tricycle over where the sidewalk ends, and when he gets there he shouts the line, "This is where the sidewalk ends, baby," before he throws it. Well, that sidewalk end is almost an exact replica of Shel Silverstein's cover of the book with the same name. Mandy is a pretty tough cookie, so it makes sense that she would channel her inner Goku from time to time. In the episode Chicken Ball Z, Mandy is an expert kung fu artist and even has her hair done up the way a Super Saiyan's hair would look. Erwin is actually 1/4 vampire, no biggie. Dracula is Erwin's grandfather on his father's side, which in turn makes him a 1/4 vampire. No matter what Billy says, we wouldn't trust his math skills. But hey, that's a pretty sweet grandpa to have. Mandy has only fallen in love once, and that was to Billy's mysterious friend Piff. Naturally, Mandy wanted Grimm to cut her heart out, but he had different ideas. Instead, he gave her the old Sandy makeover and Piff couldn't control himself at all. Not surprisingly, Mandy shot him down immediately. Many people have doubts about whether or not Santa Claus is real, but if Grimm is to have any truth to his word, Santa is 100% real, because Grimm says that he and Santa went to college together. The mall Santa in Ennsville is none other than General Scar. Scar was the military mastermind in Evil con Carne, and well, he's not the cheeriest Santa that mall has seen. When Grimm takes Billy and Mandy to the North Pole to prove Santa is real, it actually turns out that Hoth is located in the North Pole too. When they first teleport there, they end up near a cave that has a certain Jedi hanging on for dear life against a certain ice monster. As it turns out, Mrs. Claus is a vampire. She then turns Santa into a vampire herself because she was tired of working 364 days a year while Santa only had to work one. Which, hey, that could make anyone want to turn their significant other into a vampire. Were you ever curious about what Grimm used to look like before he became, well, a skeleton? There's an episode where he actually refers to his old appearance, and it cuts to an actual photograph of a person. That person was an executive on the show, Jay Bastian. Billy and Mandy officially ended in 2008, and Underfist was the send-off for the show. Adams wanted to give a spotlight to the minor characters in the series, and since it was a Halloween special, it was held and aired on Halloween, even though it was done 6 months prior. For Underfist, Adams couldn't bring back his original crew in their entirety because some of them had moved on, and so he had to outsource people in order to get the film done. He also made another change while creating Underfist. Adams redesigned some of the characters and style of the show to be much closer to what he preferred. He also wanted to just make sure it looked visually different than the series, especially since the tone was different. By animation standards, Billy and Mandy stood the test of time. It lasted for 7 seasons, including an extra season as Grim and Evil. The show also has multiple episodic shorts and 3 movies. Not too shabby. There was also a video game created and named after the show, which was a 3D fighter with a full-fledged story. Adams even helped write the story and oversaw the production to a degree. I feel compelled to mention that the boss is a certain brain-eating meteor who sings the song Brains by a certain Aurelio Voltaire. A fan webcomic series titled Grim Tales came out after Billy and Mandy ended. It's published by Snafu Comics and written and drawn by Bleedman. Adams himself has seen the comic and dug it. He specifically praised the art style of the comic. In 2013, Adams gave Billy and Mandy merchandise to supporters backing a Kickstarter project that was developing called Dead Meat. The merchandise included original artwork, tarot cards of the characters, t-shirts, and pillows. Billy and Mandy was no slouch when it came to awards season. It was nominated for multiple Annies and Emmys. In 2005, it won an Annie Award for Best Directing in an animated television production for the episode Attack of the Clowns. The award went to Sean Cashman and Phil Cummings. The show also won an Emmy in 2006 for Outstanding Individual Achievement in Animation, given to storyboard artist Michael Diedrich. So although the show features death, we know it will live on forever. Once again, I am Aurelio Voltaire of The Lair of Voltaire. That's the name of my YouTube channel. The address is Voltaire Music page, and you can hear not only the songs that I've done for Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, but all of my other music, and you can watch my show, Gothic Homemaking.
If you prefer to really ponder your horror, then we've got some facts for you right here. The classic Battle of Wits featuring demons and a cursed notebook, Death Note. It's always fun for a Halloween watch. So we've collected 107 Death Note facts, and they'll be playing right now.
Creepy death gods, notebooks that kill people, sugar-addicted spy geniuses. Death Note is a shade darker than your usual anime and relies on suspense rather than action-packed fighting to tell its story. That's why the best-selling franchise has earned itself a huge fan base, as well as the enmity of many parents and even some governments. Think you know the whole story? Think again. I'm Kirsten, and whether you're a diehard fan or just curious what all the fuss is about, we're here to give you the inside scoop on your favorite morally dubious anime and its its numerous offshoots. So sit back, relax, and take some notes, not in that notebook, because we're counting down the 107 facts you should know about Death Note. Let's get started. Number 1. Death Note began its long, successful journey as a manga, written and conceived by Takumi Oba and illustrated by Takeshi Obata. Number 2. How wildly successful, you ask? It has spawned not only the manga series, but an anime series, 2 remix films based on the anime, 3 live-action movies, a live-action TV series, a possible Hollywood treatment, and a stage musical. Number 3. The manga was first introduced to the world as it was serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump from December 2003 to May 2006. Number 4. There are 108 chapters of Death Note published in 12 volumes. There's also a 13th Death Note that serves as an encyclopedia containing extra info on characters and interviews with the creators. Number 5. Oba wanted to create a suspense series. He felt he couldn't create a combat-heavy manga and that there were few other suspense manga available. Number 6. Even though he submitted a pilot chapter to the parent company of Shonen Jump, Oba didn't expect Death Note would be picked up. He thought his suspense-heavy, zero-fighting manga didn't, quote, fit with Jump. Luckily for us, he was wrong. Number 7. Oba wanted to take advantage of serialization, so he knew up front he wanted the series to follow one long plotline instead of being episodic. It was always intended to focus on one cast dealing with sequential events triggered by the Death Note. Number 8. Obata said he, quote, didn't really get it the first time he read through the rough draft of Death Note, but was drawn to the series primarily because of the Shinigami, and he definitely went all out on those guys. Number 9. Obata drew the pilot to appeal to himself, and still wondered if the series would be picked up since it had little action and the main character didn't drive the plot along. Number 10. Oba and Obata did not meet in person while working on the pilot chapter, communicating through their editor instead. The two didn't meet in person until an editorial party in 2004. Number 11. Takeshi Obata's first big exposure was winning the prestigious Tezuka Award in 1985 for his one-shot Gohyaku Konen wo Shinwa. He also got a job at Konen Jump out of the deal. Oh, and he was 16 at the time. No big deal. Number 12. There is speculation that Tsugumi Oba is a pen name, and that the reclusive writer is actually Hiroshi Gamo, known for the strange superhero series Totemo Lucky Man from the 1990s. Proponents of the theory point out that Light's Cram School offers a Gamo seminar, and that a character in his later manga Bakuman works on a very similar manga. It's far-fetched, but hey, we're all about weird conspiracies at Frederator. Number 13. Oba felt he worked best in visualizing the story of Death Note when he was relaxed. He pictured the panels in his mind while he was in bed, drinking tea, or just walking around his house. Number 14. When designing the color covers for the graphic novels, Obata wanted to assign colors to each of the characters, hence the whole blue-red, a light trope in the anime. Number 15. The Death Notes were originally supposed to have a different design. Obata wanted them to be Bible-like, something you would automatically think was a Death Note. This idea was scrapped for the look of an ordinary notebook. Number 16. It was also discussed that Death Notes could change form depending on time and location. For example, a Death Note in ancient Japan could be a scroll. Obviously, this idea was never used in the series, although it'd be really weird to come across a mangled notebook in ancient Japan. Number 17. The pilot chapter featured a scrapped concept for a death eraser that could revive people killed by the Death Note, as if the person in charge of the Death Note wasn't already playing God enough. Number 18. The word Shinigami literally means death god. The first character, Shini, means death, and the second, Gami, means god. In Japanese culture, Shinigami are gods or deities that kill humans to extend their own lives. Number 19. Obata said there are no physical difference between separate male and female Shinigami. The sole differences are design details that he added subconsciously. Number 20. As of April 2015, and despite all the bans, Death Note currently has 30 million copies in circulation. Number 21. Oba had trouble creating Ryuk. At first, he envisioned him as a handsome man with dark hair and wings. He later changed the design when his editor pointed out that the god didn't necessarily have to be human. Oba began to think of Ryuk's face as a mask, with his real face underneath being attractive. Number 22. Obata considered basing the design of Shinigami on wizards, but decided against it. The rags on their body are remnants of the idea. Number 23. Shinigami all have their own unique written languages. Takeshi Obata says he assumes all Shinigami can understand each other's languages. Number 24. The Shinigami world has a hierarchy, with the Shinigami king on the top and all his subordinates below. Death gods are given numerical levels depending on their power. Where your Ryuk ranks is up to your personal inference. Number 25. If a Shinigami breaks the rules of the Shinigami world, they face one of 9 punishment levels. Severity increases from level 8 down to level 1. And if you're wondering where 9 came from, there's also an unnumbered extreme level below 1. If a level 3 or worse is applied, the Shinigami will die. Killing a human without a death note warrants an extreme level punishment. But can you imagine a Shinigami just strangling some guy instead of scrawling down his name? Neither can we. Number 26. Ryuk is 6 foot 6 inches tall. He might be a born basketball player if he wasn't so gangly. Number 27. The early version of Ryuk featured in the pilot was later described by the authors as really lazy and incompetent. Number 28. In the pilot chapter, Ryuk drops 2 death notes into the human world. One to a character named Taro Kagami, and one to his classmate Muira. However, as the old saying goes, no light, no fun. That's a thing, right? Number 29. Ryuk wrote the instructions of the Death Note in English, thinking it was the most popular language in the human realm. Number 30. After being given the description, quote, a brilliant honors student who's a little out there, Obata had no trouble coming up with Light's design, although he had to reference fashion magazines to see what a brilliant person would wear. Number 31. As the manga went on, Obata started to streamline Light's look by taking out what he thought were, quote, unnecessary lines. However, he had to backtrack and make him resemble his initial look when Light loses his memory.
Hey friends, Tim here with ChannelFrederator, taking a small break to announce the launch of our new channel in Spanish, Atomo Network. There you'll be able to enjoy some programming in Spanish, including 107 facts about your favorite cartoons. You won't hear my voice because I can't speak a lot of Spanish. And to that I say lo siento. So go ahead and subscribe and join our House of Animation. Now, back to the facts.
Number 32. Light's last name, Yagami, was the suggestion of Oba's editor. Yagami is made up of the kanji characters for night and god. Number 33. Light's first name is written as the character for moon. Raito, or light, aren't the proper readings of the name, which is why in the anime Misa reads it as Tsuki, or moon. Number 34. Oba envisioned Light's father, Soichiro, as, quote, an honest police officer with a strong sense of justice. He wanted the reader to feel sorry for everything he has to go through, and boy, do we. Number 35. According to Oba, if Light had never found the Death Note, he would have become one of the greatest policemen in the world and worked alongside L to solve crimes. Just try not to be a little sad about that. Number 36. Tetsuro Araki, the director of the anime, said that if he was one of Light's friends, Light would have surely used and killed him. Number 37. Light's birthday is February 28th, 1986. Now we can all celebrate Kira Day. Number 38. L's birthday is Halloween, 1979, which actually makes him significantly older than Light. Older than I had imagined anyway. Number 39. L's full name is L Lowlight, but it kinda looks like Lawliet, so it's very fancy. Number 40. Both Obata and Oba say that L is their favorite character. Light is Oba's second favorite human character, which is probably code for Ryuk and the other Shinigami all rank above Light. Number 41. A lot of the character design of L was left to Obata. Oba wanted a character about the same age as Light, since making the detective much older might not hold much interest. Oba also wanted his name to be, quote, a single letter with a lot of significance. Number 42. Although Oba admits it wasn't his intent, fans have said that L's fighting style resembles the Brazilian martial art of capoeira. Oba has said that he was just looking for an effective way for someone to kick a person while handcuffed, but if fans see a resemblance, it makes him happy. Number 43. When asked about L's ethnicity, Oba said, quote, I think of him as a quarter Japanese, a quarter English, a quarter Russian, and a quarter French or Italian. Number 44. Oba wrote L so incredibly quirky because he, quote, wanted L to be an extremely unorthodox character to contrast with Light, who is supposed to be a brilliant and outstanding student. Number 45. When asked if El had any friends, Oba said no. When he told Light that Light was his first friend, it was a lie. El could never have a friend because he found humans to be a very cunning species. Number 46, which naturally means we have to bring up the foot massage now. Death Note is actually full of a lot of biblical references. Light is portrayed as being crucified at the end of the series, and that scene where El massages Light's feet mirrors the story of Jesus watching his disciples' feet, although the original story probably had a lot less awkward sexual tension, and Light is a pretty disturbing interpretation of Jesus. Number 47. Watari's name was originally supposed to be Shadow, but Oba's editors discouraged it, probably because it made Watari sound like an epic superhero sidekick. Number 48. Obata used Oba's suggestion that Watari should be an old man purely because he felt that older characters were more fun to draw, what with all the quote, weird angles created by their wrinkles. Number 49. Obata was left to come up with the design of Nier and Mello, with all of the instruction from Oba being that they should both look, quote, a little ellish. Obata therefore struggled with the designs, since most of them looked too much like L. Number 50! Nier and Mello were originally conceived as twins, and even at one point they were L's sons, but the idea was dropped, probably because you absolutely cannot imagine L successfully flirting with a lady, much less raising children. Number 51. Nier's fondness for toys and stacking objects are a direct reflection of L's habit of stacking sugar cubes. Oba wanted childish elements to exist in both characters. Oba actually expected Nier's tower of matchsticks to be too difficult for Obata to draw, and was surprised when Obata pulled it off. Number 52. The end designs for Nier and Mello were actually switched. The design for Mello became the final design for Nier, and vice versa. Number 53. Nier's given name is Nate River, while Mello's is Mihail Keel. Number 54. Oba feels he personally is a lot like Nier, since he rarely leaves his house. I mean, neither does L, but maybe Oba doesn't consume massive amounts of sugar. Number 55. Even though, spoilers! He's not the one to eventually oust Light, Oba says that L is the smartest character in the series because, quote, the plot requires it. Number 56. Speaking of intellect, Oba said that Misa had to be spontaneous and not too bright, and that he determined her personality from the start. Number 57. Oba admits that Misa was created primarily so that Death Note wasn't one big sausage fest. Which are our words, not his. Number 58. Oba said that Misa's name was, quote, kinda random, but I think it was from Kuro Misa, or Black Mass. It must have been based on something, end quote. How's that for conclusive answers? Number 59. Oba and Obata wanted Misa to have a gothic Lolita design to reflect the design of the Shinigami world, although maybe the Lolita part is the more interesting, understated part of that description given the role of her character. Number 60. Obata said his editor warned him that the scene with Misa in restraints was on morally thin ground for a children's magazine. A title was therefore placed over the drawing in chapter 33. Number 61. Misa was born on Christmas Day 1984, and major spoilers! Misa died on Valentine's Day 2011. Although her fate is only inferenced, Oba speculates that Misa, quote, committed suicide, or something like that, when she, also spoilers, learned of Light's death. Number 62. A character with Shinigami eyes can see the lifespan of a person by looking at them. The lifespan is represented as a number that needs to be converted into human time. Oba originally had a formula for converting the lifespan, but forgot it. Number 63. When a human makes a deal for Shinigami eyes, their eyesight becomes 3.6, also known as 2010. Oba considered this as, quote, very close to being a stupid rule. Number 64. Rem is Obata's favorite Shinigami because she is a good person, death deity. Either way, a moral compass is impressive in this series. Number 65. The design for Rem's head was inspired by the mythological Greek creature Medusa. Number 66. Originally, the Shinigami Gelis was portrayed as beautiful, but Obata decided to design him as a patchwork doll instead, since he's such a pitiful character. Number 67. Obata based Sado's design on a bird, specifically a canary. Maybe a mummy canary? A 2007 survey done by the Ministry of Culture of Japan named Death Note the 10th greatest manga of all time. Number 69. Obata wishes he could have drawn Ibra to be more comedic. Obata believes that if he drew Ibra and Weddy to look a little more original, Oba would have given the characters a larger role. Number 70. The anime series was produced in Japan by Madhouse Studio, who is also responsible for Black Lagoon, Chai Sweet Home, and Death Parade. The anime aired in Japan on Nippon Television starting starting on October 3rd, 2006, and ran until June 26, 2007. Number 71, Tetsuro Araki, director of the anime, quote, literally begged to join the production team. Number 72, Araki has also directed several other notable anime, including High School of the Dead and Attack on Titan. Number 73, Tetsuro Araki admits that he felt an urge to support and cheer for Light, even though we learned earlier that he thinks Light would have killed him. Now that is devotion to your characters. Number 74, the series was licensed for legal downloading in North America through Viz's Direct-to-Drive, which can be seen as a precursor to simulcasting. This was the first time an anime was released in North America while it was still airing on Japanese television. Number 75, Death Note premiered on American television on Adult Swim and ran from October 20th, 2007 to July 4th, 2008. Number 76, the series has two opening themes, The World by Nightmare and What's Up People by Maximum the Hormone, the latter of which is totally insane and pretty darn great, mostly because of the screaming. Oh, the screaming. Number 77, on the other end, the series has three ending theme songs, Illumina by Nightmare, Zetsubobili by Maximum the Hormone, and Coda, Death Note by Yoshihisa Hirano, which was only used for the finale. Number 78, in episode 13, Misa is listening to The World by Nightmare. We also see that her cell phone ringer is the show's first ending, Illumina. We also learn that Matsuda has the same ringtone. Number 79. The score was composed by Yoshihisa Hirano, whose work also includes the 2011 Hunter x Hunter adaptation, and Hideki Taniyuchi, who also scored Kaji. Number 80! The chanting heard in the first episode is the Kyrie eleison, which is part of Catholic Mass. The chant translates to, Lord, have mercy. The Lord will probably not have mercy. Number 81! The number of the abducted bus is 174. This is a reference to an incident in Brazil in 2000, where an armed man took over a bus and held it hostage, threatening to shoot all the passengers. Number 82. 7 voice actors in the English dub have also done voices on X-Men Evolution. Brad Swail plays Light Yagami and Nightcrawler. Alessandro Giuliani plays Ellen Gambit. Kirby Morrow plays Mikami and Cyclops. Colleen Wheeler plays Rem and Mystique. Michael Adamswaith plays Ray Penbar and Colossus. Tabitha St. Germain plays Naomi Misora and Danielle Moonstar. And Sam Vincent plays Sado and Forge. Oh god. Number 83. Ryuk's English voice actor is Brian Drummond. He also plays Vegeta, Yaji Obe, and Baba in Dragon Ball Z. So it's his voice when you hear anything is over 9,000! Drummond auditioned for the role only after seeing a picture of the character in the studio. Number 84. Speaking of Dragon Ball Z, Light Yagami is played by Brad Swail, who is also known for voicing Gohan from Dragon Ball Z, as well as Rock in Black Lagoon, Moose in Ranma 1/2, and Maxwell in Hamtaro. Oh, Hamtaro. Number 85. Episodes 36 and 37 were the only ones of the series to be rated TVMA. Number 86. And major spoilers for this one. A character with a striking resemblance to Light Yagami appears in an episode of the anime Death Parade. One of the rules of the Death Note is that humans who use it can neither go to heaven nor hell. The setting of Death Parade is a sort of limbo in the afterlife. It's the closest we're gonna get to closure, folks. Number 87. Bart Simpson's Treehouse of Horror Volume 14 features a comic parody of Death Note where Bart finds the notebook. And naturally, Krusty plays Ryuk. Number 88. In February 2007, Konami released a game for the Nintendo DS called Death Note Kira Game. The player fills the shoes of either L or Light and has to figure out who the other character is. In July of the same year, a sequel game was released based on the second part of the manga. A third Death Note game was released in February 2008 that takes place before the Kira investigation. Do all of these sound awesome? Guess what? None of them were released in America. Number 89. There have been 2 live-action film adaptations, Death Note and Death Note: The Last Name, in addition to a live-action spin-off film revolving around L called L Changed the World, and a live-action TV drama which began in 2015. Number 90! Shusuke Kaneko, director of the films, chose to have Ryuk rendered in computer graphics because he felt that using a human actor would be, quote, too realistic and might make the audience doubt that he's a death god. Kaneko told the graphics team to design Ryuk as if he were an actor inside a rubber suit. Number 91. When coming up with the film, Kaneko wanted to change how Light gains the Death Note in order to make the character more sympathetic in the beginning of the film. Number 92. Kenichi Matsuyama, who played L in the live-action movies, said that he and Tatsuya Fujiwara, who played Light, would get so immersed in their roles that they would not speak to each other on set. Number 93. Warner Brothers owns the rights to make a Hollywood adaptation of Death Note. Nat Wolff, known for being part of Nickelodeon's The Naked Brothers Band, has been cast as Light Yagami. Do with that information what you will. Number 94. Shane Black, who directed Iron Man 3, was originally slated to be the director, and you can thank him because Warner Brothers wanted to change Light Yagami's background to make the story about revenge, but Black opposed it. But as of April 2015, Adam Wingard, who directed segments from VHS 1 and its sequel, is now directing Death Note. Hollywood politics seems miserable. Number 95. In 2015, a musical adaptation called Death Note the Musical ran in Japan and South Korea. The musical centers around the first half of the series. Number 96. In 2014, prior to the Japanese premiere, the Death Note musical was workshopped in New York City with an English-speaking cast, which means that you can listen to the English versions of a few songs, which we at Frederator cannot recommend doing highly enough because it's so horrifically awful, it is amazing. Take the duet between Light and L, for instance. Pure fool's gold. Number 97. Yet despite all this wild success, Death Note has not been without its fair share of controversy. The Albuquerque Public Schools District held a hearing in May 2010 to ban the Death Note manga from schools in the district. Luckily, the measure was unanimously defeated. Number 98. Other areas weren't so lucky. In 2007, Death Note was banned in Beijing, with officials scouring shops with the intent of confiscating any copies of the manga. Number 99. As of June 2009, the Chinese Ministry of Culture blacklisted the series, along with Attack on Titan and 36 others, from being distributed in the country at all. Number 100. Yet the anti-Death Note craze has some solid foundations. In 2007, there was a Belgian murder case dubbed the Manga Mord, or Manga Murder, by the Belgian media. Near the remains were notes that said "Watashi wa Kira desu," which is Japanese for "I am Kira." 4 men were arrested in connection to this case in 2010. Number 101. In May 2008, one middle school student was expelled and 3 others suspended for having their own Death Note with 50 names in it. One of the names was then President George W. Bush. Number 102. In May 2010, another middle school student was suspended after his Death Note was found on a school bus. The kids list included the names of classmates and pop star Justin Bieber. Number 103. In September 2009, an 8-year-old Australian boy went a little more chillingly hardcore with his Death Note. In addition to names, the note included a battle plan detailing places inside his school where bombs could be placed. We remind you, this kid was 8. Number 104. In April 2008, 2 6th grade boys from Alabama were arrested for having a Death Note containing the names of students and staff members. Number 105. After 4 volumes of the manga were found near the scene of a suicide of a teenage girl in Yekaterinburg, Russia in February 2013, a local parents group wrote an open letter to President Vladimir Putin calling for a complete ban of all Death Note related media. Number 106. In response to all this controversy surrounding the series, Shizuka Kaneko, the director of the first live-action Death Note film, said, "If preventing them from seeing this movie is going to make kids better, then why not prevent them from watching all bad news?" Which, while Death Note is definitely not the kind of series a parent would necessarily encourage their kid to watch, is a valid point. And number 107. After Death Note, Oba and Obata reunited to work on the series Bakuman, which ran from August 2008 till April 2012, and then again in 2015 on the series Platinum N.
Jenna Ortega? Where? Oh, sorry, she's probably off making some other hit TV show or starring in a movie alongside Mia Goth. But hey, at least we've got 107 Wednesday facts for you. Roll the video! This is 107 facts about Netflix's Wednesday. Number 1. If you couldn't already tell, Tim Burton is all over this new version of Wednesday. He was brought on as executive producer of the show early on. Number 2. He's not just the executive producer either. Tim Burton himself actually directed the first 4 episodes of Wednesday. Number 3. Believe it or not, this is the first time Tim Burton has officially worked on any Addams Family media that has seen the light of day. He was approached to direct the 1991 Addams Family film, but had to turn it down due to scheduling conflicts with his work on Batman Returns. Number 4. Tim Burton isn't alone though. Miles Millar and Alfred Goh are also executive producers on Wednesday, as well as the writers and general showrunners. They started developing the story in 2019 and acquired the rights to the Addams Family from Illumination Studios. Number 5. If you've never heard of them, Millar and Goh also co-wrote and co-created Smallville, the CW drama about the life and times of a young Superman, or Clark Kent. Number 6. They started developing the story for Wednesday in 2019 and eventually acquired the rights to the Addams Family from Illumination Studios. Number 7. Before then, Illumination Studios had their hands on the underlying rights of the original Charles Addams drawings since 2010. They made those 3D animated Addams Family films from 2029 and 2021 in collaboration with Universal Studios. Number 8. At one point, Tim Burton was on board to work with Illumination and direct an animated Addams Family for them. The initial film was stop motion in classic Tim Burton fashion. However, once the project shifted from stop motion to 3D graphics, Tim Burton turned it down. Number 9. Once Millar and Goh wrote the pilot script for Wednesday, they pitched it to Tim Burton with their fingers crossed. They knew about Burton's touch-and-go history with Addams Family projects, so they weren't sure how he would respond, if at all. Number 10. Imagine their surprise when Burton got back to them only 3 days later with a resounding yes. Number 11. Tim Burton said part of the reason he signed up is because he identified with this new Wednesday's worldview, especially as it pertained to navigating school as a teenager. Number 12. For example, Burton described a prom he attended in 1976 as his own personal Carrie, with him feeling like Carrie, of course. So he relates to Wednesday's place in the world as an outcast, even among outcasts. Number 13. Not surprisingly, Wednesday has its own Carrie reference. When things at the Raven Dance go sour, Wednesday disappointedly notes that they didn't even use real pig's blood, a reference to the climactic dance in Carrie. Number 14. The Carrie connections don't stop there. Chloe Grace Moretz voiced Wednesday in those 3D animated Addams Family movies that Illumination made, and she also played Carrie in the 2013 remake. Number 15. Eventually, the world got its first tease of Wednesday with an announcement in October 2020. The only info given is that it was an unnamed Addams Family project with Tim Burton running things. Number 16. A few months later, in February 2021, Netflix officially gave the green light for Wednesday and ordered the 8-episode series. Number 17. For all the movies that Tim Burton has done, Wednesday is considered Tim Burton's first real foray into television. Millar and Goh wanted to think of it as their own 8-hour Tim Burton movie. Number 18. In creating and crafting Wednesday, Millar and Goh took special care not to borrow too much from the previous Addams Family iterations. That includes the 90s films, the classic 1964 television show, and of course, the original comic strip by Charles Addams that debuted in 1938. Number 19. That's not to say that they left all those ideas in the past though. For example, they took one particularly simple inspiration, the silhouette of the family themselves. They wanted Gomez Addams to be shorter and noticeably heavier than Morticia, just like in the original comic strip. Number 20. Another classic Addams Family bit that stuck is the Thanksgiving scene from 1993's Addams Family Values. If you've watched Wednesday, you'll know that the show doesn't shy away from anti-colonialism themes, just like Wednesday in 1993. Number 21. Millar and Goh were especially inspired by Raul Julia's depiction of Gomez Addams from the 90s films. They decided to truly lean into the idea of the Addams Family being Hispanic and made efforts to depict their heritage. Number 22. Before Jenna Ortega was even considered to play Wednesday, Millar and Goh knew they wanted to cast a Latina in the role. Number 23. Also, in the first episode of Wednesday, you can hear a rendition of La Llorona playing from the gramophone in Wednesday's dorm room in one scene. It's another nod to Wednesday's Hispanic roots as an Addams. Number 24. Wednesday was filmed over the course of 8 months, between September 2021 and March 2022, in the town of Busteni in Romania. Number 25. The show takes place in the fictional town of Jericho, Vermont, and fans circulated a theory that the Jericho scenes were filmed in the same place as Gilmore Girls. Of course, this turned out to be bogus. Number 26. All that you see of Jericho, Vermont was actually filmed on a set built in the town of Buftea, which is also in Romania. Number 27. As for Nevermore Academy itself, it's actually a real-world place. Nevermore is actually a castle in the Carpathian Mountains of Romania. Number 28. Funny enough, Nevermore does actually have its own weirdly legit-looking website, complete with a list of notable alumni and a promotional message from some of Nevermore's students and Principal Weems herself. Number 29. Jenna Ortega stars as Wednesday Addams. Millar and Go knew that she was perfect for the role only after one Zoom call with her. After their meeting, they felt that there was no one else on the planet better suited for the role. Number 30. For the Zoom call, she was actually already covered in blood. She had just come from filming the 2022 slasher movie X, where she was wearing gory prosthetic makeup. She actually had the same blood on when she met Burton, too. Number 31. Jenna Ortega actually has a few thrilling projects under her belt other than Wednesday. I just mentioned X, but she's also in Season 2 of You, as well as the latest Scream movie from 2022. Number 32. While playing Wednesday, Jenna Ortega made a deliberate point not to blink during any of her dialogue. To keep this up, she would blink between takes and while her co-stars were reading their lines when Wednesday would not be on screen. Number 33. Not blinking was only part of the creepy equation though. Ortega brought Wednesday's fearsome look together with the Kocourek stare. She would relax the muscles in her face and tilt her head down slightly, letting her eyebrows do the sinister lifting. Number 34. Aside from looking the part, Jenna Ortega went all out on playing Wednesday by taking cello lessons, learning to fence, practicing archery, and even getting some German down for a specific scene. Number 35. When she was first approached with the idea of playing Wednesday Addams, she wasn't even sure she wanted to do it. Having made a number of movies over the past few years, she wasn't eager to come back to a television role. Number 36. At one point, Jenna Ortega wasn't eager to continue acting at all. When she was younger, she almost ditched her acting career to seriously pursue soccer. Number 37. Jenna Ortega was first inspired to become an actress after watching Dakota Fanning in Man on Fire. She said that after she saw that movie, she said to herself, "I want to be the Puerto Rican version of that girl." Number 38. For the record, Jenna Ortega is of Mexican and Puerto Rican descent. Number 39. In a way, Wednesday Addams is a role that Jenna Ortega was born to play. She said that she'd been compared to Wednesday ever since she was a little kid. Number 40. I can see why people would make the connection. When she was young, she'd perform autopsies on dead lizards she would find in her backyard. Number 41. Production of Wednesday may have been even scarier than Wednesday Addams herself. Between the litany of lessons, training, and shooting the actual scenes, Jenna Ortega did not have much time for rehearsal and regularly felt overwhelmed on set. Number 42. The boilers regularly gave out where the cast slept, so nobody ever had hot water for their showers. Jenna Ortega herself was always taking cold showers during these 8 months of shooting. Number 43. Ortega was also battling other creative voices on the production. She was always fighting back against the sentiment of over-humanizing Wednesday, and that some involved in the project kept trying to make her seem like any other teenage girl. However, Ortega stuck to her strong vision of Wednesday, and Tim Burton regularly backed her up on her choices. Number 44. Here was another important yet simple struggle, deciding what Wednesday would look like. Between Tim Burton, Jenna Ortega, and everyone else on the team, Wednesday went through a number of different looks, all to make her stand out from her previous iterations. Some choices included short braids, long braids, high fashion bangs, and even some gray streaks in her hair. Number 45. While Wednesday's hair was a hot topic of discussion, legendary costume designer and longtime Tim Burton collaborator Colleen Atwood took the reins when it came to what Wednesday, and everyone else, would wear. Number 46. Atwood made sure to incorporate Wednesday's classic monochromatic style into every single one of her looks. That includes everything from Wednesday's original outfit to her modified school uniform. Number 47. I'm sure the conversation about what Thing's hair would look like was much shorter. Thing is played by a magician named Victor Dorobantu, and Wednesday is his first acting role. Number 48. Seems like it's a role he was meant to play. Thing's actor from the 90s movies, Christopher Hart, was also a magician. Funny how things work out that way. Dorobantu actually cited Hart's work on those movies as a direct model and influence. Number 49. Fitting that a magician would play Thing. Wednesday pulled off the magic trick of Thing by having the actor wear a full blue bodysuit except for his hand. To complete the illusion, the makeup team slapped a prosthetic nub on Dorobantu's wrist, creating Wednesday's right-hand man at Nevermore. Number 50. Even certain parts of the set were specifically built with filming Thing in mind. The team used special props with designated names like Wild Desk or Wild Bed, all crafted so that Dorobantu could stay out of the camera's sight. Number 51. For the Thing that we do see, Dorobantu tried to incorporate various hand-based communications like the ASL alphabet, scuba diving signals, and even some hand signs from the Marine Corps. And that was about 50% of how Thing talked. The other 50% was just improvisation. Number 52. Naturally, Wednesday's parents, Gomez and Morticia Addams, returned for the latest iteration of the Addams family. They're played by Louis Guzman and Catherine Zeta-Jones, respectively. Number 53. When Guzman was first announced to play Gomez, a number of fans were upset that it was such a different look for the character, especially compared to Raul Julia. However, Guzman was selected in the spirit of the original Gomez from the comic strip. Number 54. Louis Guzman was actually the #1 pick for the role. He got a call saying that Tim Burton wanted to speak with him about a new project, and he said, "Oh, that guy from the Batman movies." Number 55. To date, Guzman is the oldest person to play a live-action Gomez Addams. He is 66 years old. Number 56. He's not alone though. Similarly, Catherine Zeta-Jones is the oldest on-screen Morticia at 53. Number 57. He doesn't get too much screen time compared to his older sister, but Pugsley is back and played by Isaac Ordonez. Number 58. When it comes to Pugsley, Ordonez may have some famous shoes to fill. The Addams Family had its own animated sitcom in 1973 made by Hanna-Barbera. Who played Pugsley? I'm willing to bet your first guess wouldn't be Jodie Foster. Number 59. Like Jenna Ortega, Ordonez is a Disney alumnus. He was in the 2018 film A Wrinkle in Time, while Ortega starred as Harley Diaz in Disney Channel's Stuck in the Middle. Number 60. Actually, since Wednesday's blown up, some OG Jenna Ortega fans have gone back to revisit Stuck in the Middle. Turns out Jenna Ortega was getting psychic visions even before the cello lessons. At one point, Ortega's character Harley Diaz says, "If my family was a week, I would be Wednesday."
If my family was a week, I would be Wednesday.
Truly spooky. Number 61. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, you'll undoubtedly recognize Brienne of Tarth in Wednesday. Gwendolyn Christie plays Principal Weems, the principal of Nevermore Academy. Number 62. And if you're an Alfred Hitchcock fan, Principal Weems might look familiar to you, too. Principal Weems's costume was inspired by Tippi Hedren's look as Melanie in Hitchcock's 1963 horror classic, The Birds. Number 63. Emma Myers plays Enid Sinclair, Wednesday's outgoing, bubbly, sometimes aggressively friendly werewolf roommate. She's been acting since she was a kid when she got her start in 2010. Number 64. Wednesday and Enid feel like they couldn't be more opposite, so it's hard to imagine Emma Myers playing Wednesday instead of Jenna Ortega. Before she was cast as Enid, Myers originally auditioned to play Wednesday. Number 65. Another cast standout of Wednesday is Christina Ricci. She plays Marilyn Thornhill, Nevermore Academy's first normie teacher and an expert in carnivorous plants. Number 66. Imagining Christina Ricci playing Wednesday isn't a stretch. She played Wednesday Addams herself in the 90s for two Addams Family films, the 1991 movie and the 1993 sequel Addams Family Values. Number 67. This isn't Christina Ricci's first time with the Addams Family, but it's also not her first outing with Tim Burton. She worked with him alongside Johnny Depp in 1999's Sleepy Hollow. Number 68. Christina Ricci wasn't actually supposed to be a part of Wednesday at all. Hocus Pocus alum Thora Birch was originally cast to play Tamara Novak and would have served as Wednesday's dorm mother. Birch had to drop out of the production due to personal reasons. Number 69. With Thora Birch gone, Christina Ricci was brought into Wednesday better late than never. If you look closely at certain scenes, you'll notice Thornhill is commonly in frame by herself. That's because Ricci had to do some last-minute green screen work to make new changes make sense. Number 70. Even when she was approached to join the cast of Wednesday, Christina Ricci almost couldn't make it. She had to work around some scheduling conflicts with filming her show on Showtime, Yellow Jackets. Number 71. So, Christina Ricci finally made it to set, but Jenna Ortega made a point to avoid discussing the role of Wednesday with her at all. Ortega wasn't channeling Wednesday's icy demeanor though. She just didn't want Ricci to have any influence over her choices as Wednesday, even subconsciously. Number 72. Speaking of, Danny Elfman's music might as well be subconsciously part of anything Tim Burton works on, and Wednesday is no exception. Danny Elfman wrote the show's original theme and worked with Chris Bacon to co-compose the score. Number 73. In true Addams Family fashion, Elfman and Bacon made sure to include a ton of harpsichord in the score. It's a nod to the music from the original 1960s TV show, and of course, it just works. Number 74. Elfman and Bacon's score isn't the only thing you'll hear watching Wednesday. There are also a number of pop songs sprinkled throughout the show, like Wednesday's cello cover of the Rolling Stones' Paint It Black, Apocalyptica's orchestral version of Nothing Else Matters by Metallica, and more modern pop songs like Dua Lipa's Physical. Number 75. One song in particular gets its own standout moment. When Wednesday sicks those piranhas on the water polo team, she's accompanied by Edith Piaf's song No, je ne regrette rien. Loosely translated, that pretty much means no, I don't regret anything. Number 76. Wednesday isn't exactly shy about its references to Edgar Allan Poe. Nevermore Academy alone is a not-so-subtle reference to Poe's famous poem, The Raven. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. Number 77. Apparently Poe is one of Nevermore's biggest alumni, so you know there are some other Poe-isms floating around. For instance, the canoes that the students race during the Poe games. There's the Black Cat, the Gold Bug, the Red Canoe is based off the cast of Amontillado, and the Purple Team takes after the Pit and the Pendulum. Number 78. After tons of promotion and anticipation, Wednesday premiered on Netflix on November 23rd, 2022. And yes, in case you were wondering, that was a Wednesday. Number 79. Riki Lindholm plays Dr. Valerie Kinbot, Wednesday's court-ordered psychiatrist. She's in a bunch of different stuff, but you might largely recognize her as one half of the folk comedy duo Garfunkel and Oates. Number 80. Does Noble Walker, the mayor of Jericho, look familiar to you? Well, he's played by Tommy Earl Jenkins. He also pops up in a lot of things, but I'll always know him as Die Hardman from Death Stranding. Just hard to recognize him in Wednesday without the mask. Number 81. Tim Burton buffs should pay attention to that back wall in the Weathervane Cafe. It's littered with visual references to Tim Burton's past movies, including a headless horseman and a top hat, in reference to Sleepy Hollow and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, respectively. Number 82. Even the name of the Weathervane Cafe itself is a reference. It shares the name of the student literary magazine of Westfield High School. Don't see the connection? That's where Addams Family creator Charles Addams first got his job as an art editor and first published his cartoons. Number 83. Wednesday broke Netflix's record for most hours viewed within a week for an English language program. It clocked in at 341.2 million hours streamed. That's even better than the 4th season of Stranger Things, the previous record holder. Number 84. When Wednesday finally debuted for the world to see, it clocked in at number 1 in 83 different countries. Number 85. Netflix was usually pretty chill about letting the writers do what they wanted, but there was at least one line that they took umbrage with. Remember that little exchange between Wednesday and Enid? Enid suggests Wednesday take a stab at being social. Wednesday replies with, I do like stabbing. Yeah, Netflix wasn't a fan of that line. Sure enough, the writers fought to keep the line in the final cut. Number 86. A number of the cast and crew got sick with COVID during production, including Jenna Ortega herself. MGM released a statement that all safety precautions were taken and that Ortega was removed from the set once her positive test came in. Number 87. Jenna Ortega's first day with COVID was actually the day that they filmed the now famous Raven dance scene. Number 88. Jenna Ortega choreographed the entire dance herself. She was mostly inspired by Susie Sue of Susie and the Banshees. She specifically cited the Banshees' Happy House video as a direct influence. Number 89. She didn't just make everything up though. Jenna Ortega says she even ripped off, as she put it, one of Susie Sue's specific moves. There's a bit in Wednesday's dance where I'm jumping to the left and I have my arms to the side, and that's something that Susie did on stage later in her career. Number 90. Other influences on Wednesday's famous dance included Bob Fosse's Rich Man Frug, Lene Lovitch, Dennis Levant, and general old school footage of goth clubs in the 80s. Number 91. If you look real close, you'll see that part of Jenna Ortega's Wednesday dance references The Droop, Wednesday's dance from the original TV series as performed by Lisa Loring. It's only there for a brief moment, but go back and watch it and you'll see what I'm talking about. Number 92. The dance itself has left an impression on the world, but what about the song? Wednesday dances to the Cramps' 1981 song Goo Goo Muck. The song has received a huge streaming boost as a result of the show's popularity, from 2,500 to 134,000 as per Billboard. Number 93. Although he shows up late into the series, Uncle Fester is in the show, and he's played by Fred Armisen. Number 94. Just like Jenna Ortega did for Wednesday, Fred Armisen went all out in preparation to play Fester. Okay, he didn't go through all kinds of lessons and training, but he did really shave his head. That's not a super convincing bald cap, that's the real deal. Number 95. Funnily enough, this new Wednesday cuts a few corners of the new Lurch of all characters. While he's on screen with the rest of the Addams family, Lurch is actually wearing lifts in his shoes to make him appear taller. Number 96. That's all because George Berchia, the Romanian actor who plays Lurch, is actually the shortest on-screen Lurch in history. Ted Cassidy, who first played Lurch in 1964, stood at 6'9". Dutch actor Karel Struiken played Lurch in the 90s films at a cruising altitude of 7'3". Meanwhile, this latest Lurch measures in at a measly, diminutive 6'6". I guess it's all the same when Lurch is driving the Addams family car anyway. Number 97. While we're on the subject, the Addams family license plate is registered in New Jersey, the birthplace of Charles Addams. Number 98. Every episode in Season 1 of Wednesday has a pun on the word woe. They're all playing off the phrase, Wednesday's child is full of woe, Wednesday's nickname.
Wednesday's child is full of woe.
Number 99. Morticia herself mentions that the phrase is from an old nursery rhyme called Monday's Child, which is a real thing. It was a kind of fortune-telling song, partly designed to help young kids remember the days of the week. Number 100. Miller and Go, the show's creators, get their own little Easter egg in the town of Jericho. One of the shop windows reads Miller and Go Realtors. It's nearby Dr. Kinbot's office. Number 101. The entire show is peppered with other various Addams family references. Take the password to the Nightshade Lair, for example. 2 snaps? Throw in some harpsichord in there and you're playing the classic Addams family theme. Number 102. Also, the Addams family phone number is its own deep-cut reference to Addams family history. You can see it written out on Thing in episode 1, 419-555-1938. 419 is the date of the Addams family Broadway debut, and 1938 is the year that the original comic was released. Number 103. The name of Wednesday's dorm, Ophelia Hall, is a reference to Morticia's sister's name from the original TV series. Number 104. When Wednesday rings the bell at the Weathervane Cafe, Tyler responds with a simple, "You rang?" It's subtle, but this is actually a reference to Lurch's classic response to the Addams family house bell from the old 1960s television show. Number 105. In Principal Weems's office, you'll see a large stuffed bear that's part of the scenery. Sure enough, this is a nod to the stuffed bear in the Addams family home from the TV show. Number 106. Principal Weems's name alone is a reference, even older than the TV show. It calls back to Miss Weems, the nanny from the classic Addams family comic strip. Number 107. Wednesday hasn't officially been greenlit for Season 2 yet, but we can still keep our fingers crossed, unless you're Thing. I don't want him to trip and hurt himself. And to wrap things up, why not get jump scared once or twice or 100 times? Here's a late night double feature highlighting 107 Five Nights at Freddy's facts and also 107 Little Nightmares facts. Anyone seen the new FNAF movie yet? Does it live up to the hype?
One of the most popular horror games ever created, and that's why today here at Leaderboard, we are going to be doing 107 facts about Five Nights at Freddy's. Number 1. Five Nights at Freddy's is a point-and-click survival horror game created by Scott Cawthon. It was released on August 8th, 2014 on Deseret, and then 12 days later released on Steam after being greenlit. It has also been ported over to Android and iOS platforms. Number 2. Five Nights at Freddy was created using the Click Team Fusion 2.5 engine. Number 3. FNAF has been subject to a lot of successful Let's Play videos on YouTube. This has had an influence on the game's wide success. Number 4. In addition to creating the game, Scott is the voice of Phone Guy. Number 5. FazbearEntertainments.com actually redirects to Scott's site, ScottGames.com. Number 6. Five Nights at Freddy actually happened because Scott received criticism from his last title, Chippers & Sons Lumber Co. Players ridiculed the main character and said that it looked like a scary animatronic animal. Reviewer Jim Sterling said the game was unintentionally terrifying. While his initial reaction to this was depression, he ended up using this as fuel to create an intentional horror game, and we all know how that worked out. Number 7. In April April 2015, Warner Brothers Pictures announced that they secured the rights for the adaptation of Five Nights at Freddy's. Number 8. Markiplier is considered the king of Five Nights at Freddy's by the majority of the community. Number 9. Markiplier's Let's Play series on the game is also thought to be one of the reasons the game is so successful. Number 10. Scott is a member of Hope Animation, a project of Christian animators who aim to spread the teachings of Jesus Christ. Number 11. In all the games, if the player completes all Five Nights at Freddy's, a sixth night is unlocked. In Five Nights at Freddy's 3, Night 6 is also called Nightmare. Number 12. Upon completion of Night 6 in the first 2 games, a custom level editor mode is unlocked. Number 13. In the online Five Nights at Freddy's community, the most popular character is Foxy the Pirate. Number 14. The Living Tombstone has created 3 songs based on the series, one for each game thus far, and the songs have become wildly successful. Number 15. The security guard from the first game is named Mike Schmidt. This of course is known because his name is written on the checks received on Night 5 and Night 6. Number 16. There are 5 animatronics in the first Five Nights at Freddy's game. Bonnie the Bunny, Chica the Chicken, Foxy the Fox, Freddy Fazbear, and Golden Freddy. Number 17. The laugh that Golden Freddy makes is actually an unedited version of Freddy's laugh when he's moving. Number 18. Freddy has hard to see handprints across his face. I wonder how they got there. Number 19. In the first game, there's a Celebrate poster in your office, and by clicking on Freddy's nose, yes, nose, it will play a honking sound. Number 20. In the second game, the same noise can be heard by clicking on Toy Freddy's nose. In the third, you can hear it by clicking the Freddy Drawings nose. Number 21. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was released on Steam in November 11, 2014, earlier than his planned time frame of 2015. Number 22. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 takes place in 1987 prior to the events that happened in Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Number 23. A demo of Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was given a limited release on March 1st, 2015. Hours later, the game was fully released on March 2nd on Steam. Number 24. Five Nights at Freddy's 3 takes place 30 years after the original game and takes place in Fazbear Fright, the horror attraction. Number 25. If Nightmare mode is completed, the player is shown a newspaper clipping that states that Freddy's Fright has burnt down. Surviving items were sold at a public auction. Number 26. Brightening up the newspaper clippings reveals that Springtrap may still be alive as he can be seen in the background. Number 27. In the same newspaper clipping, blurred text can be seen surrounding the focal article. If you read carefully, there's actually some really cool information that Scott has documented. Number 28. In many of Scott's games, he has found that there has been a broken down robot. He himself has stated that he is unsure why this is a reoccurring theme in his work, but in his own words, he says, "It's obvious that something is haunting me." Number 29. While Scott was working on the first game of the series, he created a crowdfunding campaign for it. It raised a whopping sum of exactly $0. Sorry, Scott, we just didn't know then. We just didn't know. Number 30. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy were originally just placeholder nicknames that Scott was using for the characters while he was working on the development of the game, but grew attached to them and eventually used them as the actual names for the characters. Number 31. In the original game, it was Scott's plan to have Freddy be a stationary character. He would only attack when the player's power and time ran out. However, Scott changed his mind because he wanted Freddy to have more floor time and changed his AI programming to what it is now. From night 3 onwards, he hunts you down. Number 32. In real life, Scott tends to have walking nightmares. One night, he had a dream that Bonnie was outside of his door, so he physically jumped out of his bed, rushed to the door to hold it shut. Scott discovered that his door was already locked, which terrified him because he believed that Bonnie was lurking somewhere inside the room. Thankfully, he woke up safe and sound. Number 33. Foxy was modeled on Scott's laptop while he was in the car riding for a 24-hour drive. This drive is to visit his in-laws in the summer of 2014. He said, and I quote, "It is very difficult to model a 3D character on a bumpy car ride. Maybe this is why Foxy looks so torn up." Poor Foxy. Number 34. While on the trip, Scott's kids got to experience Foxy's jump scare for the first time. Number 35. The name of the protagonist in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is Jeremy Fitzgerald, as you can see on the paychecks given to you on Night 5 and Night 6. Number 36. In the custom night of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, Jeremy is replaced by Fritz Smith, who is then fired after that one single evening. Number 37. The protagonist in Five Nights at Freddy's 3 is the only protagonist not not to be named in the series. I wonder why that is. Number 38. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was originally named Fredbear Family Diner. Number 39. The puppet is the only animatronic without teeth. Number 40. In the first night of Five Nights at Freddy's 1, the phone guy reveals that the animatronics have not been cleaned in over 20 years. Ew. Number 41. Balloon Boy is the only animatronic that speaks using full words. Number 42. Balloon Boy is also the only animatronic who speaks with a non-distorted human voice. Number 43. In Five Nights at Freddy's 1, Mike Schmidt only gets paid $4 an hour, which roughly fits the minimum wage of the 1990s. Number 44. In the gameplay footage of Five Nights at Freddy's 1 that Scott uploaded to his YouTube channel, it seems that East Hall was originally going to be called Backstage. Number 45. In the same footage found on Scott's YouTube channel, the East Hall corner was originally labeled as W Hall Corner, in addition to the actual West Hall corner. Number 46. According to the phone guy in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, there was a secret safe room. It's for the employees and was invisible to the animatronics, unmapped and hidden from cameras. Number 47. Due to budget restrictions, the safe room has been covered by a false wall. The map of the minigames in the third game reveals that the safe room is by the bathrooms near the entrance. Number 48. The minigames in Five Nights at Freddy's 3 point to the safe room as being the location where 5 children were murdered. Number 49. Springtrap is the only true animatronic in Five Nights at Freddy's 3 and is also the only animatronic that can kill you. All other animatronics seen in the games are phantoms or hallucinations. Number 50. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is actually a restaurant chain with multiple locations that is mentioned sometimes by the phone guy. Number 51. Phone guy refers to Springtrap as Spring Bonnie. Number 52. There are rare boot images for Five Nights at Freddy's 3 that seems to show human remains in Springtrap's suit. Number 53. In the first gameplay video that Scott released, the game seemed a little bit more pixelated. Number 54. In that same video, there was a graphic of a man standing with one beside him at the starting screen. Seems like Scott was planning to include lives at some point. Number 55. It seems that lives were also taken into consideration for the second game, based on unused content of a small bar with the word lives and a pixel stick figure. Number 56. The second game also has an unused graphic of an empty meter named Toxic. It's unknown what purpose it was going to serve. Number 57. A slightly more terrifying unused graphic shows a portion of what seems to be a skull. It has visible teeth and black streaming out of the only eye shown. Interestingly, it was named Mike, which is also the protagonist of the first game. Number 58. The laugh heard when Freddy moves is actually a slowed down audio clip of a little girl giggling. An example. Yep, I'm a little girl. Number 59. When Freddy moves, running footsteps can be heard, which implies that he can run like Foxy. Number 60. Despite having a girlish name, Scott has confirmed that Bonnie is a male. Number 61. Scott finds Bonnie to be the most terrifying animatronic in the game. Number 62. Bonnie was also the first animatronic added to the game. Number 63. Unlike the other animatronics in the first game, Bonnie has no eyebrows. Number 64. In the trailer of the first game, Bonnie is shown running down the hallway, this later being given to Foxy. Number 65. If you pay attention, you'll notice that Foxy's ears clip into the top of the door during his jump scares in the first game. Number 66. Foxy is the only animatronic in the first game with teeth on his upper jaw. Number 67. A closer look at the drawings in Kids Cove revealed 2 scribbles where kids are ripping apart Mangle. Number 68. The music box in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 keeps the puppet away. It can be wind remotely, but its actual location is the prize counter. Number 69. If the music box stays unwound, you can see the puppet gradually starting to rise from the gift box. Number 70. The music box melody is a sample from Fisher-Price teaching clock toy from the 1960s. Number 71. Children's drawings of the puppet depict him with handles and strings. These are noticeably absent in his appearance except when he's at the prize corner. Number 72. According to Scott, the 4th installment of Five Nights at Freddy's will be the last game in the series. With that said, Scott has confirmed that Bonnie will get a spin-off game where he goes to an amusement park with Foxy. I'm just kidding, I just wanted to get you excited. That'd be stupid. Hashtag Bonnie Coaster 2015. Number 73. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is set to be released October 31st, 2015, which means we are gonna have the scariest Halloween of all time. Number 74. Five Nights at Freddy's 3 is the only game without Bonnie as an active antagonist. Number 75. Mangle is the redesigned version of Foxy meant to be more kid-friendly. Number 76. Yes, Mangle is not kid-friendly. That's a fact, okay? Number 77. Mangle and Foxy are the only two counterparts who can regularly occupy the same room. Number 78. If you look closely in Kid's Cove, you can see the white iris of Mangle's eye staring directly at you through the camera. Number 79. In Five Nights at Freddy's 2, there are two characters that will still attack you even if you're wearing the Freddy Fazbear head. Those two characters being the Puppet and Foxy. Number 80. The Puppet and its mechanics are based on the popular form of children's toy, Jack-in-the-Box. Number 81. In Five Nights at Freddy's 2, once you hear Pop Goes the Weasel, be careful because that means the puppet is coming for you. Number 82. Based on a hallucination in which it appears, one can assume that the puppet is tall and lanky. It appears to stretch from the floor to the ceiling of the pizzeria. Number 83. Despite being a chicken, Chica looks quite like a duck. This has led to her fans calling her Duck or Duck Duck back in the early days of the game's release. Number 84. Scott has said that he originally planned to have Balloon Boy and the puppet make it in the first game, but they didn't make the cut. Number 85. In one call, Phone Guy suggests to play dead to keep the animatronics at bay. This led to speculation that staying still would keep you from dying, but a look at the game's code revealed otherwise. Number 86. Golden Freddy was originally just a name that fans came up with, but it was confirmed canon in the custom night mode in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Number 87. The electric static coming from Mangle is telemetry from an unmanned drone. You can even hear a few words spoken by the drone's controller. Number 88. Before his name was revealed to be Springtrap, fans referred to him as Golden Bonnie, Salvage, Franken Bonnie, and Mr. Twitchy. I kinda like Mr. Twitchy the best. Number 89. Before Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was released, Scott jokingly made a post saying that the game had been canceled because someone had leaked the game fully online. What he was referring to is actually a copy of There Is No Play Button, a game that Scott previously created with Freddy's face plastered onto the sprite. As you play, the troll song continuously plays in the background. Number 90. Following the reveal of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, fans noticed that the HTML of the game's site was littered with 8s and 7s. While some took it as a reference to the byte of 87, some people took the numbers as coordinates. They plugged them into a map and I kid you not, found a pizzeria. Fans then decided to call the pizzeria and bomb them with questions about Five Nights at Freddy's. The crazy thing is, this was just an uncanny coincidence. Scott actually had to make his first Reddit post ever begging his fans to leave the poor pizzeria alone. That's just amazing. Number 91. In the trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's, Bonnie removes his mask to reveal his endoskeleton. In the final version of the game, none of the animatronics do this. This may be because it's against the rules for an animatronic to be without its costume. Number 92. Scott has released a series of terrifying teaser images for Five Nights at Freddy's 4 that depict terrifying versions of the animatronics. Scary, 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 snake tongue. Automatically scary. Number 93. In mobile versions of the game, the animatronics are more aggressive than their PC counterparts. Number 94. Also in the mobile version of Five Nights at Freddy's, the nights are shorter. Number 95. In the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, the animatronics come after you alphabetically. Number 96. The bear endoskeleton in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 has a head that closely resembles MIT's Kismet robot. Number 97. Bonnie and Chica both travel through the dining area in the first game. If you compare their appearances in that space, Bonnie appears to be a lot taller than Chica. Number 98. In other appearances, they seem to be the same scale, so this might have been an oversight. Number 99. If you pay attention, you can notice differences in the endoskeletons of the toy animatronics and the original ones. Toy animatronics have a different mouth and a more protective frame. We made it. Number 100. In the third game, booting an individual system takes 5 seconds. Booting them all takes 8 to 9 seconds. This can save you time, but sometimes it allows Springtrap to reach you even if he's all the way across the building. So weigh your options carefully. Number 101. It's funny how Jeremy can shine a flashlight in the third game's rooms and brighten them up. He's not physically in any of these spaces, and we all know pointing a flashlight at a monitor or a camera doesn't quite work like that. It could be that each camera has a light attached to it that can be accessed remotely, but with that said, why does it drain your flashlight battery power? Long story short, the flashlight mechanics don't make much sense. Or maybe we as a community read too much into everything. Number 102. In 1 month on YouTube, Five Nights at Freddy's as a whole had received over 1 billion views. That's pretty crazy. Number 103. Are you sick of listening to the phone guy? Well, did you know that in all 3 games you can mute him by hitting the mute call button? I'm sure that was the fact you guys were all waiting for. Number 104. In the first and third game, the phone calls get shorter and shorter as the nights progress. Number 105. As mentioned earlier, the extra menu in the third game includes something called minigames. Interestingly enough, the Happiest Day minigame that is present in-game is not accessible through the menu. Number 106. Scott's website warns fans to beware of impersonators. He doesn't have an active Twitch or Twitter account. People lying on the internet? No way. And finally, number 107. In the first game, whenever Foxy bangs on the door, a portion of the player's power drains. It starts at 1% but increases by 5% every time he comes by.
Hi, I'm Brendan with the Leaderboard, and today we're going out to sea to visit a combination restaurant prison. Yeah, you heard that correctly. We're talking about the Maw and all that goes on inside, so be ready to have your appetite ruined by those creepy twin chefs, cause we've got 107 facts about Little Nightmares. Seriously, hold off on eating during this. Let's get started. Little Nightmares was released worldwide on April 28th, 2017. Players control Six as she ventures to escape the Maw, a mysterious vessel that caters to powerful and disgusting creatures. The game also had a special edition released, which comes with a 10cm figure of Six, the soundtrack of the game, a preview of an upcoming comic, exclusive poster, sticker board, as well as a cage-themed box for the game. Tarsier Studios, the Swedish team behind Little Big Planet Vita, originally announced Little Nightmares in 2014, but it was known as Hunger at the time. The game did not have a publisher then, but it was known that it would be released on the PS4. The initial prototype of the game was funded by Creative Europe and Nordic Game after Tarsier submitted documents and artwork for the concept. This prototype allowed Tarsier to shop the game around and eventually get a larger company's attention. In 2016, Bandai Namco announced that they were going to publish the game and that it would be coming to Xbox One, PS4, and PC. This is also when the new official title, Little Nightmares, was announced. Dennis Talayak, lead designer of Little Nightmares, has said his inspiration for the game was found from many places, but they especially looked at Studio Ghibli movies and The City of Lost Children. The City of Lost Children was a film released in 1995 starring Ron Perlman. It was about a society that kidnapped children to steal their dreams and extend their own lifespans. Similarities can be seen in the denizens of the Maw and their evil desires, as they too try to exploit children. Generally, the concept and creation of the game stemmed from a concept jam session where the art director created a small skinny character in a bright yellow raincoat and illustrated creatures around her. The energy that came from the relationship between the characters interested them, and the project began. Mervik has said that the core themes of the original concept revolved around food, greed, and consumption, and that led them to the original title of Hunger. Once the team delved further into the game, they realized they wanted to explore further themes, like primal fears in childhood, hence the new title, Little Nightmares. One of the other key reasons for the name change from Hunger to Little Nightmares is because of the pop culture phenomenon known as the Hunger Games. The team knew it would be tough for people looking for information on the game, as typing Hunger Game wouldn't be effective. If you played the game without looking at any of the marketing, you wouldn't know Six's name or that the Maw is located on an underwater ship. The entire story is told through visual media in the game, but if you pay attention to your surroundings, you'll notice that the areas sway and the furniture gently rocks with the motion of the waves. Dave Mervik, narrative designer for Little Nightmares, has said that they specifically designed the game with a quality over quantity mentality in regards to the length of the game, as it was the company's first original IP. Fellow Nordic company Playdead has released games similar to Little Nightmares in the past, specifically Limbo and Inside. Mervik joked that perhaps dark and morbid storytelling might just be a Nordic thing. The developers avoided labeling the gameplay style as stealth, as it implies that the character is empowered. They prefer hide and seek. Instead of jump scares and gore, the game relies on an oppressive atmosphere to provide the tension it needs to make players feel uneasy. Using their experience working on Little Big Planet, they were able to accentuate the tactility of Little Nightmares, as Six is able to move, grab, and climb on most objects. In fact, 3 of the 4 level designers on the project were taken from the Little Big Planet level designing community. It's a good thing too, because Asger Christiansen, chief designer of Little Nightmares, noted that the beginning of the game was remade completely 3 to 4 times before it felt right. Though it is a 3D game, the camera angle is locked off to a dollhouse perspective, which is made to emulate the player watching what is going on in this world as an observer. Christiansen wants players to be able to experience some discomfort while playing, but doesn't want you too creeped out. He believes the game is not a horror game, which you may think at first glance, but more of a suspenseful adventure game. Tarsier Studios designed and developed the game to have a strong experience with authorial intent, but they wanted wanted to leave it open-ended enough to have each individual who plays the game to give it a unique meaning to them. So unlike most games on the market, you do not begin the game with a tutorial. Trial and error will have you learning exactly how to help Six survive this immensive experience. Not only did Tarsier want to deliver a strong single-player experience, they wanted to ensure players would get a sense of loneliness and vulnerability while playing. That's why there's no co-op for the game. The developers limited the amount of cutscenes because they wanted the players to have as much control as possible. They wanted each player to be responsible for their actions in the game. With this in mind, Tarsier Studios avoided graphic death animations because they felt that being vague about what happens to Six when she's captured leaves your imagination free to run wild. The size disparity between Six and her environment was done to emphasize how children see things. What Six is experiencing is real to her, but may not be the whole truth. Six's design, including her raincoat, was established to stand out against the designs of everything else in the game. The developers want you to understand that she does not belong in this place. Many fans find that Six's raincoat is reminiscent of the protagonist of Laika's feature film debut, Coraline, which was based on the book written by Neil Gaiman. In fact, members of Tarsier Studios wore yellow hoodies to Gamescom 2016 to coincide with the official reveal of Little Nightmares. Aww. While some of the material on the Little Nightmares website notes that Six is a girl, Tarsier Studios recently said that they do not have an answer to which gender Six belongs to. Six's main item, other than her wonderfully sunny raincoat, is a lighter. Even with the lighter illuminating the area around her, the path ahead of Six is shrouded in a viscous darkness. Tarsier knew that player transference, the psychological or emotional component of a game that provides an instinctive reaction in the player, would kick in when playing as Six, as everyone was once a sometimes fearful child. The Maw is an iceberg-like structure that appears around the world. According to the game's official site, the Maw arrives every year at the same time, but never in the same place. Mysterious. The world outside of the Maw has been developed, as it was necessary to create it to find out what kind of world would need the Maw in the first place, but the team won't reveal anything about it yet. Come on, guys! Supposedly this world is chaotic, and believe it or not, the Maw is the only stable thing that makes sense. The Maw is already pretty crazy on its own, so this outside world sounds intriguing. It attracts guests by promising to fulfill their various desires. Unfortunately for them, once they board the boat, they're never seen again. The Maw is filled with these guests, and with prisoners like Six, but there are those that call the Maw home. Six's main enemies are these people who inhabit the Maw and keep it running. The 4 different bosses in the game include the janitor, the twin chefs, the guests, and the lady. Which one scares you the most? During Gamescom 2016, there was another creature in the cast which fans have dubbed the bellhop. He was seemingly cut from the game since. Who could he have been? The janitor that chases Six is blind. His face is wrapped with bandages with only his mouth and teeth exposed. Be careful not to let him get too close. His arms are not proportional to his size, and he has a long reach. His arms were almost shortened to normal size, as the team had issues with his elbows clipping through doors and walls. To alleviate the issue, a special animation was created to allow him to tuck his elbows in whenever he's close to something. The janitor's character bio notes that he fled from the world to go join the Maw. What could have been so bad about the outside world that led him to such an evil place? The twin chefs, enemies Six will run into during her escape, are obsessed with their work. They love what they do, but Six will need to be wary, or she might just end up a new ingredient in one of their dishes. As Six wanders around the dining area where the guests are at, they will attempt to grab her and stuff her into their mouths. Eventually, you'll be chased by guests who topple over and crawl along the floor as they look for their next snack. You. The lady's magic is unknown, but according to the official site's bio page, her hypnotic spell is what allows Maw's engine to continue running. The lady, the final antagonist of the game, is seen multiple times throughout the story. She's featured in the opening sequence during Six's dream/nightmare, she's shown watching the guests make their way towards their meals, and she is seen in the final chapter as she goes head-to-head with Six. The resident AI utilizes a few different abilities to track Six as you venture throughout the Maw. For going a detection radius, the enemies employ a peripheral vision angle calculation to determine whether the player can be seen from the eyes of the AI. The physics system that allows enemies to grab Six is called iKinema, which calculates a convincing-looking movement that's needed to connect with Six, no matter where she is. Normally, iKinema is used to plant a character's feet on the ground, allowing the designer to pose a character's legs, hips, and body more easily. In addition to visual detection, the enemies react to the player's sound when the system calculates the physical distance from the sound to the enemy and decides if they hear it. Once enemies have noticed Six, they will use things like last known position, last heard sounds, and predicted sound location to search for the player. Players can decide how they're going to approach a situation with one of the denizens of the Maw, such as the chef. Will you whistle to draw their attention to another area, or will you chance slamming the oven door and running to a spot to hide? Speaking of, the small gnome creatures aren't exactly unfriendly, but can alert enemies to Six's presence, so be careful when exploring. Gnomes are known for being skittish, but some still try to make friends with the strangers they meet. This innocence leads to a lot of unnecessary deaths. While Six cannot pick up or use weapons, she can pick up other objects to toss, such as the cute gnomes. Oh, don't hurt the gnomes. Be wary while exploring. Leeches can be hiding in the darkness ready to spring onto you. This will, of course, kill you as well. 6's movement, jumping, balancing, and climbing to open doors were specifically designed to feel playful. Although the situation is dire, the team wanted the joy of movement and interacting with the world to be important. The movement of the maw was also considered with great detail, as too much could potentially cause motion sickness for the player. They experimented with different levels of intensity, creating storms that could create violent motions, and even tried scenes without it. When deciding the direction they would take when animating the game, Tarsier Studios had one initial rule: avoid Pixar-like animation. They did not want a perfect fluid motion for their game and opted for a different and darker style. Matthias Joransson, an animator for the game, felt this non-perfect motion would create a sense of eeriness. That said, the final scene where you see the guests eating was animated by Matthias Joransson. He made sure the eating animation and food animation were in sync. This wasn't done dynamically as to save time and not have to program the physics for one scene. Sound design on the project was key. They wanted to find the perfect balance to give the project the ambience it needed through the use of music, the lack of music, and environmental sounds. The team spent a lot of time trying to find good meat sound effects because it was central to the theme of the game. Tobias Lilja, the audio director of Little Nightmares, sought to blur the line between musical elements and environmental sounds, using heavily processed recordings of acoustic instruments such as music box, trombone, accordion, and vocals, and blending them with the sounds of the game world, such as the creaks of the ship. This gave the maw the creepy yet dreamlike ambience the team was looking for. The game can be completed in anywhere from 4 to 6 hours according to the developers. They know it can be raced through in just a few hours, but they don't want you to miss out on any details. For those who have already beaten the game, or just love speedrunning in general, speedruns have the game down to just 45 minutes. The current record for PC clocks in at 41 minutes and 27 seconds, and the console record is at 43 minutes and 47 seconds. Think you can beat it? Little Nightmares will have a 3-part expansion titled Secrets of the Maw, which will release by chapter starting in July. The DLC will follow the Runaway Kid, another prisoner of the Maw, as he attempts his escape. The first chapter slated for release is titled The Depths, where the Runaway Kid explores the murky, watery depths of the Maw to escape from a new horrible threat, the Granny. The second chapter, The Hideaway, is aimed to be released in November and will feature a machine-themed section where the gnomes reside. Finally, we might be able to learn more about the gnomes and why they're on the Maw, since they're so docile and innocent compared to the evil guests. The third and final chapter of Secrets of the Maw will be released in January 2018. The only information we have so far on the final chapter is the final chapter will decide the fate of the Runaway Kid. Hopefully the Runaway Kid can survive till then. While it's recommended that players tackle the DLC in the order of their release, each of the chapters can be played out of order. However, when played in order, you'll be able to see how the kid's journey affects 6's. Hints of this in the main game include investigating the prison area, where you can find a room that has a door open. The room is covered in handprints and has a painting of a massive eye on the wall. It's theorized that this room is the Runaway Kid's room. 6 also runs into a cloth line already hanging from a vent, allowing her access to a shaft that would otherwise be inaccessible. It's likely that this line was dropped by the Runaway. In the first chapter, 6 discovers a man, at least it's believed to be a man, who has seemingly hung himself. Many hope we learn more about that mystery in the DLC via Kid's route. It wouldn't be an adventure game without collectibles and trophies. Here are a few. Finding the 13 different gnomes to hug throughout the game will earn you the Little Lost Things achievement. Expanding on this, as the game ends, 6 will see all the gnomes that she hugged in the game. How many did you see? Alternatively, you can pick up and smash 10 different statues to earn the Rascal achievement. A bit reminiscent of the Zelda games, right? There are a total of 20 candles and lanterns for 6 to light throughout her journey using her trusty lighter. Lighting 13 of them will net you the Light Up Your Life trophy. Did you ever get in trouble jumping on the bed as a kid? Well, here it's encouraged, as you'll get the Highly Sprung achievement for jumping on any bed in the game at least 6 times. Little Nightmares has a total of 13 trophies at this time, and the hardest challenge is Hard to the Core, which requires you to beat the whole game in under an hour with 0 deaths. Time to flex those gaming fingers and grab a hearty snack. You'll probably be there for a while. The ending of the game is purposefully vague and left open-ended for the player's interpretation. It's not surprising then that theories about the true story of the game range from genocide of beautiful people to containing an ever-hungry god to just plain old family drama. Here are some other observations and theories that people have come up with. 6 wakes up inside of a suitcase in the bowels of the Maw. It's never explained how she gets there, but due to photos taped on the inside of the suitcase, many believe she's been living there for a while and escaped from something deadly. Why? Well, the children's playroom has electric bars on the doorway. Seems like the denizens of the Maw want children to be on the vessel, but they absolutely do not want them wandering. Others notice that the janitor takes what looks like the wrapped bodies of dead children and places them on a hook attached to a conveyor belt. Could the children be the meat the guests are eating? The children as meat for the guest theory has solid evidence when you get to the kitchen area, as 6 finds many bloody body bags and eventually many empty bloody body bags before entering the area where the chefs are preparing food. Because the lady wears a mask and has very various paintings covered throughout her area, it feels like she is hiding something. The rumors among the community are that she might be related to Six. We hope the DLC might clear this up. There are also paintings of a young girl around her quarters, which is one of the main pieces of evidence that the community believes confirms the connection between Six and Lady. But if we never see Six's face or get an answer from the developers, we'll never know for sure. While the chef's faces are droopy and have a melted quality to them, some people believe that the faces they're wearing are simply masks. The evidence is that when one of the chefs is butchering meat, he lifts the area under his chin and scratches under it. During this, it looks as if there are two completely different areas of the skin. The eye cameras throughout the game can turn Six into stone, with little bits of black flecks appearing around her if she is caught in their light for too long. The lady has a similar power when she catches you in her quarters, with the black flecks appearing. This is similar to one of the final cutscenes of the game, with all the black specks energy radiating from certain characters. What kind of magic is this? Is it even magic? During Six's campaign, there's a shadowy creature locked behind a bulkhead that you'll see briefly through its glass hatch. If the Runaway Kid story takes place slightly before Six's, he may have to contend with this creature and lock it in that room. As the game progresses, Six has hunger pains that she solves by eating a scripted item during the story. Each time she does this, she eats something bigger and bigger. Six's evolution can be documented through what she eats as the game goes on. The further in the game you are, the darker her feeding gets. Whenever Six eats, a shadowy form can be seen in the background of the scene. Some players believe that this is the manifestation of evil within Six, or even an evil doppelganger. Six is given bread by an unknown person through a barred cafeteria area. Could this be the Runaway Kid, or is there another person on Six's side? There are only 2 mirrors in the game that are not broken during Six's journey. One is a one-way mirror that Six can break, and the other is her only weapon against the lady. The team did have a conversation about the end of the game relating to certain political situations occurring in the world right now, but it was only during the original concept ideas. Mervic has said, if there are real-world parallels to be drawn, that's something we should maybe try to fix, as he wants the player to be fully immersed in the game. Prior to the game's release, there was a Little Nightmares-themed dinner event. The venue was decorated to match the atmosphere and setting of the game, and among the dishes served were reindeer fillet, club, and heart. Sounds delicious. On April 11th, a recipe was posted to the Little Nightmares website from the chef's cookbook for pastries shaped like Six, the in-game leeches, gnomes, and the all-seeing eyes scattered throughout the game. Just before Christmas in 2016, the development team released a video detailing how to make the Ma Xmas cake. It consisted of matcha mousse, raspberry jelly, a sponge cake, and a chocolate dome. Let the festivities begin. An interactive demo was available prior to launch that provided a Tengu mask for Six once the game was released. Coinciding with the release of Little Nightmares, costumes based on Six, the gnomes, and various other characters were available as a downloadable pack for Little Big Planet 3. Of course, Tarsier's history with LBP made this a perfect match. Little Nightmares has a comic adaptation published by Titan Comics. The first issue was released digitally and physically on May 31st, 2017. So what are you waiting for? Go read it. The series seems to expand upon the lore of the game, and there seem to be other raincoat-wearing children present. Who are these kids and how do they factor into the story? I guess the 4-part miniseries will reveal these mysteries. The first issue will have 5 different covers to choose from. It's really cool that you get to pick the one that suits your vision of Little Nightmares best. If you can't get enough of Little Nightmares, it will soon be coming to your TV. The series was picked up for an adaptation on June 12th, 2017, though it'll take a little while before we can happily view the show. The series will be developed and executive produced by the Russo brothers, Anthony and Joe Russo, who are currently working on Avengers Infinity War. They'll be teaming up with DJ2 Entertainment, which is also adapting Life is Strange into a live-action series, and Sonic the Hedgehog is a feature film. The pilot episode will be directed by Henry Selick. Selick is an Academy Award-nominated director who worked on The Nightmare Before Christmas, Coraline, and James and the Giant Peach. Could this mean the show will be stop motion? I hope so. Mervic did note that the game has been well received and people are asking for more. If the company does get to make another game in the Little Nightmares universe, they would look into potentially making it longer, but only if the story dictated it. Sounds like they might be thinking about it. The developers have been repeatedly asked about whether the game will be ported to the Switch at some point, but they've noted that nothing is scheduled so far. Fear not, Switch owners, that could change, maybe?
That's the end. You made it. At this point, you're basically the final girl in a slasher movie. You saw all the horrors, you learned something crazy, and all your friends got picked off by a dude in a costume. Now it's time to go home and get some sleep. You've got the rest of your life tomorrow morning after all. So, what did you think of the marathon? Was it scary enough for you? What Halloween-themed thing is your favorite? Who's dressing up as the Frederator mascot this year to go trick-or-treating? Make sure you let me know down in the comments and subscribe to ChannelFrederator for more like this. Thanks for watching, and remember, Frederator loves you. Bye, guys.